like set in stone on my. I'm here to learn, and see what people say, different opinions.
Yeah, bang on, brother. I've just
I
shared in the chat.
appreciate your full approach. Yeah, I
Yeah, I've just
appreciate your.
shared in the chat, a PhD geophysicist who claims the Earth is flat. He also goes on to say how his colleagues are not really buying into it, and not really following his line of thinking. But he says he has colleagues who 100% agree with him. So this is I think he's Spanish,
Thanks
PhD
for that.
physicist,
Yeah, I'm
geophysicist.
gonna. Yeah, I'm gonna watch it now. Thanks.
Oh, you can save it and watch it later if you want. We can continue our conversation.
Yeah, because King of the North, the one thing that you need to understand here is I have provided you with that, but I didn't have to provide you with anything, because it doesn't matter what the authorities say. That's a fallacious line of thinking. Oh, the authorities say this, so it must be true. That's just an appeal to authority. So argument-wise, debate-wise, it's null and void. It's not an argument. It's just an appeal, fallacious appeal.
I,
But I provided it for you, though, bro. I only provided it because it might carry some weight, maybe, for you. It shouldn't. Only the facts
yeah,
of
of
nature
course.
should carry weight for you.
I only say that because obviously I have a respect for geophysicists or people in academic fields, because they have studied and researched, haven't they? So I have to give them some credence and respect, don't I, as to their opinions, because they know more than I. They know more than I do, because I've never studied
Well,
or researched in that field. Do you know what I mean?
biologists would argue they know more about DNA than we do. But a lot of these guys would say that a man can be a woman. So do you agree with their professional opinion on that?
No, I don't agree with that.
So you are willing to challenge the mainstream authority then in certain areas?
Of course, because I'm sure you've got differing opinions amongst the academia as well, haven't you? Like this guy that you gave me now, he's someone he's a geophysicist who says the Earth is flat. So I respect his opinion, definitely, because he's a geophysicist, PhD.
Right, but just because he's got a bit of paper that says he's a professional doesn't mean that he has done any actual research, or he has actually challenged these ideas. Like, why would somebody challenge these ideas if they have no reason to? Do you understand? So if you'd ever come across the idea that the Earth is anything but a ball, then all of your work is going to be building upon what you've been told. Do you see how believing in authority doesn't actually take you any closer to the truth? Or respecting their opinion doesn't actually get you to the crux of the conversation. It just fuels your belief.
Well, it can change my belief. They can prove me wrong, or they can convince me. With
With degrees and accreditations? Degrees and accreditations prove nothing, my friend.
But they know more than I.
But the whole point is to teach people like the scientific method, so that even you could like see that,
But they know
that's
more
why we
than
like
me.
put people in school and shit.
Yeah.
You're not listening. You're not understanding the conversation here. All of the science. Okay. In order to have a scientific theory, you need to follow scientific method. You don't have any scientific theories on the Earth.
I'm literally referring to like making a hypothesis and like studying it, like how scientists need to like come up with data that is like verifiable. There's a methodology of doing that. They should have taught you that in school, right?
I'm very, very aware of the scientific method.
So I'm not talking about like physics or anything like that. I'm just talking
method?
about like yeah, I do. That's what I'm talking about.
Right.
Like I'm not
So
I'm not sure. I'm not
said.
sure what you're assuming that I'm talking about. I'm literally just talking about how people like need to study things, like for example, like you have to have a control group and shit like that. You know what I mean? Like how people study for medicine and shit. Like that has to be very controlled, or else you fuck up and you kill somebody.
Right. So stay with
Well,
me.
wait.
Stay with me here.
Malpractice does exist.
No, it does. It
Pharmakia-
does for sure. But I mean,
JT,
there's
don't
also
get
like
caught up.
credible places exist and non-credible places exist, just like everyone. Like there are universities that are more credible than others. I would say that.
Hold
But
on.
it's trial and error. Wait a minute. You were talking about, building the hypothesis and the theory that still has not brought you to a fact. You're still postulating and trying to get down to an answer, or you have not come to an answer yet.
That's why
built
you use the scientific method, is to come to an answer. It's to come to a conclusion. Like your conclusion would be like, oh, well, based on the hypothesis that I made, this is what we've concluded based on what happened in the control group. That's like the
It
whole
has to
point of
be-
having an experiment, But
Right.
there are certain
I'm-
things, for example, that we can't experiment on, like socioeconomics or like psychology. These things are more difficult to experiment on because
the
we
globe.
can't study them in a vacuum.
You can't study the globe either. You have no
Yeah.
scientific experiment that validates motion or curvature. You have no scientific experiment that can validate a vacuum of space next to an open container. This is the whole point. You're missing the point here. The point is that in order to have a scientific theory, you need an experiment that follows the scientific method. So, being as you understand it so well, please tell me, what scientific experiment do you have that can prove either curvature or motion or the vacuum of space?
I don't know. I mean, like, I'll look it up for you right now if you want me to find you something.
Please,
Sure.
because you have a lot to say, but it's really important you understand there is no scientific experiment you can show.
I mean, I think there's like plenty of scientific experiments that like prove that the Earth is round.
No, scientific experiment follows scientific method. I just told you they don't have that. So stop assuming and go find it.
Okay.
Stop assuming.
It's kind of
because
a
you're not
it's a
listening to what
circular
I'm saying.
method.
I've been saying this from the beginning and you keep whistling past it. Where is the scientific experiment that follows the scientific method that proves either motion
Okay,
or
so
curvature?
when I looked up the scientific experiment for curvature, I have the Bedford level experiment. And then what's the other one that you wanted?
All right, so the Bedford level experiment, yeah, okay. That proves there was no curvature.
Right.
Yeah, to deny.
So
Deny.
welcome to the
proven
table. Welcome to the party.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Sorry,
that one
JT.
was from the 18th and 19th century. So,
Where's
So
your
that
experiment
invalidates
that proves
it. No,
curvature?
wait, Roots. So that invalidates it because it was from the 18th and 19th century. It was proven to be level. People have done experiments throughout time. Does that mean that all the people of times past are stupid?
I'm not even saying that. I'm just saying that this was a dumb one.
A dumb one? Please elaborate on that.
I just did. I said that it's from the 19th and earliest 20th centuries.
Yeah, and we've recreated that experiment. We have laser tests that recreate the Bedford level experiment over 50 miles, and we hit the target. If you understand the Bedford level experiment, it was only debunked because we didn't have the technology of lasers. Now we have the technology of lasers. We can validate that experiment. So this is an experiment that has now been validated by flat earthers. Where's your experiment that proves curvature?
I mean, like, when I literally look onto it, it says, like, in 1870, after adjusting for the method to allow for the effects of atmospheric refraction, Alfred Russel Wallace found a curvature consistent with a spherical Earth. And that's literally on the Wikipedia page immediately after I click on it, which is the first thing that told me about it.
Okay, you don't understand what I just said.
Well, I don't think
What
you
I
understand
just
what
said-
I've just said.
No, you're not understanding. Okay, please listen to this. The excuse they gave was terrestrial refraction. Okay, they are claiming that what you see ahead of you beyond 3.5 miles is a mirage, an illusion. Okay, so that's their claim.
I understand what
No,
the,
you
like,
don't
experiment is.
understand. You
Yeah, I
don't
do.
Let him
understand.
finish.
No, you don't.
Let him
Because
finish.
what
Hush.
I said
Let
to
him
you
finish.
was we debunked that with the FE core laser experiments. We recreated the Bedford level experiment, but this time we used lasers to physically hit a target. We physically hit the target. So it is not an illusion. What you are looking at in the distance, that target is real and it's there and it's not a mirage. So I'm trying to explain to you something you're not understanding. We have now validated that experiment and debunked the terrestrial
Okay, would you like to
refraction
send me?
argument.
Yeah, would you like to send me this experiment then?
Sure.
Since
I'll
I
put it in
sent
chat.
you like the one that I had, since you told me I know nothing, like I couldn't give you an experiment and all that. I would like to see like what you have.
Of course, because we back
Thank
what we
you.
say. I will put it in the chat.
Yeah, sure.
We have the tools of high-powered optics, where a ship is supposed to disappear over a curve, and based on the model, it's 8 inches. What is it? 8 inches per 8-9 miles or something like that. And when the ship disappears from sight, you get a Nikon P1000 and you pull it right in focus. When it's like 50, 100 miles, it should be like 60, 80 feet below the curvature of the Earth. I mean, based on your curvature model, it does not operate. So if you're seeing mountains in Utah on the Bonneville Salt Flats, okay, your visibility is 100 miles on a flat stretch of land before you see the mountains off in the distance. Why aren't the mountains at an angle? Why aren't they tilted? They're still standing as you approach in the same fashion that you'd see them 100 miles away as you draw closer to them. On a curved Earth, these things should be on a tilt.
I don't think this person's going to understand what you're saying about that.
I don't think so
But
either.
I agree. All plumb lines are parallel from what I can tell. Can anyone prove us wrong that plumb lines are not parallel? No, you can't. And I've posted a link to the FE Core Laser Experiment, Bunny, in the chat. This debunks the terrestrial refraction argument given to try and debunk the Bedford Level Experiment. The Bedford Level Experiment proved the Earth was flat all along. Always.
This is a YouTube video.
Yeah, it's the direct actual experiment on video. Go and look at it.
Read it? I can't read it. It's a YouTube video.
They have a website.
You want me to watch a half an hour YouTube video? No, I'm sorry, an hour-long YouTube video to watch the entire experiment.
You
Like,
asked
you
for the
don't
evidence.
have a paper study. You don't have anything more like mathematical that I can do without
calm yourself down. Bunny, stop talking. Look in the chat. The documents are in the chat before you start this nonsense bravado. There is all of the paperwork there. Stop being fucking I don't know what your problem is, but you need to actually listen instead of talking all the time. The paperwork's in the chat. All there. My God, drop the attitude.
Yeah, I know. She asks for it and then she complains.
Holy
about
shit.
Drop your
asked for a
attitude.
fucking
Exactly
PDF.
what
It
you
wasn't
asked
even
for.
you who fucking posted that. Like, holy shit.
Don't worry. We work as one in here because we work on the side of truth. Yeah, there is paperwork. You just assume there isn't because you think the Earth's a globe.
I didn't assume that there wasn't paperwork. I asked for it.
You have an
Calm
attitude
down.
because you believe the Earth's a
I
globe.
literally asked for paperwork because I can't watch an hour-long
wait,
YouTube video. Is that too much to ask?
Bunny, if you can't
wait.
watch an hour-long video, no, wait a sec. If you can't watch an hour-long video, then fucking go back and play your games or go back and watch your Netflix shows. Yeah, over here we put the work in and we put the time in, and an hour-long video is nothing if you're going to sit here and argue about it. Yeah, take an hour out your time and educate yourself and realize that terrestrial refraction as an excuse for the fact we see too far has been debunked. Thank you. And sorry, JT,
Well,
I understand I'm speaking
no,
over you
you're
a bit
fine.
today.
You're fine, Root. You're doing a swell job. She's come in with an axe to grind, openly hostile, doesn't want to establish a dialogue, compare and contrast notes, be civil about it. No, you're gonna come in here with an attitude, start cussing, hooting, and hollering and stuff, ask for the evidence, and then say, oh, it's an hour damn long video. Well, if you don't want to view the other side, then what Root said, go take your happy ass somewhere else. So obviously you have animosity you want to vent out upon us.
Yeah. I watched an 8-hour video on this subject once because I really, really, really needed to know. I really cared about whether what I was saying and what I believed was true. So an hour video is nothing if you're serious. Right, I'm gonna unmute you, Bunny. But if you're just gonna spiral out of control, you're just gonna go back on mute.
Okay, dude, this crazy concept is not that difficult for you guys to understand. The reason that I asked for a PDF, not to watch an hour-long video, is because I want to dissect this information a little quickly so that we can have a discussion and an actual debate about it. But the fact that you guys are like then LARPing onto me that, oh well, I don't want to have this discussion, I'm just being mean and like being
Bunny,
all
do you see
I'm
the
trying to
PDF?
have an honest discussion with. Yeah, I see
Bunny,
the
do you
PDF,
see
but
it?
I'm gonna address
There
what
you
was
go.
said earlier because you guys are just like talking shit for no reason. None of what I said was like rooted in animosity or anything. It was just
All right, I ain't got time to listen to that nonsense. Nobody wants to hear your emotional dump because you don't like what we've said. What we're saying to you is very simple. If you haven't got time to do the research, then go away, do it, and come back when you have. We don't need your emotional dump because you believe the Earth's a ball and we're challenging you and it's not going your way. Yeah, you don't have any scientific experiment, as I originally said. You're getting upset because we're shutting you down, and we don't have time to sit here and listen to your gish gallop and your yapping about how we've handled the situation. Okay, at the end of the day, we've debunked your stupid claim. You have no scientific evidence. Until you do, I would suggest go and do some more research. I'm not going to let you sit here and emotionally dump on us because you don't like something. It's not our problem.
Oh yeah, yeah, Roots. I tried to tell her about the
how are
high
you gonna
power.
keep on unmuting me and then fucking muting me?
Was,
Like, what is the
it
point
was
of that?
nothing but crickets, about high-powered optics and how we're able to draw ships on the ocean back into focus at a 1,500-mile radius when it should
Right.
have dropped 60 feet. She has no rebuttal to that. She just wants to come in and just argue and be negative and not try to have a civil debate about things. I mean, calm down. First and foremost.
Well said. Now, you have the ability, Bunny, to take the floor, but please don't use it to complain about the fact that we sent a video when we sent the PDF straight after. We've provided what you've asked for. Now, can you provide what I asked for? When I asked for a scientific experiment proving curvature, you provided one that proves a flat Earth. This is like an epic fail.
At a risk of being muted immediately,
Yeah, right.
I'm just kind of curious of, can you define what you mean by like curvature and because it seems like that feels like a very specific definition in which you're working off of like curvature and the shape of the Earth.
Yeah, certainly. So if we live on a ball, then that means that there must be curvature. If there is curvature, that means that there must be drop over distance, or we can measure some sort of slope away from you in terms of experience. You would experience drop over distance, but you would also experience diverging plumb lines.
Attention history enthusiasts and collectors. Celebrate the 80th anniversary of
So
Can
the
you elaborate
consequences
on
of
plumb lines?
yeah. So when you establish a plumb, you get a vertical. Do you understand?
Okay, so when you have a plumb, you have a vertical. Okay.
Right, in respect and perpendicular to a horizontal. Correct?
Okay.
Right.
Sure.
So if we use, for example, theodolites, if we take multiple readings on a theodolite, you can get something called a circle of equal altitude. Okay, every single one of those measurements are taken in respect to a flat Earth, in respect to a flat horizontal baseline that is level and horizontal, perpendicular to plumb. Do you agree?
Sure. For the sake of this conversation, yeah. Why not?
Yeah, so every measurement you take on the Earth, a flat plane is needed for elevation angles, for navigation, for surveying. So once you make your 3 points in celestial navigation, you make your circle of equal altitude, elevation, sorry, you're doing it across a completely flat surface. But if you did that on a globe, you wouldn't have equal elevation, you would have decreasing elevation due to the curvature. Do you follow?
I understand what you're saying. Yes.
So we don't experience curvature in any way. Whenever you take your measurements, whenever you do your laser tests, whenever you establish your plumb or try and take any elevation angle in respect to zero, you've already established a flat Earth, a local flat Earth. If you do this over large distances, you create basically you can prove that there is no curvature, there is no drop over distance, and there is no decrease in elevation. There is no deviation away from plumb being vertical. Flat water is evidently flat. It always finds its level. It'll be level for you, it'll be level for me, and it'll be level in all of your observations to the horizon.
Quick question. Why should we assume the plumb level? Why should we assume that's zero?
I can just add, right, that horizontal is parallel to the plane of the horizon, and vertical is perpendicular, which is 90 degrees to the plane of the horizon. So vertical and horizontal are perpendicular 90 degrees to each other, and all other subsequent verticals and horizontals are parallel with each other.
Okay, but why is the assumption that the plumb is zero? I'm kind of curious about that. Genuinely curious. Like, why do we assume the plumb should be zero?
What do you mean plumb is zero? What do you mean? You're establishing something that you're going to be taking an angle from. So,
Well, you mentioned that the curvature should be zero, and I'm kind of curious of like, how do we arrive at that assumption that it should be zero?
wait. The curvature should be zero. No. Curvature would be a deviation from zero.
Can you expand on that a little bit?
Well, that's how you
derivation
determine
of
change.
zero.
That's how you determine change in elevation or a rate of slope, right? So basically, rise over run. So you're gonna have a establish a zero elevation, right? Datum, and then base changes in elevation of like the land, or the surface of water in respect to that. So there will be a plus or a minus respect to your horizontal zero, your zero elevation profile.
So
In respect to something else. Yeah.
Sorry. No, I want you to finish your sentence. I apologize for interrupting.
That's pretty much it. Yeah. People use sea level for that, by the way. Sorry, just add that in. That's what people use sea level for.
So is the assumption then, within the context of kind of this channel and what we're talking about, is the assumption then that, well, it must be flat because of these specific observations, but it does seem to me, at least, if you grant us a specific geometry of our Earth, then like that, those observations would be expected on a certain size or a certain geometry of what we find ourselves on. So
I know you're being told that we use the surface as a reference for zero elevation change, right? Being horizontal, no slope, to compare something else in relation to that having slope or a deviation from that datum line or plane, from that horizontal plane.
Then can you clarify a little bit on what the difference between, what you were saying earlier about, this is at sea level. This is kind of the lowest elevation that we can like reasonably exist. Like, I'm just kind of curious of like how that kind of factors in and why it makes more sense on a non-spherical Earth that we live on.
We just said in respect to zero. Yeah. In respect to zero. Every measurement on this Earth is taken in respect to zero, which is the same as your mean sea level. There is a universal understanding that we have a zero, we have a baseline, and water is always flat. So we know as far as we look, obviously there's waves and there's movement of water, but water will always seek its level. So we know as far as we observe, we are observing water horizontal and level in respect, and is the basis of all angle measurements. Now, if you look in the chat, we can take this further and we can show you that if you look at the picture on the right, okay, we know that at 10 miles, due to the math given for the radius of the Earth, we know at 10 miles we should be experiencing 66 feet of curvature, right? But if that's the case, then that should exist in nature, in reality. So if you look at the picture on the left, we have an observation here that you can go on Google and you can confirm that these platforms, these oil rigs, are at these distances from this observer's height. Okay, and we know 100% that horizon behind that 10-mile platform, is at least is miles. Let's just not put a number on it. It's miles behind that 10-mile platform. So if you bring logic into this conversation, we can apply Motors-Tollens to this. If P, then Q. If not Q, then therefore not P. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959, that being P, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, which is the curvature calculation. If we are seeing observations that break that curvature calculation, then we are looking at either two options. Everything beyond 3.5 miles is an illusion, or there is no curve. So which one are you?
Well, personally, I'd like to believe that I'm not, having delusions or illusions or hallucinations or whatever.
He's confused, and now he's resorting to some type of, ad hom that it's an illusion.
You're literally straw manning him. Just let him finish.
I'm not straw manning him.
That's literally the definition of a straw man. You literally interrupted him and then started assuming what he's going to say.
I don't care what you think.
I know you don't care what a straw man is. That's what I'm telling you.
He
Just let
cannot
him
provide
finish,
a
and then
clear.
you can like say what he wants to say at his point.
He can.
Like, is
He
it that
cannot.
hard?
I've sat back and listened to his nonsense enough. He cannot provide a clear answer to the mathematics that Roots has given him. Okay? He's backpedaling. Now he's name calling now, saying that it's an
Crazy.
illusion and a delusion.
Okay. Yeah,
I
so
really didn't
Slumdog,
think I name called anyone.
so Slumdog, before you answer, because it did sound like you were about to go down a route of not addressing the question, I just want to make sure, do you understand the observation, and are you fully grasping the point that I just made? Or do you want me to just cover it again very quickly?
You know what? Before I address anything, I think it would benefit me specifically if you just kind of readdress it quickly, so that way,
Sure.
yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
Stalling, Roots. He's stalling.
No, it's fine. It's fine. It's absolutely fine, because I really want him to understand this and give us his best explanation. Because for me, there's only two answers you give. Either what we're seeing after 3.5 miles is an illusion due to terrestrial refraction, yeah, or there is no curvature. And he has to get to that point where he has to go one of two ways, because the claim that is that the Earth has a circumference of 25,000 miles and a radius of 3,959 miles. So what that means is, mathematically, the curvature of the Earth, the drop over the distance, should increase 8 inches per mile squared. Do you follow?
Right.
Do you follow, Slumdog?
Oh, sorry. Yes, I get what you're saying. Yes.
Right. So the modus tollens is a logical argument. It's a way of approaching and approaching a debate or an argument with logic. The modus tollens is if P, therefore if P, then Q. If not P, therefore not Q. So do you understand the
Wrong.
modus tollens basis? If P, then Q. Therefore, if not Q, therefore not P. I probably said it the wrong way. Apologies if I did. But do you understand the premise of the modus tollens?
I do. Yeah.
Right. Do you agree that we should be able to apply logic to the claim that there is curvature on the Earth? Is it unreasonable that there should be a logical approach to this claim? If there's curvature, we should experience it. Would you agree?
So if we experience curvature, we should agree that it exists.
No,
I would agree with that.
If it
No,
exists,
he doesn't get it, Roots. He doesn't get it. He's confused.
Well,
shall I give up?
well-
Shall I give up?
Well, I'm just kind of curious of, like, if someone does experience some sort of curvature, does that make their experience less valuable than somebody else who doesn't experience curvature?
Sundog. We're going by what he's saying with your accepted scientific method of curvature, and he's telling you about the platforms being out there that should be how many feet below curvature, Roots, according to the mathematics.
So at 10
And we can
miles, we
still-
should experience 66 feet of curvature. Yeah.
So you wouldn't be able to see those oil platforms at that distance. It would drop below the curvature, but you can still see it. That's the logical approach he's trying to tell you and explain to you.
Who took a picture of those oil platforms?
You can explain why we are still seeing it when it should have dropped below the curvature.
So just because I
Okay.
can see something in a certain way, that means that it must be a particular way?
It
'Cause,
means,
like,
it means you're either
What's
looking
what's
at a
the
mirage.
problem? Well, wait,
Hold on, JT. Hold
Sundog,
on.
what's
It means
what's
you're
the
either looking at a
problem?
mirage.
Right.
Let me just steelman it.
Right.
It means you're either looking at a mirage in the distance and it's not in its actual position what you're viewing, or it means there is no curvature and Earth is flat like we're telling you. You have
Well,
two choices.
Couldn't
Hang
there
on.
also be the option that, well, I could be viewing the Earth as flat, and that also could be a mirage? Is that not an option?
That's what I just said. You've got two options. Either you're right. So we observe a flat Earth. We have to agree. That's
Okay.
what we observe. Now, the reasoning behind that is twofold. Either the Earth is flat, like presented, like every scientific test or observation we can do would bring back. Either the Earth is flat, or everything you're seeing beyond the horizon is an illusion due to terrestrial refraction. Those are your two options.
Okay. So that's fair. Like the same could be true for anyone else, though.
Who took the picture
What do
of the
you mean?
oil rigs? Are they in here?
No, I'm not sure of the guy's name. Does anyone know the guy's name who took it? So it's a set of observations taken over 3 days.
And how
about
supposedly how far
BMLS
away is he
B69.
from that red circled out landmass? How far away?
Does anyone? I'm gonna send you the video.
I think I have the video.
an
I'm
edited
I'm
video.
gonna get the video. Yeah, if I'm gonna get
Oh,
the
thanks,
video.
Kimbo. Yeah.
Hold on.
There's an edited
Receive
video,
the-
and it's got all the landmarks marked, and I think he goes through at the beginning on Google Earth exactly where the landmarks are in relation to where he's standing, and then he does this observation on 3 different days, and the horizon is in a different place every single day.
It's BMLS B69, isn't it?
Well, if the horizon was in a different place every single day, shouldn't it be in the same place every single day if the Earth's flat? Shouldn't be changing.
No, if it's a globe, not if it's flat.
Yeah. You know what?
How
I
does
love
that
it
how
when,
does that
like,
make sense?
I love it when the logic kicks into these globers and they go, well, obviously, but then they don't realize it actually proves flat. Because if you live on a globe, that means there should be a physical horizon, a geometric horizon is the correct word for it. So that's the thing that should be in the same place every day. On a flat Earth, we wouldn't expect to see it. Why would we expect to see a horizon in the same place every day? Think about it. The
'Cause the
horizon
Earth's
is nothing
flat.
more because the horizon is nothing more than a perspective phenomena and an atmospheric phenomena. It's not a leading edge of a sphere. You just shot yourself in your foot.
I
Literally.
don't think I
dude.
did.
Weather can make it appear to be closer or further, but it's not actually a distance to something. It's not a place you could go out and put a flag in. It's an optical effect. It's simply optical.
Yeah, Gig, I
I'm
got
just-
a Bowie knife. I'll help you get that bullet out of your foot.
Oh, be quiet, GT. Shut your lipper.
We're just having fun with you buddy, because we know that logic has
You're
been
You're
literally
a
like.
gas.
Well, I'm
Lo-
autistic. You need to remember. Come on.
Listen, we're just having fun because this, the globe is not logical, and when the logic kicks in, this cognitive dissonance happens because things you're saying are logical. It just so happens this is flat Earth evidence that you're providing here, not globe evidence.
So the horizon would be different on flat Earth every day.
It just depends. Depends on like how well your eyesight is. Depends on the weather.
Well, it seems like it doesn't even. It seems like the shape of the Earth doesn't even matter with what we're talking about right now. Could be flat or round for all we care.
There is no distance to it. There's no distance to it. Can seem closer, can seem further, like it, but it's not actually in a place. Like it's not like, hey, it's right there. Like I can measure to it. It's an apparent place where the land or sea meets the sky. Like it just appears to meet, doesn't actually meet it. Right.
Right.
Yeah, kind of like when you're looking down a long hallway and things start to, get smaller, and then they
And then
meet.
disappear. Yeah.
Right.
So if you look in the chat, I've just posted a video of a boat, okay, on the horizon. Now, the argument on a globe is that boat, when it zooms out, that boat should be physically hidden behind an actual physical blockage called the Earth. Yeah, the water would now be at a higher elevation to the boat, right? But as we zoom out, you'll realize, We are not seeing anything go behind
That could
any
be that could be
physical
doctored.
blockage.
It could be a fake
You-
video.
All right, then here's another 5. Fuck it, I'll put 10 or 15 in if you're gonna act like that. If you're just gonna call
Okay.
us a liar, if you're just gonna call us a
Gig,
liar, I'll just throw more and more and more in until eventually you'll agree. And the thing is, it doesn't matter whether you agree. I couldn't care less what you think. You can get a camera, go outside, look at something that goes over the horizon like a boat, pull out your zoom lens camera, open the angular resolution by zooming in, and now see that boat in its entirety with no physical blockage. You can cope, you can cry, you can say it's fake, but you can do this yourself.
Well, you said 8 inches for every mile, right?
Squared.
So that oil rig
Squared.
6.2 miles out. What that's well, that's
What,
like
are we-
4 feet or something. Should be
You
4
just
feet
take-
lower. You're saying?
You're just speaking out loud at the minute.
I'm doing the math here.
The math's in the picture next to it. You've got a curvature calculator table right next to that picture. So at 20
Roots,
miles,
it's going to be an illusion to them every time. Doesn't
Hmm.
matter the conditions, the day. It's always going to be an optical illusion. It's going to appear, like a floating city or whatever. You're not going to be able to convince them.
yeah, well, when we can hit physical targets with lasers, they don't have that terrestrial refraction argument anymore. Sorry.
I actually
Not
saw a
accepting it.
video of someone doing that laser thing where he went out and put the lasers with the sticks, and there was a curvature.
No,
Where
you
is
saw
it?
the Netflix hit piece called Beyond the Curve. And actually, if you look at the unedited footage, within 30 seconds of them cutting, he says, "Oh, now I see it." And then at the end, the Globers and the Flat Earths come together and said that they didn't take enough into account for this to be a valid experiment, even though the Flat Earthers did hit the target. But that's a hit piece made by Globers. So if that's how you feel, if that's what you want to believe, that's up to you, my friend. Go do it yourself, though.
What's the holdup, Gig? Get
What?
busy.
Oh, I know
to
all the
explain-
answers. I don't need to more research. I already know.
Okay. I'll buy that.
You thought a ship going behind the horizon was the physical curve of the Earth, dude. You don't know. You really don't know. You just say
Yeah,
you
but
do
the
because
ship's
you're getting
bouncing up on the
defensive.
waves, so it's higher than it should be.
The waves. Okay.
Don't make me laugh. Don't make me laugh.
The
So
waves
just
get
stuff
bigger the
staying-
farther you go out. You know that, right?
Yeah, due to angular size. Yeah, you can put your thumb in front of your face, look at things in the distance, and your thumb will be triple the size of a tanker ship in the distance. Do you not understand how the horizon works? Things will decrease and shrink in angular size as they go beyond the limitation of your view. That's just how the horizon works. That's what the horizon is.
Well, Gig, it has been observed on still waters too.
Yep, we have an observation of 5 lights on a frozen lake.
Well, I go
10
out to
mile
Lake
observation.
Michigan. I take pictures.
10 mile
Like I said,
observation.
I can't see
No,
the
listen,
others.
Listen. We have observations on a frozen lake, right? I'm going to try and find the picture. 5 lights, one at 3 miles, one at 5 miles, one at 7 miles, and one at 10 miles. Every single different color lights on a frozen lake. Every single one of those lights is completely horizontal. You can get a ruler out on your screen and see that the light at 3 miles is exactly in line and horizontal with the light at 10 miles. You don't understand how perspective works. We are seeing too far. Nothing is dropping in the distance. You need to be aware that you're just talking. You don't have any knowledge of the perspective.
He just wants to entertain us. That's all. He's a pretty good troll. I'll give him that.
Well, show me that experiment.
I find him to be rather stimulating.
Yeah, I'm going to try and find the frozen lights experiment. So I know it's in a debate that I watched between I've forgotten his name. Let me go find it. Whitsit and Nathan
You
debated.
better not be
a
making
ginger
that
kid.
up.
Whitson and Nathan debated a ginger kid. And does anyone know that debate? Whitsit and Nathan
The eternal
versus.
skeptic. That's our friend Gabe.
I'll find it.
Eternal skeptic. You can lead a gig to water, but you can't make them drink.
Yeah.
It always
Yeah,
finds
I have to go on Yandex. Oh, sorry, JT.
Oh,
I have to go on Yandex because I can't. I never saved it. Frozen Lake observation.
You know what, Gig? You're good peoples, man. We like you.
Oh, I found it straight away. Thanks to Taboo Conspiracy. Good man. Here you go. Going in the chat because you know why? Because flat earthers always back themselves up and post their citations. Frozen Lake test proves flat Earth. Wow.
okay.
Who
Let
just
me
guessed
let
it?
me
Another
watch
YouTube
this.
video.
Yeah, of course. They're videos. They are videos, you idiot.
You
YouTube is just
fucking
a
moron.
YouTube is just a place to put your videos. If you can't handle that, then you know, just jog
Oh,
on.
thank God, it's only 3 minutes.
Oh,
Yep.
I'm gonna
She's
love
straw
this.
manning. Yeah, discrediting because it's a YouTube video. What a straw man.
Yeah. What a retard.
Absolutely. What a bitch. Okay.
Oh, calm down.
Yeah, that was a bit
I
too
know.
far.
Forgive me.
Trying to find this video.
Yeah, apologize to the other men, not me. Good job, dude.
There's flat Earth.
And we're just misogynists, aren't we?
Being a misogynist is okay.
Jesus Christ.
Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, I'm gonna mute Bunny again because she's clearly triggered. I think she needs to
Indeed.
stay on mute.
What's going on with Elijah? Was he hot micing or?
Oh yeah, he was snoring.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna mute him, see if he's still snoring.
Is anyone else watching this video?
Yeah, he be snoring.
Better be glad
He'd be
Gemma's
snoring.
not in the room right. You look entertained.
So yeah, we're currently looking at the Frozen Lake test that proves flat Earth. We have several lights at different distances, completely horizontal. Get your credit card out, get your ruler out.
It's not
and
even
you'll
a
see that
real
they're in a
link
perfect
though.
line.
That video doesn't even exist.
What?
That's not
You
even
got
a
it.
YouTube link.
What are you on about?
Uto.b. What's that? What's
Are
a
you in the side chat?
U2.b?
Look in the side chat. Scroll to the very bottom. The video is from Taboo Conspiracy. It's a YouTube link. Frozen Lake test proves flat Earth.
It's
you in the
not a
side chat?
YouTube link. It's a U2.b link. So what are you trying to do here?
What? What are you on about? YouTube.b. Yeah, because it's from a German, a Russian link. I just used Yandex to find the link. Because, my friend,
I know
that
what you're
means-
trying to do.
You know why? Do you know why? I'll explain why. Because if you type in Frozen Lake test flat Earth in Google, right, you won't get this video. You have to use other browsers, and Yandex just happens to be a Russian browser search engine. And if you use that search engine, you will actually find your flat Earth links and
Yo,
videos.
whose pit bull is in the mic?
Elijah, he's asleep.
Yo, what up?
Just turn his volume down. He'll be all right.
No, he's awake
Just-
now.
Just watch the video, for God's sake.
Hey, what's
I'm
up?
not,
Good
I'm not
morning,
clicking on
Elijah.
your link,
Morning,
buddy.
chilling, guys. I'll go on mute. Sorry about that.
Yeah, Globers like to find excuses not to see
Yeah.
the truth. I get
A
it.
He
little
doesn't-
random there, aren't you?
He's okay if he doesn't want to click it. That's fine. He doesn't really understand how the internet works. He doesn't know about these things. For him, inside his worldview, based on
Alright,
his
stream
education,
your Discord and you click on the link,
that
and I'll watch it.
that is
I'm
there's
finished.
something wrong with that link. And how you deal with people like that is you just show them the door. They're just uniquely disqualified. People like that, the internet has not been a very good thing for them. It's caused them to be very, just to demonstrate their very low education and intelligence. They don't understand much of anything at all, and they use that lack of understanding to make these really wild claims, like because it's this sort of .v or whatever means that it's YouTube and not YouTube at the same time. A solid, direct, in-your-face contradiction, glaringly based on their lack of understanding. Ignorance. It's ignorance on parade.
Yep. We've literally had it
I
all
agree.
morning. You know, they're
Morning.
showing us that they're claiming the Bedford level experiment proves curvature. Crit. This is the kind of people we're dealing with right now.
See, Bunny. Okay, I would just see if I can get through the Bunny. Just at least, if I may, just try. Okay, hey Bunny, do you know that 9/11 conspiracy theorists also think the Earth is a globe?
Yeah, that's what I assumed. Because they're both
Okay.
conspiracy theories.
Oh, okay. I thought you're trying to say flat earthers are 9/11 conspiracy theorists.
No,
Nancy,
I
Nancy
was
Pelosi.
assuming that conspiracy theorists would like buy into other conspiracy theories because like they're more, prone to that.
So she didn't listen to what you said, Crit. She is saying what you thought she said. She just didn't hear what you said properly.
Yeah, that's okay. I suppose to mishear something.
I mean, and don't get me wrong, like I think some conspiracy theories are like valid. I just don't think all of them are.
What would be a valid one? About stolen generations?
I'm not even familiar with that one, the one that you just said.
I'm just wondering if you
Yeah,
do
but
know.
Like, let me give you an example, honestly, of why I think that
no
flat Earth
one in here
isn't
believes in
real. Is
any
because
conspiracy. So what's the point?
I don't understand what the government would benefit from hiding that from us. And there's conspiracy theories where I can
Why do you
understand,
need to? Do
hey,
you
the
need to
government doesn't want
understand
you to
that
know
to
that they're doing like
understand the
child
piece of
sacrifice and like
information?
pedophilia and shit. You know what I mean?
Oh, God.
I understand that. That makes sense to me. Or like, yo, the government doesn't want you to know that you're living in like a bipartisan government and it's kind of like, oh, vote red or vote blue. But they're both like, having golf with each other's kids on like their birthday parties. You know what I mean? I can understand that. I can get by that. I can understand how that would fuck like regular people over. But this, I don't understand. Like, maybe if you could like explain it to me how
Yeah,
like the
certainly.
government ended this
It's
up.
about
like,
it's
yeah,
about
go ahead.
weapons. Okay, so NASA was founded 1950, the 4 or 53, by Eisenhower, whose vice president was none other than Richard Nixon. As Eisenhower leaves office, he says, "Beware the military-industrial complex." What they're doing
Okay,
is
so you think it's like a fallout, like nuclear,
it's it's weapons. It's weapons
Okay.
testing. And you
Okay.
know this because the same 7 countries that claim to have a space program are the same 7 countries that also have nuclear weapons.
Yeah, like Israel, United States.
Yeah, the same. North Korea, Russia, China.
I mean,
So-
Iran. I don't
Yeah,
know.
France. So you know that these countries, what they're doing is they're testing weapons, rockets, missiles, and calling it the exploration of space.
Okay, so what about Germany? You think Germany, like
Germany's not in on it. Germany does not have a space program.
I'm talking about the nuclear. Like, do you think that Germany has an atomic bomb?
I don't think they.
I'm pretty sure they do.
Let me check. Nope, Germany does not have nuclear weapons.
They
They're
don't.
not allowed.
That's interesting.
Yeah,
They're not allowed to have nuclear weapons after World War II.
Oh, okay.
yeah, it's actually
But
that's
do you think
that's what I
that
just read too. Germany's
that's
one of the
interesting.
15. Germany is one of the 15 countries that are banned from having a nuclear arsenal.
Okay, hypothetically, if I know this is a hypothetical, so it's perfectly fine if like you don't, you know what I mean, but just for fun, like if Germany had nuclear weapons, if they like won the war, and for example, like they were allowed to have them, like what would you think?
Well, that's
Like,
what
would you
they.
then?
That's how I came across this topic. Was I was talking about the Apollo program, and I had some people coming at me, bro, like hardcore. And what they were, once I figured out, they were neo Nazis because inside their worldview, they saw the Apollo program as a vindication of World War II Germany. Because the first director of NASA, was none other than von Braun, a Nazi war criminal, Operation Paperclip. That's another one I would mention.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
when we hear flat earthers, that's why you can tell if an anti-flat earther is a neo-Nazi or not. They'll dehumanize. They'll call people flurmen or vermin or flurfers. They use a lot of dehumanizing language because they kind of
Interesting.
they tip
So they
their
call you
hat.
stupid. I don't think like
Oh no,
people
past
are like
stupid.
stupid. Yeah.
They'll dehumanize. Like what? Can you think of another group of people who dehumanize the other?
Yeah, more than the Nazis. Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Not.
So when you
I mean,
see people,
you know what? I'd say that modern day liberals are getting pretty close, and I will say that I think that the end of America is going to be essentially like liberal Nazism, this new modern day like leftism take of it. I do believe
and
that
you
when
see it.
Ronald Reagan said that.
And check this out. And if you go to our other server and stuff, you'll see a lot of liberals are very hateful towards flat earthers.
I mean, I agree that I'm not liberal or like that. I'm more conservative, if anything. Which is probably why we're breaking bread so much as we begin to talk a little bit more, you know?
Yeah, we're starting to knock those walls down.
Well, it's not difficult, but I think people are very quick to in group, and I'm certainly not like that. I can get along with really like anyone I fucking meet. I don't like it. To me, if I don't have the same opinion as someone, that doesn't like trigger basically, you know, whether or not I want to like be their friend or something. You know what I mean? Because I don't let other people's opinions like dictate what I do or like what I think, which I've had to do because there are people who, you know, obviously in my life, I can't control people that want to be, you know, gay. I can just like, you know, allow it, but it's like, I don't, you know, none of my really like close friends are like that, except for like one of them.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice that you kind of come a long way here. You know, like earlier, I guess you're trolling pretty hardcore, but once you got
I
some of your
really
questions,
wasn't even trying to troll, man. Like, I swear to God, like I was just being, I'm a very like completely honest person, if anything. Like,
well, maybe are you just kind of combative?
I am like naturally like a little bit like like I don't really like agree with that, but I think I think that was deserved under like the context. Like I was getting dogged pretty hard for like no reason.
Okay, yeah, I get that. I understand where you're coming from. That's why mutes don't last very long here. They are timed, and the only way to get really kicked out of the channel is to do some really ignorant shit.
Oh, okay, I see. I think like I've gotten muted like so many, but I think I also I frame things in it. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Well, hold on. Yeah, look at John John T. Snow here. The Nazi boogeyman projection is laughable. So this is the part where these guys they lack education. They literally don't know the stuff. They don't know about Operation Paperclip. They don't know about von Braun. So then they use this lack of knowledge.
No, I know.
Very
Listen,
low education.
It's a projection for what the United States and other countries are doing. I mean, these guys have been vanquished for how long, okay? Do you see Nazis in power right now?
Yes.
Where?
Italy, Germany, Poland right now,
Germany's an
America.
occupied nation.
I mean, I'm even
No,
for
no,
like Donald.
I see.
I
No,
am Nazi. I think
I
America
see
should
the Israeli
cease, like,
lobby
having geopolitical
controlling
like
everything
things.
the
I see it
United States
everywhere.
is doing, forwarding a genocide on the Palestinian people, having a stranglehold on the Congress, making
dude.
anti-Semitic laws
God,
to take away the freedom of speech if anybody dare even criticizes Israel for its policies.
dude,
That is a crock of
okay.
shit.
I
That
have
is
videos of
projecting
German politicians setting
minority
fire to a menorah
Okay,
at like an
all
event.
right.
Like I have
Nazis
videos of
do
like
not exist.
very
You are
heated videos of like
calling
stuff that's actually going on in
Americans.
these countries.
You say you're a
I'm like,
conservative.
Hey,
You're
guys,
a
guys,
lying
hold on. Oh, guys,
because
one at a
you turn
time.
around and call
Yep,
those
we need to
same
moderate this.
conservatives.
well, I
Yeah,
don't know.
I think
He's just
it got.
There
yelling.
is no
Well,
such
okay, you guys
thing.
are both
It's not
agree. Okay, you
in
guys,
the
John,
United States.
John,
That is a
listen.
crock of shit.
Okay, John, listen. You guys agree that the liberals are the problem, right? You
Yes.
both agree.
No,
What?
no, you're putting words in my mouth.
Oh God.
There's problems
No.
with both parties. Okay, they got you
Okay.
fucking hoodwinked.
Okay, you're trying to say like Trump is like a
You claim
hoodwink
to be
like
a
plan. I
conservative,
don't.
but are
Okay,
turning
all right, or
around
just okay.
and calling these conservatives that she supports Nazis.
I don't think that all conservatives are Nazis. No,
That
not
doesn't
all.
make sense.
Okay, yeah, let's get back on topic. It seems
I
like we
don't
did.
see Carl Schmidt controlling
Are you
the freaking
okay,
United
man?
States
Like
government.
holy shit.
I see Chuck Schumer. I see Janet Yellen. I see people that are dual citizenships with Israel controlling the foreign policy of the United States government. Nazis are dead and buried. Their history. Werner von Braun, how many years behind? They just stole that to get the technology out of the Germans.
Yeah, that's the point we were talking about. That when you call out, when flat earthers or other conspiracy, if you quote unquote conspiracy minded people call out the Apollo program, you see a lot of backlash against that from people who think that World War II Germany was a high watermark of society. They actually believe that because of the space program did prove that World War II Germany.
The Germans were ahead in technologies in World War II. Rocket technologies, jet technologies. They were weapons technologies when they were defeated. Yeah. Right, and then they did Operation Gladio and left go behind troops to keep the left and the right and the drug trades flourishing in Europe after that. And then what makes the United States the moral arbiter when it takes all of these Nazis and brings them over here and puts them in the rocket program? See no difference between the United States or what any other country can be compared to as being the axis of evil, or whatever they term them as being. That the United States and Russia are probably the biggest harbingers of death since post-World War II. You can give that badge, I guess, to the Axis powers before they were vanquished. But since then, it's been the United States and the Soviet Union. Bar none. Kind of too, I guess, since the last 40, 50 years. As they decided to bring it up as an industrial power, use them for slave labor. Ridiculous, man.
All right, so I think, are we good, or can we get back on? I know it was a little bit of a red herring, but I think it does highlight there for Bunny why they would lie, because doesn't showcase that none of these countries, even internally, get along with each other. Inside there's always political strife, but yet somehow low orbit and
the enemy's
Antarctica.
up to a certain point. They're only enemies up to a certain point when it comes to screwing over their peoples or experimenting in the atmosphere or the Antarctic Treaty, right?
There you
Or
go.
space.
Those places they get along swimmingly, pun intended.
Right.
There's
Untaken
no
well.
problem.
Yeah.
Russia and America are perfect friends in low orbit atmosphere.
Sure they are. They did the Apollo Soyuz. The Mir space station was being used by the Americans. Yes.
Yeah, they disagree almost
I'm
everything.
sorry, I just
but
made a
they
nice
agree
coffee
on
and then I'm
to.
back.
There was also Operation Fishbowl when they were blowing off nuclear weapons up by the top of the atmosphere to, quote, see what the effect was. Not like they were trying to punch a hole in something and try to get out further.
I think the big canary in the coal mine might be if we see some kind of international conflict occur as a consequence of space or Antarctic operations. I think that would mean something serious is going to go down.
It's a pretty good.
Yeah, and we might be getting close to that point because I think when China sent the spy satellite over the United States and everybody got to see the balloon configuration for the first time, that was shoving a big middle finger into America's space program, particularly programs run by like NRO.
They're a private organization, I think.
Not NRO.
Not NRO.
Yeah, they were officially classified until the 90s.
Okay.
So we see that. We have news of the Iranians pushing deeper into Antarctica, setting up military bases. They don't care about the Antarctic Treaty. There's a lot happening right now. Sorry?
With backlash from the treaty nations, wouldn't you guess that they would at one point maybe push it beyond the envelope and then they go down there and try to shut them down? They may be just trying to see what they're doing at the moment. I mean, this is guesswork, what I'm saying, but since there's so many nations, that treaty, they could, it's possible that they could shut them down at a certain point. I just want to see what they're doing, maybe collect a little data from them,
Right.
Might even be allowing it to a certain point. Yeah.
Yep. Oh yeah, China's really big right now in Antarctica. Yep. So you have all this going on, and these guys are not signers to the treaty. And yeah, we'll see what happens.
So Iranian right now?
The Iranians.
down there?
Yep. The Iranians and the Chinese are pushing into Antarctica right now. Yep. It's crazy. It sure is. Nobody reports on it in the mainstream, but it is reported in the mainstream. But it's not popular in the mainstream, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah, it is crazy. Go Google it.
I take your word.
Let me look it up real quick.
Iran militarizing Antarctica. Just Google that. See what pops up.
What all we say about the unknowns about Antarctica, they could go in there and bite off a little more than they can chew. Something could happen to them outside the sphere of the world's influence. A lot of what is the unknown of Antarctica. They're going down there, they might not know what they're getting into.
Yeah, absolutely. So
they're still not.
Yeah, so it's like the Antarctic Treaty signers are like, oh boy, this will be interesting. China and Iran are not authorized to be down here. Let's see what's going to happen next. Yeah, because for all we know, I mean, just crazy speculation. I mean, what if it is true that there are some kind of higher beings out around the periphery and they've set some very specific rules about that place? And now you got a couple ding dong countries pushing into it, trying to flex. What kind of hell are they reaping?
Well, Amish, what
Right.
makes what I find really interesting about that is during World War II, Hitler approached Iran and told them that they were Aryan brothers and that they
Yeah.
have similar origins. So they shared a lot of secret information about ancient Aryan history. So if you couple that with the idea that Admiral Byrd said the Nazis were down there, you know what I mean? They may have a relationship tie with those offshoot people that are in there, and that's why they're so confident and
Sure,
able
because
to go there.
Dude, Hitler
Hit-
fucked with them and he stabbed them in the back, like period, point blank. Like
No,
Hitler
no,
was going to use the
Hitler-
Muslims as well as the Asians as a pawn in his own endgame. He didn't think any of
No,
these
no,
people
no,
were
no, no,
equal
no,
to
no,
him,
no,
and he was
no,
appealing
hold
into their
up,
need to be equal to white
hold
people.
up. No, you're
All right,
reading a liberal
guys, just
history.
be very careful with
To
this
manipulate.
topic, okay? Moderators are standing by to mute.
Okay, well, let me explain for a minute. Give me the floor. What happened in the Middle East was the Middle Easterners did not want the British in their oil fields. They were tired of being, taken over by the British. So Hitler appointed the Grand Mufti over there and made him part of the SS over in Iran. And a lot of them actually did ally up with the Germans because they had a major beef against the British and their control of their oil fields over there. So indeed, many of them were allied up. You got to remember during World War II, not only was all of Europe split throughout all the nations, some were siding with the fascists and the National Socialists, and others were allying with the capitalists and the monarchy and the communists, right? So you had a great divide going across all of Europe, all of the Middle East, India, which India was still under the crown, but there was a big rebellion, about Mahatma Gandhi and everything. Before that, there was a big divide over in India where India was split too. And factions in India supported like the Germans and the Japanese and stuff like that. So in the case of the Middle East, a lot of them allied up with Germany because they were just sick and tired of British colonial rule, ruling over them and controlling their oil fields and their economy. That's the reason why they allied up with the Germans. That's why Saddam Hussein, whose uncle worked directly under the Grand Mufti, pretty much designed his regime after that of the Nazi Party to a good extent. You have to go back and look at the history and see the division and see what happened. After the Ottoman Empire was taken out, and then the Balfour Declaration was signed up, and then how that split up the whole Arab community. Because, the British had a lot to do with that, bringing that into the League of Nations, and the United States signing off on it and everything else.
So did the
I mean,
Germans, though. That's kind of my point, is that the Germans also had a lot to do with that. The Germans are the main reason why the Jews are there in the first place. So it's like, on the one hand, like Hitler gets to shake hands with the Muslims and tell them, hey, like, sorry about the Jews that are there because I kicked them out of my own country. And they're like, oh, well, we understand, Hitler, like, as long as you get rid of them fully, while they're getting fucked over by him too. That's the whole point. And then it
That's
caused
false.
more civil unrest in the Middle East.
That's false. That's false. JT, let me just say something. It was the Rothschilds who put the Jews in the Middle East, not the Germans. And the reason why the Jews switched sides was because the Jews wanted that Israel state, and the Germans weren't willing to do it, to like set them up.
No, the Germans
They were
on
willing.
board with.
They were on board with that.
And I'm with Bonnie on this one. They were on board with that, and also the League of Nations signed off on it. The United States, England was in on it, and everything. It wasn't just the Germans. It was signed off at the end of World War I, and then the transfer agreement went in what was it, about 1933? No, she's right about that.
That's just all I'm saying is that Hitler actually did support that, and he kind of did like a back deal with the Muslims, like in that regard, because I don't think he. I mean, he like well whether or not that would have like come to fruition is like a different story,
Exactly.
but I don't.
The
You know
deal
what I'm
fell
saying?
through. Yeah, the
Yeah,
deal
like
fell
it
through,
probably
so they
wasn't
switched
seen
sides.
through now that I'm thinking about it, but at the same time, like I don't think that Hitler would have even given the Japs like half of like I don't know if you guys have seen like King of the High Castle. Like we can do hypotheticals, but I just think it's really interesting. So, but I don't think that Hitler would have given the Japs any of that. I don't believe that. Not for a second. Like, so I don't believe that he would have done it for the Muslims either, is what I'm trying to say. Because, like, if he would have done it for anybody, it would have been the Japanese. It's not like fucking
That's an
Italy was
interesting
carrying anything, you know? It's like the whole Axis powers was Germany and Japan. That's it.
Got a lot of backing from the Vatican, though.
Really?
Well, we know who set up the
Okay.
Antarctic Treaty. Yeah. Sorry, JT.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say we know who set up the Antarctic Treaty. We know who put the Jews in the Middle East. We know, so we can speculate on what could have happened, but actually, what really happened was what happened. So, you know, the fact that they switched sides was due to sort of, you know, the Americans and the British willing to basically support the Jews. You know, it shows how powerful, because when the Jews were with the Germans were winning. And then when the Jews switched sides, then the British were winning. So kind of, you know, from an outsider's point of view, you can just kind of see where the actual real power was in that war.
It wasn't even the Jews, honestly. It was like more so Hitler. Hitler, I think, for example, didn't want to pursue the atomic bomb. He thought that it was like antithetical to what he wanted to do. You know? Whereas like I don't even think I mean, and that kind of stems with the whole kind of regret of the situation now that we're in this situation, is because it has kind of just moved it into another level of like, okay, well, now what? You know? It's just pushed it to the nth degree. So basically in World War II we were just dealing with like, oh, how do we deal with like warfare, you know, with tanks and shit like that. Now it's like at another fucking level where it's like someone can just push a button and you're vaporized.
Well,
They have all
just a disclaimer,
the
we're
weapons.
not sympathizers of the
Weapons,
Nazis. Yeah, we're not sympathizers of Adolf Hitler. You know, we can't even talk about this subject comfortably without you know, being judged, and we're on YouTube, so I would suggest that we kind of stop talking about it a little bit.
Yeah,
Maybe
yeah,
move back to Antarctica, maybe.
Yeah, we on
Yeah.
YouTube right now. So if anything, this is the reason why I love flat Earth, because flat Earth is easy to prove, right? You know, it's right there in front of your face. You know, we can measure,
Right.
we can, you know, we can see it, we can test it. You know, that's
Well,
why
but
flat
yeah,
Earth
the last-
is like the. Go ahead.
The last topic is a topic of hot debate, Cam, and like you said, it's probably, you know, it's always going to be a lot of hot debate and agreements and disagreements. And
Yeah, that was
stuff,
interesting though. Holy shit.
right? Not favoring any side, like Roots was saying, and all that. And
Yeah, I don't know
probably
what
is-
happened. That's what I was trying to like preface by saying repeatedly. I'm like, hypothetically, like this is all like a hypothetical. We don't know what Hitler would have done if he had like won the war. You know what I'm saying? So I think it's perfectly fine to like talk about that, but I respect your guys' decision.
Yeah, because we
Just
don't
gotta
wanna be
word
seen
it
as
the right way, gentlemen, you know?
political side. We know a lot of destruction was caused, and you did make a valid point, though. The rules of warfare, Bonnie, have changed over time, and you know, with nukes, whatever they are, there's a lot of debate about that. But one thing is certain: through infiltration, through wavelengths, what they're doing to the atmosphere, mesh networking, HARP systems, scalar waves, you know, nanoparticulates, and you know, other means of warfare. Yeah, definitely the landscape of warfare has changed. They still use conventional means. Don't get me wrong, but yeah,
Well, it's only going to get worse with like AI and shit.
yeah,
It's pretty bad right
Or-
now. Like,
it's real bad. It's real bad around the world. I would rather see people try to work together, but due to all of these historical grudges and beefs and what's going on, good luck there.
oh, I think it's a shame. I mean, what's going on right now geopolitically is basically like a magic trick of like, oh, like let's send our money to, all these other fucking places and like let in, immigrants and shit like that. And I'm not falling for it. I really could give a shit less. I don't think that they add to us like economically, so I don't want to go there. And I don't understand why we are, but that's the whole thing, is that we're the saviors, but we shouldn't be doing that because we're white. So it's a mixed signal, and they don't even know it. Like, other people don't even know it. I'm like, so you're falling for the same thing that the liberal tells you not to do, but we got to do it. It doesn't make any sense. Like, liberals make no sense to me. I hate it. I hate the ideology, like, ruthlessly.
I don't blame you. I don't care much for them either. And the displacement of peoples and bringing over some of the most run down, deracinated people, and you're gonna have problems. Okay,
Right.
Make a
Yeah,
long
I mean,
story
it's not
short.
it's not assimilation anymore. Like, it back when my grandparents came here in the 1800s, it was like English only at the table. You know what I mean? Like, we're gonna speak English, we're gonna learn English. You know what I mean? Like, people prided themselves on that at one point, and that has like just completely gotten lost. I don't know. There's nobody to enforce it, but it was like people were afraid almost, and it's like we've lost that that little charm of like other people wanting to come here, like really being grateful, like holy shit. I was part of the
Starkly,
white people in Pearl Harbor. My family went through Pearl Harbor. We thought we were gonna die. Like, we thought we were gonna get invaded. We knew that the Japs came and they raped women, so all the men went out and like fought, and like they were getting ready to like fight on the ground. Like, it'll make you paranoid, man.
and relatives fought in that theater of the war too. Matter of fact, a friend of mine's his father, he was an older fella. He was a Pearl. He got his orders to go home on the 6th. That got bombed on the 7th. He was there, and he got signed back up. I mean, some interesting
Wow.
stories about. Yeah, interesting stories about that, and in a way, I think Roosevelt kind of let our guard down to bring us into that war. As that's another topic, but the Japanese were really pretty pissed off because they were basically an isolationist nation. You probably saw that Last Samurai and everything, and then come towards like the turn of the right before the 1900s, they were ordered by the world, by mainly the ones in charge of British and Americans, to come into the world and do world trade. They had their ports surrounded with ships and said, "You see those ships out there? You just trade with everybody now, not just the Portuguese, okay? And you come into the world stage and all that." And they did. They did, kind of force. Came in, they industrialized. They ended up taking a liking to Western culture. They were allies in World War One, and then all of a sudden, right before the Depression, all the exports imports that were coming in were jacked up, and the Japanese got really pissed off. They're like, "Well, wait a minute, you're pricing everything up so high, we can't afford it. We're just going to go out and get our own." By any means necessary, warfare with their old rivals, China, and the rising sun, the rays on it represented the expansion in the Pacific and into China and stuff like that. And then hostility started brewing up. And the Japanese, they were pissed off, so they went out and got their own, and they were just thumbing their nose at the British and the Americans, and they knew inevitably an attack would come, and so in a way, kind of Roosevelt let that happen. They had all the intelligence and the data that they were going to attack, but they left the Army and Navy out there kind of as sitting ducks. But by just some weird circumstances, aircraft carriers weren't there, you know. How lucky were we, you know? But everything else got bombed and then the war started. So a lot of it was, kind of a creation of the Western powers. Because up until then, up until the late early 1900s, Japanese were extremely isolationist. They didn't really want to do much trade or have much involvement with the rest of the nations, save, having the Portuguese, and there was another small nation too.
Switzerland, I believe, or Denmark, probably.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, do the trade with them, and that was it. You know, they kept
Right.
themselves
I don't
basically close.
disagree with a lot of the points that you made, except for the small thing about like Roosevelt. Like I think like at that time, even like radio signaling like across the Pacific is like 4.5 like hours. So they didn't even hear that it happened like a day until like a day later. Or like even when they got the intel, they would have gotten it like later that day, like even if they got it like the day before, it would have been at like 5 or like something. So it's kind of like just in that.
But you got to remember, they received a lot of intelligence data from the Australians, reporting to the United States that they were making movements towards Pearl. And even, an hour before the attack, the Ajax engaged and sunk a Japanese sub. And then on their way in towards the bombing, flight instructors that were training their
right. But even if they knew, what were they gonna do? Like
radio, they still had minutes though to mobilize, and they did it. The Ajax radioed it in an hour.
If they pull everything out, they risk losing it. Don't you?
Yeah, but the fact,
you know what I mean? Like I wouldn't be here right now talking to you, man.
The fact of the matter is, I think the guard was let down so we could enter the war because you had the intelligence data from the Australians 2 weeks before. You had an hour before the attack, the Ajax sinking the sub and reporting it. You had the flight instructors, 2 of them got shot down. One woman that survived with her student and got out of there radioed it in. And you had the Army Tower, which was still another 15 minutes from Pearl, way out past Head or something like that. I forgot where, somewhere in that area. Radioed it in that there was a fleet of planes coming in. And then the B-52s that were practicing their runs out there, they were unarmed, ended up engaging with them right around just several minutes before the attack, and they were radioing in. They could have got out to Hickam Field, launched all those planes up, and met the Japanese fleet of planes and engaged with them. Instead, we only got 2 planes up that were stashed out in the middle of the woods somewhere. Yeah, and they were able to score about 4 or 5 kills, which was too little, too late. And the Japanese attack,
there's some film footage of that.
They only hit about 30% of their targets anyway. You know.
Well, yeah, I mean it was a shitty fucking aircraft. Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't even that good of a. The Zero was a good aircraft, but the tactics.
No, I'm referring to the B-52s. The B-52s were fucking garbage.
The B-17s, yeah. A lot of people bag on the B-17s, yeah. That they were garbage. Although, however, there was some that were incredibly upgraded, and actually, there's a story where one these outcasts actually helped with the landings over there in the Philippines, and that they couldn't be shot down. They were limited in the firepower they put on, but these dudes upgraded one and proved that they were a pretty good craft. But yeah, I mean, some will say like maybe the Lancasters were tougher, and even the Liberators were tougher bombers. And the B-17 definitely did get a poor rating, yeah, as far as a bomber is concerned. But we had a lot of warnings before that bombing, and a lot of people, because Churchill was really trying to get the U.S. over into the European theater. So then he figured he'd leave the guard. This is just what a lot of historians say to the contrary. He left the guard down there, and then a lot of people were like, well, then why did Hitler declare war on the United States after that? And, there's a lot of speculation about that too, or maybe he shouldn't have declared war on the United States, but there's a lot of nuances to that I still find mysterious. Why Hitler would turn around after the Japanese bombed it, and they had the tripartite, treaty and everything. Why they would turn around and declare war on the United States after that? But then again, you got to remember there was already a war going on, with the shipping going back and forth of the Atlantic, and they were engaging with American ships, not only the Navy, the Merchant Marine, and the British and stuff like that. So, really it was kind of starting anyway before an actual war was declared. So yeah, there's a lot of there's a lot of loose ends in that. You got to do a lot of reading up on that, and it's so hard to draw a conclusion about what really happened. A lot of people will say that a lot of these wars are planned going before and after World War II. So that's pretty much up to the investigator to draw their own conclusions. I'm not going to try to influence anybody on that, but that's what I heard about Roosevelt. Roosevelt did try to give the bonus marchers their bonus, but they never did give it to them after they shut them down. And Hoover was the president at the time. He sent the army in. I think it was like Patton and Eisenhower, these old veterans wanting their bonus money from World War One. And some of them got killed. It was, they camped out in Washington and everything. And the one good thing Roosevelt tried to do when he got into office was give them their bonus money, but I think the Congress or something blocked it. He did do the work programs. He was a bit of a socialist, at that time. I don't know. I don't know what would have worked. Maybe Huey Long might have done a good job, but he got assassinated before he could even run for the presidency. So those times were really interesting times. The grandparents and the great grandparents lived in. There's not many of them left alive that can give you a perspective. But if not the young ones that were alive now, kind of like 100 years old, where you can actually hear what, if they're in their right mind, them tell you their perspective of, what happened in those times. I remember some of them from several decades ago that were still around, gave their perspectives on it. But now all we got left is, the historical documents now to go by, and whatever history is, which to me, in a lot of ways, is a lie agreed upon. It's going to be hard to get to the bottom of stuff, especially when you're going back 50, 100 centuries and things like that. Seems to get changed, rewritten, A lot of them will say by the victors, they write the history. There's been many of them. So, unless you can find the documents of the day, you're fluent in other languages, and have the money to dig up and do the research, then you might get a better idea than what is being presented to us in modern day academic public schools and the like. I'm always open, I'm not going to say that I, can be conclusive or know it all about all nations are culpable, and can share in the blame. Just like when I was talking to a fellow up here that we were saying they're only enemies up until a certain point. And when it comes to collaboration, or like with the British, conquer through trade, and things like that, it gets a little sticky. But these days, there's a lot of smart people, like in the flat Earth community. These fellows, they've done a lot of research and stuff like that. So it's it's good to listen to a lot of
Oh.
average people and take the time to do their thing and can point you in the right directions. And whatever do likewise. Got to be a cooperative. Things get heated. People get pissed off. Debate a lot. But keep an open mind, I guess, is the moral of the story.
Yeah, keep the powder dry.
I was in there earlier and it just went. And the lights went. Yeah, there you go. Oh. Thank you. You're welcome.
It's like a party going
Blood
on there,
thickers.
man.
I think you hot micing, bro.
Yeah. Sound like a party in the background there. But yeah, my friend Kem here. Now there's a man that has his head screwed on straight.
Yeah, I think he's hot micing. Alright.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah, that protect his whatever's going on in the background there. But Kem, we're only, human beings. I mean, born in the flesh, we share a lot of traits. We differ in some areas and, have a lot of similarities in other areas. Think about the governments, Kem, that holds true. They can't be trusted. That's what brought a lot of us here about the lies they've been perpetuating on the earth upon which we live. I think that's very important. Now, the other fellow might not have thought it was all that important, but a lot of us beg to differ.
Well, he came in 2 days straight in a row. That dude earlier, Traveler, right? Well, he kept trying to imply that it's not important. He doesn't care, but yet he's here. He care enough to come here to argue with us. Just sit over here arguing with us, trying to get whatever that he can get by demanding answer over and over again. So
It highlights
But
the
yeah, I mean-
contradiction. His worldview is
Right.
contradictory. It doesn't matter, and it matters so much. He spent the last 2 days focused on this topic and nothing else.
Yes.
right. Yeah, if it's not matter, why are you here? Bye, Felicia.
Even with the Globies, they feel it's important to come in and argue, and their cognitive dissonance, you'll present the facts to them about it, and coming up with these same excuses. We base it on what we observe, what we know to be true. It's not a belief. Try to tell them that. Because they've been taught that the globe is a belief they're being taught, or maybe how they perceive. All the ancients were
Yeah.
idiots, all the ancient people were idiots, No technologies back then, whether known or unknown. We're just going to take the present narrative and accept it as empirical truth. Like with the theory of evolution, like with the Lucy skeletons or these missing links or, transitional species with dinosaurs and stuff that can't be proven. But every other species was descended from these giant creatures, except for man. Man has always been this size, but everything else, cats, the saber-toothed tigers, the elephants, the mammoths, insectoids, were big and giant, and pterodactyls, birds of prey are supposedly evolved from, and all this bullshit they're trying to peddle on us, are all descended from that with no proof, with no skeletal record, anything of transition, everything except for man. Ridiculous does that sound? They're dinosaur skeletons. They're not even real skeletons. They've never found a complete skeleton. Find a bone or two, don't even know half of what it is, and say it was a dinosaur. Not to say that there may have been creatures similar to what they're saying, but they scripted up a whole narrative and just totally distorted that whole narrative, that whole script that they come up with. I'll hold firm. History is a lie agreed upon. They don't know what's happened millions of years ago, let alone a few thousand years ago. And then whatever they do know, which, goes beyond the narrative, is kept secret. They keep the narrative there, and anything they don't want you to know that maybe the establishment has found out. Yeah, they're going to keep it secret. Yeah, they're going to conspire. Yeah, they're going to hide the evidence in the Vatican cellars and the Smithsonian Institution and places like that. But there have been reports in newspapers, things like that, the finding of giant skeletons of human beings that were 15 plus feet tall, maybe even more. What's under these burial mounds and things like that. The people that dig them up could be a farmer or local. They call the authorities. The authorities whisk it away, tell them to shut up, or will disappear you, or maybe even give you a little bit of hush money, to keep your mouth shut. And they take the evidence, they whisk it away. So no, do not trust any governing body. Miracle that they can even run it the way they're doing now, as corrupt and jacked up as it is. It's on a fine line, people. It's on a fine balance. If there's a reaction via God and nature, and anything was to happen, it would be back to the cycle again. It would be a disintegration, a catastrophic event, and things would have to rebuild the ashes from the destruction of whatever would fall of humanity, features of this planet. So keep an open mind. Yeah, take the floor. I'm done.
All
Yeah,
right.
you
Well,
good,
good
bro?
morning out there.
Listening.
What's up, Kimbo?
What's up, brother? How we doing?
Another beautiful morning.
On a flat Earth.
Yeah, you got that right.
Yeah, thanks for the info, bro. I didn't know about it till you said something and then look it up. I almost finished though. I probably have like maybe like 30 more percent left to read, but I'll read it a little later.
Yeah, I mean, if anything, you get the idea, and that's really the point. The whole world is coming unglued.
Yep. Man, now I do want to speculate a little bit. Like, what the hell they gonna find down there? That's gonna be
Yeah,
interesting, right?
I know,
Because
I know. What do they already know that the public doesn't? Yeah, how are they going to keep this bottled up? I mean, the Chinese spy balloon was something that nobody could really do anything about. And when they go to Antarctica, when these unauthorized nations set up unauthorized facilities in Antarctica, what's going to come of that? I mean, the whole rest of the world is really thumbing its nose at the current world order. And it's really neat to see that.
right, I think, well, maybe the little guys that goes there, right? They don't know too much, right? They just like, oh, we got a mission, you know, we got to go down there. They just tell us to go, right? And they just don't know anything, right? But the top guy probably knows something, and they know what they're looking for. They know why, they want to go there. Maybe they trying to find something. Maybe maybe they won't find anything, or maybe they find something. Who knows? But the thing is this: they gonna, well, if they already down there, that means they violated the treaty already, and what's gonna happen? That's what I want to know.
Yeah, I mean, so far, it doesn't appear that there's any enforcement of it going on. So, if anything, it's exposing weaknesses in the system and the way the system enforces itself. And this is probably happening much to the chagrin of the New World Order.
I think you were breaking up, brother. You were breaking up.
Yeah, I'm in a valley now. So, what's happening is a multipolar world has been developing basically since COVID. We've got countries that are renegotiating trade agreements for political purposes, economic purposes. We've got countries that are looking at economic re-regionalization, so creating local trading partners to benefit themselves, cutting out the superpowers. It's kind of like the whole world has decided they're done with McDonald's and Burger King and all the chain restaurants, and they want to go farm to table.
Right.
Right? So all of this globalization that they talked about, with mercantilization on a massive worldwide scale, is changing. It's not going to be like the United States or the West being the hub and then sending out all this aid and food and culture and exports as a spoke. It's going to be a multi-hub and spoke system. It's going to be I guess, a source of conflicts. I guess, you have a multipolar world. You got everybody wanting to get what's good for themselves. And honestly, I think this is a good thing. It's a separation of power. Countries have to learn how to negotiate peacefully, otherwise face conflicts. And we're going to see I think some weakening of the United States.
Right, because we got Joe Biden in there right now. He lost most of the
It's like
time. He doesn't even know where he's at.
the late stages of an empire that always happens to one that's the leader. Actually, they topple.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's late stages of empire. I think we're seeing the same thing in the music industry. I think we're seeing the same thing in the film, in the pharmaceutical, in the education. I think everybody's sick of everything right now.
And people are afraid of what's coming next. Like conservative, traditional minded people are afraid that we're not going to go back to the way things were and we're going to head into something worse, which is entirely possible. But I mean, maybe we'll experience a renaissance on the other side of this. Maybe the good guys will win and reclaim some of the lost ground. But nobody knows.
I wrote a rap tune, and one of my lyrics was, "Everybody wants to go back to before, but before caused the problems we chose to ignore. So from here forth, there's no more So from here forth, there's no more ear talk. We're banging down your door, hardcore, with sincere and clear thought."
Yeah, well said. Yeah, I mean, do we really want to go back to then? I mean, if you were alive in like the 90s during the Clinton eras, which is when a lot of people are saying we should, roll back the United States to, what was so bad about the 90s? And the 90s weren't that great either. You had the fake tech bubble, and you had Bill Clinton philandering the White House. You had this war in Bosnia that should have never happened.
I agree. That
Things have been pretty much the same. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I agree with you about the 90s. It's things are accelerating now. And we really need to look forward, maybe through the ashes we could build up something better, take what's good and run with it. But for the time being, we're gonna hit up on those rough times. I guess it's just something we have to face. I sense the public mood and what everybody's saying, and I'm on board with you. And I agree with both of you. Right? You just can't go back to that. I'll look forward. Pull yourself out of the mood arcade. Something.
I'd like to see a return to a constitutional republic in the United States where the states have more power than the federal government.
Yes. It's possible that document still exists.
I'd argue we can't go back to that. Even if people want to go back to that, we couldn't go back now. This is the information age. Too different. You've got the power of information. You've got the power of memes. It's too influential.
Good morning, guys. Could this be the age of rural government, self-governments, where we govern our own areas independently amongst ourselves?
I mean, like feudal kingdoms, fiefdoms.
Yeah.
Why does that feel so exciting? Like, I think I would love that.
I love.
I miss you cut out.
I was just saying, I would like to try that out, see what happens.
Yeah,
I mean,
right.
the same thing that happened with America. That's just like America experiment version 2. Is it not?
Yeah. Yeah, this time we institute controls in place to make sure that the last 150 years wouldn't happen again.
Yeah, you would have to pay homage to the people who stood and fell or died in that 150 years, bro. You would have to draw the line and enforce it.
Yeah, that's a good point, old dude. Very good point.
Maybe a new Pax Romana. 200 years of peace.
South Korea has a fourth branch of government, and their fourth branch of government is a public liaison and oversight function to make sure the other three branches are not corrupt.
Who governs them?
Branches like that. Pray that they don't become corrupt.
I know, it's like, does that cause a regression problem? I don't know.
I think we should outlaw the whole party system and outlaw the whole hierarchical.
Well, that just
organization
makes
of
another
politics.
hierarchy with the fucking enforcers at the top of the pyramid, because the other two factions are always going to, like, you know, need to have their approval, correct? There's nothing else to, like, exhibit that. That would fail, like, in a heartbeat.
What needs to happen is government officials, when they take up public office, they basically need to become public servant slave bitches. So if you're elected to the public, all of your private assets get dumped into a trust, third-party trust managed by somebody else. You don't get to touch it again, and the entire world gets to see what you're invested in, and you don't get to control anything about your investments. I mean, just start off with that, right, and see what happens, and see how many people, like members of Congress and governors, start to balk at that suggestion.
That's a very interesting approach, dude. You've actually given a lot of people an out, which is very respectable. They could choose to step out or step in and give total clarity to it then, as politicians of the people, for the people. I like that.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. It's been a major point of mine that I've driven home over the years of discussions I've had on political theory. You want a public servant? Great. They are a servant. What are servants? They're basically employees. You own them. So yeah, if you're a public servant, just like when I hire an employee, I want to make sure that my employee isn't fucking around on the job on ESPN Zone, looking up sports scores and planning vacations for 8 hours a day. I want transparency into what they're doing. So one of the ways we can demand that from public servants is to dump all their private assets into a trust, a public trust that we can all see. This includes your home, your cars, all of it owned by a third-party entity that belongs to the public. It will be returned to you privately after your term of service is over. And by the way, there are also term limits. No re-election continuously.
No, bro. No
Because
re-election
guess what?
continuously? God help us, dude.
God help us. I mean, yeah, you increase the cost of lobbying when you have term limits. I like that idea.
I don't know.
All the lobbies have to pay off new people. That gets very expensive, buying off new politicians every 4 years instead of buying off one guy for life.
One guy for life? Jesus fuck.
Yeah, like Nancy Pelosi's bought off, right? I mean, she's bought off for life. If you're the lobbyist that controls her, you got a friend for life, don't you? Now, if Nancy Pelosi had a term limit, well, you as a lobbyist would have to spend a lot more money and probably expose your corruption a lot more openly in order to get these politicians into your corner.
Yep. That was the problem.
I don't see how it completely solves everything. Is all I'm saying.
Nothing completely solves everything. These are just measures to take to mitigate corruption.
No, but I mean, like, it's you're treating the symptom, not the cause of corruption. Like, we need to go to the source, is what I'm saying.
All right. Well, the source is culture.
If you treat the symptoms, some of the
Okay,
source.
so how do we change the culture is more so my question. You know what I mean? Like, these are laws and like I agree with them, but it's like how do we stop like people, because it's not just politics that's corrupt. I would say the medical industry is corrupt. You know what I'm saying? So how do we
I know what you mean. You don't.
You know what I mean?
You don't. There are no angels. There are no angels in government at any time. There's not a single person in church who's going to be completely noble in their pursuits and give everything to the greater good. That does not exist. So this idea that if we just educate ourselves culturally and maybe have some practice being good people more frequently, that maybe we can find an endless supply of good people to govern us, I think is pie in the sky wishful thinking, don't you? you're going to have the problem of people always and their propensity for corruption always, no matter what. I don't think you can change culture very easily.
I agree. But like the job, I mean, for example, the job doesn't really make a lot of money. It's not necessarily a job that's based off of merit anyway. It's more so a job that's based off publicity or like how much money one already has. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just sort of trying to think of, and it's the same for like, well, I guess it's not the same for a business, but I guess it's even more shrewd in the lens of a business rather than this, because it's like, then they're just doing it like solely to profit off of money. You get what I'm saying?
I mean,
like businesses are even worse than this shit. Or like healthcare is worse than this shit.
Who do you think
Ask your
controls the
question.
government? It's businesses.
Oh God, wait, I took a nap
What
on
kind of
that question,
businesses?
bro. Just saying.
Okay.
Like
I-
military businesses? Like what business? I just wish you would be more like specific. Like
Well, no, I mean business. When military businesses aren't
you literally
functioning
just
in
mean,
anything
like,
that resembles like a free market. Yeah, I'm just talking about economics here.
Okay. Well, I don't know. When you said business, I was like, okay, are we talking about a certain one or just like economics in general?
The corporate structure as a whole. Market.
Yeah, it is. Let's get rid of corporate personhood too.
It's difficult.
being
I don't
able-
like the whole spying thing. I feel like that's anti-American. Like a lot of like the spying or like someone controlling my assets. Like fuck me, dude. I'd roll over. I don't even like the banks having my money. I don't like.
No,
the
I just
banks
mean if you're a
having my-
public
you know what I
servant,
mean?
then you
Well,
get spied on by the public.
if
I'm not
the-
saying that the general public gets spied on.
Oh, okay.
If you're a public servant, all of your assets go into the trust that the public gets to see and a third party controls, so that the politician would be restrained. That's what I'm saying. Everybody else
I thought
doesn't.
you were talking. I thought you literally meant everyone and the politicians, and I was like, dude, why? Like, would we do the same for the president? What about the Supreme Court?
Yeah.
Yeah, all of them.
Ooh, okay, all right, base. I'm on board.
Yay!
Yeah,
Good on
money
you.
in the bank. You're definitely getting robbed.
Yeah, no, I just don't want like the average person to be like fucking subject. Like, at what level are we? Because like, I don't give a shit about like judges or some shit. Like, I have this problem, guys, where it's like I try to think and overthink about this policy and ask myself, what the fuck could liberals do to like fuck this up? Like the other way. And I just imagine like a shit ton of liberals being like, okay, well, let's do that for like policing and like everyone now. Let's just do that with everybody because everybody could become a terrorist. You know what I mean? That's so I don't know. I feel like in 200 years, are we just like waking up another beast? That's what I grapple with personally. Like, I just gotta pray that, like, other people are like, yeah, this is, like, based. We're gonna keep this in, like, thing, But it's like, look at abortion, for example. Like, all this shit is, like, changing. It's, like, really cool. I mean, it's cool, but it's, like, holy shit,
Nothing changes.
Gives you some perspective.
Nothing changes.
All of this, the way I see it, all of this external stuff is politics. And I think if you want to impose your will on the world, you may disagree, but you're doing the same as what the politicians are trying to do on the other side. And what gives your
I agree with that, yeah.
precedent
And that's why I
over
worry about what they're
somebody
going to
else's?
respond with. Sorry.
Right, which is why I think I do enjoy the politics conversations, but I think if you still think you can change the world through politics, I just think maybe that's not the whole point to this whole existence, Maybe we think it's about that, but maybe it's more about internal, and how you reconcile with the world rather than being under the illusion you can control and change everything. Do you know what I mean? I know I'm probably getting a bit airy-fairy here, but that's my general. I think it's all politics.
Well, politics.
Yeah, I think
Not
that
saying
makes
not
sense.
saying
Kind of
give up. I'm not
distract you
saying give
from.
up and don't want to see better
Can
in
y'all
the
hear
world,
me or
but I
no?
just
Because I
think
mean,
like
I'm trying
the
super hard
chances of us
to
being able
be a
to
part of the
actually change
conversation.
things are so slim now and minuscule. We've come so far that
Mm.
maybe maybe that's the illusion. Maybe
Mm.
us fighting is what keeps
Mic check.
the whole thing going. You know,
No.
non-participation in a huge amount
Hello?
would be powerful enough. Do you know what I mean?
Roots,
I mean, well, I think it's worth
Roots, have
fighting.
you got
Yo.
Eli turned down?
Eli is muted.
No, I'm
He's
not.
snoring, or
No,
was.
he's not, bro. He's been trying to talk, but you can't hear him.
Holy shit! I think I've somehow managed to mute him directly. I'm so sorry, Elijah.
It's all right. I've only been trying to be a part of the conversation for 30 minutes. I just thought y'all didn't want me to. I don't know
No,
what Bro's
you were
problem is.
snoring.
Can she not hear me also, or was she just ignoring me?
No, I can hear you now.
Oh, right. Sure.
My bad.
Sure.
Okay.
Interesting. Anyway, thank you.
Yeah, I
Well,
tried
did
to
you want to
mute.
say
I
something?
muted you.
You
So
have like the
Elijah, what
floor.
happened was I actually
Yeah.
server muted you earlier, and then I kept on muting you to see if you were still awake
Yeah,
or asleep.
snoring. I
And
listened
then
to
I
you
think when I
snore for like
remuted
about
you,
2
I think I
hours.
remuted you personally. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
he actually unmuted you, and at one point you were just snoring in the mic because he didn't keep you muted anymore because we were waiting for you to wake up.
Yeah.
And then that's
Because
when
I
I
muted him
server
privately.
muted. Yeah, that's when I privately muted you because he left you unmuted.
My bad.
Noted.
My bad.
Noted.
For one, was listening in, and I would like to hear what you wanted to say about politics, Eli.
Well, I mean, I was like saying, I kind of, you know how you like in a flow, like I can't just jump in.
Right. Well, you were kind of like, I heard you chiming in like nothing ever changes, and I was like, so true. It's that
Well, the
same
last
human
thing that's
Well, yeah,
construct of
that's true.
corruption, but
Nothing changes. Like the corruption that we're talking about is a mirror of the contract each individual signed. Really, because none of the corruption would be happening if we all took accountability to the individual things that we have to do in life. Like I'm not really sure how much of it is political power in our ignorance. I don't know what's more at fault. I do know that we could all change our lives regardless of what's going on in politics. No one has to be hungry, poor, broke, any of that stuff. So politics has nothing to do with that other than, to me, work is a distraction away from all the things that you could be learning and doing to get out of your situation. It's like WWE is super fun. It's like popcorn, you know?
Wait, I'm sorry. Are you saying that like if you you're saying like if you just became like a fighter or something that you could like make enough money and like not need to work?
No, like for example, you said you hate having your money at the bank. I'm like, yeah, you're being robbed millions of dollars
Yeah.
by doing
Oh,
that.
okay. Yeah, I see what you
Like,
yeah.
not robbed, but it's just that you don't know that they're gonna make money off of your money.
Well, yeah, because if they lost money off of my money, why would they make money with me?
I mean, but the market is average 9%. No one's losing anything. They're just
No,
gaining
but
off of
that's
all
what
of
I'm
the
telling you
Americans'
is
sweat
that
and tears, and everyone just thinks that there's this.
yes, because that's what agreement is.
You know what I mean?
I know what
I mean-
you mean, but I'm just also giving you the counter of like, yeah, if the bank like kept going into debt, not doing that, then then they wouldn't have any use
They don't
anyway because they
lose
wouldn't have
money.
any money.
They don't lose money. That's the point, because everyone is every day inputting their energy into the system. You understand? Like,
Okay, and the system gains
all
and loses every
businesses are
day.
growing.
There are plenty of different systems for businesses every day. The oil business is going to gain and lose every day. Other businesses are going to, you know what I mean? The China, all of China is like a separate
I get
business.
that,
You know what
but
I
the
mean?
market is tied to everything, not one individual company. So, like, what a bank does, right? Like
Okay,
they
explain to me how the Chinese banks are tied to the American banks.
why? What would that have to do
Because
with?
I just brought up that there's other stuff that's kind of,
I know,
like,
but
for
what does that
example,
have to do with me
okay, so
telling
for
you that over
all right,
your
let me give you an
lifetime, if you kept your money inside of a bank,
okay,
then it would be
right. So
millions
let
of
me.
dollars out of your family's
Oh
mouth.
my God.
Even though you worked for the money, put it in the bank, did that for the next 40, 50
Okay.
years, if that's
Okay,
all you did, then you would be signing up for your own theft.
Okay, do you know, like, rule number 1 of, like, tax evasion? It's, like, to take your money and put it in an offshore account that's not taxed by America.
What?
So that's why I brought that up.
But this is what I'm talking about. Like, everybody's focused on everything other than what would help them not
I'm
be
just trying
broke.
to give you an example of, like, why what I said was relevant before, and now you're just trying to dodge again. Okay?
No, the thing is, I came in providing an element to the conversation that you guys haven't, and you're dragging me back to what I see as irrelevant. Like,
No,
I'm
I'm
only
just
telling you what I think is relevant to the conversation. You're like, yeah,
So
but
you don't
forget
want to
about that.
engage
What
with
about
what I
this
just
other
said?
thing?
But I'm not trying to do that. That's relevant. You asked me what my question had to do with it, and then I gave you an answer, which is that people commonly do tax evasion from their own country by using offshore offshore
Right.
banks
What
from
does
other
that have to
countries.
do with you keeping your money at a bank?
Because I asked you the question, like, for example, okay, you can keep your money not in an American bank. You can keep it in a bank from another country.
No, okay, so there's where the disconnect is. No,
That's all I was trying to say.
invest it into the economy like the bank does. That's my point. You can put it in
Oh, I
you
know
can put
you
it
can
in a
do that.
money
I know you
account.
can
Like
do that.
you can put it in
He's
a
right.
savings account. Banks aren't the only ones with saving accounts.
I'm not
They
saying that banks are
loan-
the only one to do that.
They take
So
your
that's all I'm
money and
saying.
they
It's just a different savings account. Don't put it with your bank. That's all I'm saying.
They take your
Okay,
money
that's
and
all I
they
was
loan
saying.
it out. They make the money off of your money personally in your account, and they loan it out, and they make more money off of it.
Yeah, because that's how interest works.
Actual and speculative
Exactly. So
banking.
why would you keep your money at your bank when you know how much interest you get at your bank?
Oh, well, that depends on your credit, and it depends on how long you've been paying your bank or been with your bank or what
I
believe you have going
guarantee
on.
you, I don't care how long
I don't know
someone's
how
been
much
with their
interest
bank.
I have.
I don't care how long someone's been with
Off
their
the
bank.
top of
I
my head, I know.
guarantee you, nobody in here with their bank is getting over 3%.
No, definitely not. I mean, not if you
If
have like.
1%. So
Yeah,
again,
exactly.
when
That's
there
why
are
I said. That's why I
when there
said
are
it
free
depends on how much
accounts,
you have.
when there are free accounts that'll earn you 9 to 12%, why on earth would you have it at a bank who's going to earn whatever the market is earning and give you that 1% or less than that?
I just
That's what I'm
explained.
saying.
We're in agreement here. Then I don't understand why you're being so hostile to me. All I'm saying
Well-
is that, like, you don't have to put your money in an American bank. I said that like 4 different fucking ways. I tried to give you an example and like been good faith and said like that's what I'm like relevant to what I'm saying. I don't understand it. I
So
don't
if you put your
understand.
money, so if you put, because I'm trying to help. I'm trying to.
I don't need to be
So okay,
taught
so let me
or
ask
like
this. Let me
helped,
ask
bro.
you
Like,
this. If you
we
put your
agree
money
with each
somewhere
other.
else, what happens to it?
Hey, let me interrupt here. Can we get back? Hey guys. Good morning, and can we bring this back to the topic of the server, please?
I did try that too, but you know.
I agree with you.
Yeah, I don't know.
America's a shitty place to put your money. Like I think we both agree.
Hey, Bunny.
And I don't
you're
know if
good at-
somebody wants to take a look over at the politics server, but it looks like the room needs to get started up or whatever again over there.
Oh, thanks, Joe, for the heads up on that. But Bunny, yeah, I think Joe's bang on. I think we should go back to Flat Earth, and I think you've had a good conversation with a few of us now. You might know a little bit more about us. So let's go back to Flat Earth, because you can clearly argue, you can clearly debate. So I think we can get somewhere with yourself if you're willing to have this honestly, this conversation honestly. You've got.
I was having it honestly last time.
Well, I don't know. It didn't go.
So
It didn't quite go
Dude,
well.
some
Trust me.
other guy called me a bitch and you muted me. Like,
No,
what are you
don't be
talking
ridiculous. I
let me
told
ask
him
you a
not to
question.
call you a bitch, and I
Like,
told
and
him that
then
was
me
too
and
far.
JT like then became buddies afterwards. Like,
Let me
Yeah, we
ask you a
dealt with that.
question. Does understanding why they would lie, or no? Do you know that the Earth is flat?
do I know that it's flat? No.
That's amazing. So why anyone would lie, what their motive is, kind of doesn't become real and doesn't incentivize you to really, on an emotional level, ask that question until you know that question or not, like whether it's flat or not. Like asking, well, I just don't understand why they would lie. If you don't know that it's flat, then it would be extremely confusing. Wouldn't you agree?
I have trouble following you there, but I'll answer like to what you said is the reason why I asked for like a reason that we might like need to tell other people that the world is flat is because like I'm
No
logical and if I
disrespect.
can't
No disrespect.
can I just
No
finish what I'm
disrespect.
saying?
I mean, because it has nothing to do with what, like, no
Okay.
disrespect. Because you're like, I didn't follow, but I'm gonna go ahead and go in this direction.
No, I'm
Like,
not
and
even you weren't even letting me go in a direction. You just said like it has nothing to do with it
well, you
before I
just
started.
kind of prefix what you were gonna say, and based on what you said in that, I'm like, okay, she didn't get it.
I already agreed with like what we already actually had this discussion like 2 hours ago. Like I
No,
had
I
it
was
with
asleep.
Crit.
I didn't.
Oh, I know. So that's what I'm telling you right now, right? Is because you're unaware. So me and Crit had this exact same discussion where Crit informed me that it was about like he said like it was due to like nuclear
Oh no, yeah, I
bombs
was awake. I
and
tried
stuff
to
like that.
answer, but
Oh,
I
okay.
guess I was muted
So
at that point.
that
No,
like
no. What
I
I was
already
saying
agree.
then,
I already agree with all
it
that.
didn't happen.
Sure. What did you say then? Because I remember that conversation, which is why I'm like I already like agree with this preface, but I don't know if you knew, you know.
Yeah, you agreed with his premise, but you don't know that the Earth is flat or not. That's my point. Like,
Yeah,
so
I don't know.
that
I'm new to it. Yeah.
right. That's what I'm trying to say. So my thing is, you do understand, right? That let me paint a scenario. So, scenario one: someone tells you that your best friend has murdered someone, and you go, "There's no fucking way. What? You're stupid." Like, let's assume your friend is like goody two shoes, never did nothing wrong, and they're like, "No, there's no way." Like, I just don't see why they would do something like that. That makes no sense. No, I can't see it. Now, scenario number two: you come into the house and you see that your best friend has killed your mate. Now, when you say, "Oh my God, I don't know why she would do this. I don't like what happened. I don't understand." Aren't those two places different emotionally? The difference between being highly skeptical of some information and the weight of knowing that it's true and then asking the question is two different ways to ask the question, right? Why would she do that? Oh my God, why would she do that? Two different things, right? Not the same thing.
I agree. I just think that you're assuming that I'm saying like, oh my God, it must be this or it must be that. I just
No, I'm not.
genuinely
Please
sound
don't put words in my
sarcastic
mouth
and like
and then continue to talk when I try to correct it. Is all
I
I'm
just said
asking.
what I
That's
think.
all I'm asking.
That
When
was
you
my
say that,
opinion.
you say this, and then I say, please allow me to stop you because
All I
that is
said was I think.
incorrect. Because I did not say that. I just hope that you're charitable enough to go, okay, my bad. What did you say? No, I didn't say. I didn't say that.
I didn't say that you said that. I said that
No, my question,
I think
you
you're
already
saying
answered the question, and I already know it. And it's that you don't know whether the Earth is flat or not. You don't know. So you asking questions about a murderer and their intent only holds the weight of someone who has not yet discovered that the person has murdered them. It's a completely different question of
Well, why
why
would
did they
someone
do it
ask if
when you
they
know they
know?
did versus
Why would
didn't.
someone ask if they know?
What do you mean? That's just what people
Exactly
do.
what I
That's the
said. If
that's
you,
the nature of. So, are
if
you
you,
telling me that if you
can
knew
I
the Earth
just
is
finish?
flat,
Can I just get one sentence out, man?
you just
Like,
asked a question?
I understand that, but can I just like talk for like have the mic for like 1 second? Like 1
You
second, man.
you,
If
you
you
can, but I was answering the question.
Okay, go
I
ahead and answer the question. Go ahead, man. I just feel like you're kind of like dominating the conversation and assuming what I think or what I'm gonna say before I even get to say it, and that's very frustrating to like deal with. Like
no,
I barely
I'm
talk
not
like
doing. I'm
90%.
not doing that. You asked me to let you
Okay, well
talk,
that's how I
and then you
feel.
kept talking, right?
And then you basically said that you were going to answer my question and insinuated that you should talk right now. So then I gave you the floor again.
Thank you,
Okay,
but then you
that's what
didn't because you
happened.
kept talking, and I let you.
Okay. Are you gonna answer the question now?
Just
Or like,
as an impartial, I'm just watching. Bunny, can you? I think you should just chill out a little bit. I think you're very hyper.
dude, I'm trying to be
Just
like
relax.
chill, man, but like I
Yeah,
don't
we need to
like this
reset
kind of
this.
like spirit of like debating of like, oh, I'm gonna interrupt you like every like 2 to 3 seconds and tell you like what I
But
think
see
you're
how
gonna
I'm
say.
not
I
really
don't like
doing
that.
that right now.
I
Like
understand
I'm
that.
not.
I'm just waiting for you to
I'm
answer
only
the question.
interrupting when you're putting words in my mouth, and I'm asking you nicely. Hey, actually, this tangent you're about to go on, based off of something you just reiterated from me, I didn't actually say what you said. I said.
I didn't say
That's
that you said that though. I've said that like 4 times.
Yeah, let's
no,
reset
you
the
did. You
conversation.
did.
Yeah.
You did though. You insinuated based on. Look.
Because
See,
this
now
is
you
no
change
good.
it.
This
Now
is
it's
no
like, oh,
good.
well, now you
This is no
insinuated
good
it,
No,
and
we
it's
can
like,
actually
well,
go
I
back.
didn't.
No. We could put money on this because I don't like this whole lying. I did this, you did this. No, we could go back to the live because I'm not
Let's
I
crazy.
don't like
let's
that
move the
either. Like, I'm just
conversation
waiting for you
on.
to
All right,
answer
Get
but I'm
the
on
not
topic.
crazy. Let's
question.
not challenge it. No, it did happen.
Are you gonna
Guys,
answer like the
we're not do
question, or
this.
are we gonna like move
Terrible.
forward, or like now you want to just argue about a semantic of
I
what
get a
did
mic
or
check.
didn't happen?
Yeah, we hear you, bro.
Yeah, you're good.
All right, yeah, let's reset this because there's no point doing the whatever this is. Let's actually have the conversation about flat Earth. Bunny, you're new to the topic, yeah?
Yeah, I am new to the topic. I'm not saying that I'm like experienced on the topic. I'm just saying like I'm gonna ask
That's
questions
fine.
because I
That's
don't know
fine.
Oh my
about it.
God, this. See what I'm saying?
That's fine.
Hard.
So, Bunny, did anyone send you the link to our server, which has a bunch of additional information on it?
No, not yet.
All right,
Yes,
I'm
I
gonna
have.
send that to you.
It's in your DMs, Bunny.
Oh,
Okay.
I probably let me check that.
So, on the server,
Well, it
right,
should be.
because this topic is censored online by Google, YouTube, etc., it can be quite difficult to find good information about it. So, you need to go to the server that someone sent you a link to, and I'll send you one as well. And check the additional information sections down below. And you'll see they're all alphabetized. There's like beginners sections. There's, alphabetized channels. So it goes through gravity, curvature, motion, NASA, all these kind of channels. Do you see those?
Right. Let me look right now.
Yeah,
I'm
have a
sorry. I
quick
was
look
like
just so you know
charging
where they
my
are
phone.
for future reference so that you can do your own research in your own time as well, right? Because that is key.
And if nobody else has said, welcome to the topic. Appreciate you coming in to consider what we have to say.
Yeah. We appreciate any good conversation. You got that up?
Okay. Mic check.
Yep.
Yeah, you're good.
And Mr. Old Dude, you slipped in on me. Good morning, sir.
How's it going, JT?
Are you doing all right today?
Always good, mate. Yeah, it's another sunny day here.
Very nice, very nice.
Yeah, it's nice today. I'll do that.
It is, bro. It is. Somebody, Dale said yesterday that about it being overcast, and I got it later on. I didn't think it would be so good today, but it's a fine day.
Yeah, no, improved.
My
So,
garden's
Bunny, did you
screaming.
find that link? You still here?
I'm sorry, which link specifically?
It's the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server.
Oh yeah, I'm already in the server. I'm just poking around, like reading a little right now.
All right. Do you see the alphabetized sections, like 3/4 of the way down?
Yeah, correct. I'm on S right now.
Okay, good. All right. Well, I just wanted to point you in that direction so that you have that as a reference for when you've got future questions. But in the meantime, let's continue the discussion if you're up for it.
Yeah, sure. If you want to continue, we can.
All right. So, what makes you believe you live on a big spinning ball? If you do.
To be honest, it makes sense to me. I think most things like in space are circular. I think stars are circular. I think planets are circular. I think that even like dwarf planets, asteroids are circular. Most part, yeah.
Right, but there's a difference between circular and spherical, isn't there?
Oh no, completely. Yeah, I'm not claiming that like every asteroid is like a fucking sphere. But
Well, no, but I mean, you're saying circular. A circle is just, a circle, not a sphere. So you see you see the sun and the moon as circles
okay, that's
of light.
fine. I think that
Yeah.
the planets are also spherical, and I think that the sun is spherical.
Mm.
I don't know
Why
about
do-
the moon.
Why do you think that?
Because that's like it looks like a sphere to me. I think that stars are spherical as
Do they?
well because they're gaseous. Yeah.
You think stars
So
look spherical? They kind of just look
yeah,
like
I
little
do.
blobs
I
of
think
light.
that they're globs of gas and light, fire,
Well,
other shit, chemical
how
shit.
well, that's what they tell us, right? But we don't actually know that they're gas in a vacuum, for example, because we can't go to them, right, and test them.
Yeah, I mean, like I believe a lot of things that can't like necessarily be tested because I think that we can still like look at that. Like I think that, for example, I think we know shit about like black holes without like testing or like seeing a black hole.
Do you think there's a risk that you'll end up falling into things that aren't necessarily real if you just have beliefs on things that you can't actually confirm is true and it comes from someone telling you this is the case?
Of
That's
course, but
possible.
that's like, the endless pursuit of knowledge is like you essentially, you might get
Yeah.
something that might be verifiable or factual and it might lead you down the wrong pathway or the right one. You don't really know. You're just kind of stumbling in the dark.
So wouldn't it generally be a smarter position then so if you're presented with a claim, say the stars are made of gas and they're floating in a vacuum at this many miles away, since you can't verify that, does it not make sense for you to say, well, I can't verify that, so I don't know if that's true, rather than saying, well, I can't verify it, but I'm going to believe that that's true?
No, I don't know. For me, it's like the same thing of like, if I go to a doctor, if I go to someone that could explain it to me, I probably could like understand it, but yeah, for
but
the most part,
doctors,
I don't spend time like reading about like
it's not really the
atmospheric
same though,
level.
because doctors can
Any
actually practice and do things in reality, so you'll know if what the doctor's telling you is legit because you'll be, cured, for example, or you won't. You can't do the same with sun, moon, and stars. You can look at them and you can assume things about them based on stories you've been told, but that's not in any way knowing that that's true.
Yeah, I mean, well, I think the same is true for doctors. Like they could treat something and your symptom goes away and it's really something else. Like, I mean, I've
Yeah,
had
that's true.
situations like
That's
that.
true.
That's all
That
I'm
is
trying to
true.
say is that I think that anyone is liable to like make mistakes. Like NASA is
Yeah.
liable. Fucking Mossad makes fucking mistakes. Like we've seen CIA make fucking mistakes. Like, yeah, dude, it could happen. Like if there's a chance of it happening, it's probably happened, right?
Right. So how could you
I
go
wouldn't
about
doubt that.
answering the question instead of just saying, well, I kind of just trust what the authorities have told me? Do you think it's possible for you to verify that you're actually living on a big spinning ball?
What do
Yeah,
you
so
think
I think
about that?
I think like if I get like authorities from like different countries or different nations that all like agree on one thing, then maybe I can then
Mhm.
like verify it.
Well,
Yeah.
that would be an appeal to consensus fallacy then. That doesn't mean it's true
Yeah.
just because a lot of people agree with it.
No, I agree with that, but it's like
So I'm asking, what could we do as like members of the public on Earth if we said, okay, we've been told we live on a big spinning ball. I don't want to just believe images and videos that I can't verify. How do I go out and do a test myself or
right,
see
right.
a test
You
that someone
you
else has
do an
done?
experiment, you know, you set up a camera and you try to like see the curve. We talked about some of that like earlier. You know what I
Okay.
mean? And I'm not
Yeah, yeah.
against people doing that. You know, go ahead. You know. Cool.
Is that
You
something
find
you've ever
something cool.
done?
I've never done it. I personally,
Yeah.
this is not something that I personally care enough about to like get into. It's just not like one of my favorite conspiracy theories, I guess. And
Well, it's
that's what
not a
I was
conspiracy
alluding to
theory, though. It's
earlier.
about the nature of the Earth outside, the ground. Right? I mean, that's
I mean, I just
accessible
mean
to.
I just mean in the sense that like most people don't believe it. You know.
Can I ask you a
Yeah, but I
question?
mean, oh, go for it.
It let's just say hypothetical sake. I told you that I had a Ferrari in my garage and I was on the phone with you and you said, dude, no way. I'm literally coming around the corner and I'm about to walk past your garage now. And you don't see a Ferrari like in my driveway or my garage. Like, did I lie?
Not necessarily. I can think of several scenarios in which you may have like a Ferrari like in your garage, but you're not actually at your house.
Okay, so let's imagine in this hypothetical scenario that I'm on Fifth Street right now. I'm standing looking at my garage. I know there's nothing in it, but I tell you there's a Ferrari. And then you walk by and you don't see a Ferrari, but you see me who's on the phone with you describing to you that I'm looking at my Ferrari right now. And you just happen to walk by like, dude,
Oh,
like
okay. In which like it couldn't be provable. Yeah, okay. Then I would think that yeah, of course, yeah.
I lied, right?
Yeah, you lied. Yeah.
All right. Are you opposed to us showing you an instance where they lied?
No, go ahead. Like, no, not at all.
So I got that like in the pocket whenever, but I want to hear you and you and Wolfgang could still speak if you have any other questions, but I do have that when you're ready.
Interesting.
Yeah, so I mean,
When did this stuff about black holes not existing like come up? Because I've been following them like during COVID, and we've actually come like really far with the whole black hole phenomena. It's actually really
yeah, the whole
interesting because it is similar to
heliocentric
kind
space
of some
concept.
biblical images as I was looking at too.
Well, my position would be that the whole heliocentric space concept, as they tell us, as they show us in the media, and in school and everything, it doesn't exist. It's a fantasy.
Right. Yeah.
It's science fiction. Which is why we only ever see it on TV. And things like black holes are just a part of that fiction, like a mechanic in a Dungeons and Dragons game, mathematics, concepts. This is stuff you're never gonna see.
So you
Stuff
think?
they
Do
tell
you
you that
think?
you're never gonna see.
Can I ask you? Can I ask you a follow up question, Cyclone? Do you think like humans are the center of the universe? Like following that
I would
paradigm?
say, I mean, it depends how you're saying that. It's quite a broad question. And universe, I wouldn't. I mean, that
Like
almost that
how
conjures
big? How
ideas of
big do you
like.
think? Sorry, how big do you think like the universe is, and like do you think we're at the center of that?
Well, I would say that for all intents and purposes, as far as being human beings go, the Earth is our universe, as you think of it.
Okay. Okay.
So
Yeah.
how they tell us that there's all this space outside of the Earth and there's other Earths potentially out there. I don't think that's the case. I think this is it. We're in it. That is our universe. I mean, whether there's more of them or not somewhere else, I mean, I wouldn't be able to tell you, but For what
Right.
for what we're dealing with, that is reality. Earth is reality. Everything else that they tell you beyond the sky in this space vacuum, it's all fantasy. So this is the universe. We're like the floor of it. There might be a basement, there might be an upstairs, who knows?
Right.
But we're on the floor of it, and I wouldn't claim a size of it because that would require exploring the entirety of this place, which I haven't done. Don't know about you.
Yeah. Yeah, I would say I like widely agree with what you're saying. Like, for example, like the whole thing is like, oh, well, this is, we're here, and I don't know if like heaven is, here, like hell, for example, I think what you were referencing. But, to the same way, I would say like, I don't know. I mean, I agree with you. Like the earth and what I can see and what I can like actually experiment in reality is here. But I also like haven't been to space. Like,
Yeah,
so
and
it's
I
like,
think
you know what I mean?
yeah, and I think I would say it's been very helpful to me in the process of coming to understand this whole topic and this situation that they have us burning a lot of mental calories, especially if you're a space person, right? You look into space news and you watch the documentaries and all that. I mean, they have you
Yeah,
burning a
I
lot of
love that
mental
space shit.
calories on these concepts and these things, which they also tell you will never ever experience. It's just showing you graphics on TV, basically. But they have a lot of people spending a lot of time thinking about that, and that distracts people from thinking about what's actually going on here
I mean,
for
yeah,
themselves in their own life. It's like a distraction and an escapism that they're serving people.
Yeah, but like we're living in the distraction and the escapism of like 2,000 leagues under, like 9,000 leagues under. I think
Yeah,
it's
yeah, they've
20,000.
got
I'm sorry.
us.
You know what I mean? Where
Yeah,
like
they've got us
we have
maximum
flying
distracted,
planes.
and part of
We
that.
have flying planes on televisions. You can call someone halfway across the world, not work. You know what I mean? We're living
Yeah,
in that age right now, and it's like I want to go forward. I want to
yeah,
go forward. You can
exactly.
tell
And the
me,
reason,
all day, like, oh, well, it's not real, it's fake, it's whatever. And it's like, that's
yeah.
not going to stop human beings from wanting to go forward.
Well, this
That's
is
just
it. Well,
not going
this
to
is
do it.
it. This is what
You know what I
I
mean?
think is super clever about the whole thing, because if it's the case that we
Mm.
could go forward, but it requires a different set of ideas and
Tools
understandings about where we
and
are.
ideas, yeah.
Yeah, if we're trying to advance under massive false assumptions like the globe, like space, then it's no wonder we're not advancing. Like, what are they doing? Bringing out a new phone every few years. Like, that's about it. I mean, there's
What
nothing
about
really
AI? You don't think
groundbreaking going
AI
on.
is advancing?
Well, AI, even AI, I mean, it's not really artificial intelligence. It's like well-trained scripts and that. But I mean, you could look at that as advancement if you want, but that's not advancing humanity. I would actually say things like AI and that have handicapped people. Like, people are now way lower in their like brain power. Like, just look at how many phone numbers people used to remember
It's not like
versus
it comes
now.
from the fact that the Earth is a globe, though. Like what? Like the Terminator would. There's no. I mean,
That's what I'm trying to say, though, is that technology and all this like plight isn't because like people are arguing about whether the Earth is or isn't flat. It's coming because people are starving and people want to make money and people are greedy and because they're living in
But
this real world.
right, but think how much money they get. $60 million a day for NASA to pump out space cartoons for fantasy. Well, think about what that money could do in schools and in hospitals. They're telling you that they're sending little robots to
Dude,
Mars that they're
let me tell
driving
you, bro,
around.
we're sending way more money. Oh,
Wait,
go ahead. Sorry, I thought you were finished.
wait. They're telling you that they're sending little robots to Mars that they're driving around with little remote controls. They can't even get
Yeah, the
clean
rovers.
water into Flint, Michigan, right? They've got you convinced that they're doing Star Trek level stuff when in reality, look around you, they can't even build a road, right? So it's a joke. I mean, they're just selling fantasy, and people are lapping it up because they're desperate, bored, looking for distraction. It's actually a travesty.
Yep.
I don't know.
Well, this is the thing. You're not going to
I know,
know
like a
unless
part
you
of them.
really grapple with the topic
Yeah.
and
That's what
try
I
and
was
find it
saying
out.
earlier. It's like you
Well,
don't
a
know
part of
until like the conversation takes
okay.
on a totally different emotional tone when you've already answered the question, is the earth a sphere or is it flat?
Yeah.
Like so like you my
Yeah,
questions
as
was
as
geared
in when
towards
someone as in
my
when someone is
questions was geared
convinced, when someone
towards
is
the
convinced, they're
question.
gonna automatically know,
Yeah, but the questions that I asked myself when I first got into this conversation, like in general, was what do I know about the globe? Not, well, let me go ahead and this guy is trying to tell me this information, but what about like black holes and stuff? And you know, why would the government be doing all this? That all of these questions are my way of keeping me as far away from the more important questions as possible. Like, okay, how the fuck can we determine that it's what they're telling us? Is that actually determinable? Who's determined it? With what tools? Is there a set of humans that have actually done that in modern times? Can we do it? Like these are the questions that right. Something that's going to get you to the real result.
Yeah, and that
No,
makes me
I
think
mean,
of
like,
what
but I've had doubts though. Like, for example, when we petitioned them to like go back into space, and they basically came up with this fucking excuse that was like total bullshit. They were like, "Well, essentially, we forgot how to go into space," and I'm like, "How the fuck
yeah,
do you
can't
guys
land on the
just
moon
lose?
anymore.
Yeah, how the fuck do you guys just forget how to go to the moon?" So
Yeah, they were playing golf.
I'm really not trying to be like pushy for fun. Like maybe some of
Answer me
it
this.
is true. I just don't know how far I'll buy into it until like I do like my own experiment, or like as you were saying,
Of
Luke, is like,
course. And you shouldn't.
and
I
I
can help
should,
you with
yeah,
that
and I
today.
should,
I can help you with
Let,
that today, right now, in like 3 minutes.
let me just quickly ask this question because I want to know what your response is going to be to it. So, if the Earth is flat and not a globe, would you want to know?
Well, yeah, I mean, I want to know like all knowledge, even if it
Okay.
kind of harms me a little bit.
So
Which
why do
I
you think
think,
you would want to know that about the Earth?
why would I not want to know if something harms me? Because I
Well,
think the truth
particularly
is
the Earth
important.
is not a
I think the
globe.
truth is important, and I think that will set me free. That's what I think.
Okay. Good. Well, if you actually think that, hang around here and listen to the conversations and check out the resources, and I have no doubt you will figure it out. Because that's all it takes. All it takes is a desire to actually want to know the truth. Because then you'll have to go and try and prove the globe to yourself. And in doing so, you'll figure out what most of us here figured out.
I mean,
to our discomfort.
I was like an atheist pretty much my whole life, and then I just had like the God moment where I was like, yeah, like wait a minute, like look around me, like it's literally everywhere. Like how was I not,
Okay. So would you say
seeing
that
this
was
before? So that
was
kind
a
of like
significant
opened.
shift?
Yeah, that
Was
kind
that a
of like
significant
opened
shift in your
my
mindset?
significant shift. Like I had a
Right.
significant
Right. So
shift
think about
from that
this.
period on.
Okay, so think about this then, because you maybe asked the question earlier, why does this topic matter? Why are they trying to censor it? Well, I put it to you that when this becomes knowledge, when you realize that the Earth is not the spinning ball in a vacuum that they've told you, and when it becomes obvious to you, as it sounds like it already has, that we're in a created environment, that can change your entire worldview, right? Because on the one hand, they've given us a cosmology of accidentalism, where you're a meaningless speck of dust floating through random infinite nothingness for no reason. On the other hand, you have created realm that you are at the center of, and it's smaller than you've been told, but it's totally different in that respect because you were put here for a reason, whatever that was, and you're not insignificant. And you might have people will have that kind of epiphany that you had because of the physical evidence. This is why it's such a dynamite topic, and this is why they
Oh yeah, I think it's a great
don't want
topic.
it to be widely known, because it's essentially proof of the creation that you've realized you're in.
I completely agree with you with nearly everything that you just said. I think that they are definitely using it to frame it in a way that God doesn't exist. But I I want to shove it up their ass. I want to use science to prove them that it does exist. I
No,
want to
that's what
get
this is.
in.
That's what this is, right?
That's what I want to do.
Because
Is
a
I
level
want to do
motionless
that.
contained plane doesn't come about by the Big Bang, and the Big Bang, which creates balls, is their only excuse for a godless world. That's their only option, and this disproves it, which is why they don't want people going around knowing it. So if you're looking for that,
Oh,
this
sorry.
is
Go
it.
ahead.
I'm just saying, if you're looking for that, like the physical proof of creation, this is it. It's under your feet.
Got it. It's here.
Oh no, I know that.
Well
I
said,
know that
Cyclone.
already.
Do you know what though, Bunny? I'm loving your energy. I just want to jump in and say I'm loving your energy. And if this is your direction and this is what you're trying to
Oh my
do,
god, I said good morning, you stupid fuck.
Hello. Chill.
Good
morning, good morning.
God.
yeah, if this is what you're trying to achieve and you want to just get to the truth regardless, yeah, this is the right place for you. I promise you. If you just have another chat, keep going with Cyclone, you'll realize that everything we've been telling you will support exactly what you're trying to achieve. You're trying to scientifically get to the truth, and you've come to that conclusion that there is a creator. I think it's beautiful. So I appreciate this chat. This has been great.
Yeah, thanks, man.
Now, that the only thing that would accelerate that process is if you knew today whether or not their claim about the globe being true is true or not. Like, if you knew that today, then that would accelerate your process. You agree? Like, if you come back tomorrow and it's like, what you guys are saying is interesting, but it could be you, could be them. I don't really know because I haven't done enough research. It's not going to accelerate your learning process.
No, yeah, no, I understand that. I was just saying, well, earlier we were like diving into that, but it's like I've been gaming right now for a couple hours and I just feel like I don't want to pull away because there's like a fucking event going on, but I can definitely come back like tomorrow when I'm like more fucking refreshed. For me, it's actually like early in the fucking morning, so and
Oh,
I
you
have
don't. So
plenty
you
of
don't have
time.
3 minutes. It's like so many hours. You guys put
No,
me to
sure, if
sleep.
you
Now that I've
if
waited
you
so
sure,
patiently
now that
to
you're
actually
awake,
get to the
sure,
the
okay.
whole point of it
In
all,
honor
after all of the
of you being
foreplay.
sleep. Yeah, in honor of you being slept, man, why don't you hit me?
So I don't know. Well, I'm gonna share my screen. Are you gonna follow?
Yeah, sure. I'll look at your screen.
Oh, we're in this server. I can't share my screen. But I'm gonna post the link. And
Okay.
it's gonna be to a video of Nat Geo and CFI Investigators Centers for Inquiry. They basically go out and like debunk paranormal claims and things like that. And they sent them
Oh,
out
that's
there with
dope. I love doing that shit. That's dope.
right. So they went out there to disprove flat earthers. So already in the offset, yeah, I'm showing you a video that is supposedly disproving the flat earth. Now, there's so much I'm gonna let you watch it. So you get a feeling of it, and then I'm gonna show you what they've all missed. So where's the text chat? Okay, here we go. Yeah, just play that video. It's probably like 3 minutes. Let me make. Oh, it's 4 minutes. Okay. So it's like, okay, why would he be showing me a flat Earth debunk video, right? How does that make sense?
I haven't seen the video. Am I like retarded or is it in the side chat?
It's in the live stream voice text.
Oh, in flat Earth or?
Let me see if I can. Is it? Oh, let me put it in the chat as well. That probably
Oh
be
yeah,
easier.
that'd be great.
Can you see that?
Yeah, I got it. It's on TikTok, right?
Yeah.
Okay, bear with me. I'm downloading China app for you.
Oh
Okay.
no, I didn't even.
It
Well,
doesn't
okay.
let me view it. So
So yeah, like while you're
unfortunately, yeah,
waiting, just to
you can't view it in a Safari app browser, but if you want, you can kind of synopsize it, I guess.
so do you know are there any conspiracies that no? Well, you're into politics. Who'd you vote for in 2016? Did you vote?
I didn't vote. I was like 16. I didn't give a fuck. I was
Okay,
happy
never
when
mind.
Trump won, though. I've been like conservative my whole life.
Yeah, I was the one to tell my friends before the general election that Trump was going to win. And they were like,
Yeah.
"It's no." They were going off of emotion, and I was like, "No, have not been paying attention to what's actually going on the past 12 months?" Like you
Yeah, I
guys
love
just
Trump.
tuned in just now. Like the reason I know he's going to win is because number one, the Dems helped him win his primary. Like, so
Right.
you guys are going off of no information, and I'm telling you, like, the missteps that the Democratic Party made shitting on their base is definitely going to afford him the win because they already put him in a position to win, thinking, well, Hillary's going to take it, and that's definitely not going to happen, and that's not what happened.
Yeah. No, people saw Hillary for what she was. She was a crooked son of a bitch.
Yep.
If
But
anything,
I
I
guess
think
I'm
this
just trying to
new.
get the feeling of
Sure.
like you ever see something that turned your stomach because you thought it was true and then you realized that whole scenario was a lie, like, and it was elaborate too?
Yes. Yeah.
That's what this video
Yeah,
is.
well, that's a gut feeling. I don't like that. That you know what I mean? Because it's.
But that gut feeling is telling you have
I know it's
found
telling me
out
that
a
I'm
truth
like
that was being
encountering.
hidden.
It's
Yeah.
not truth. It's evil. It's. That's my response to it is like that is evil. You know what I mean? Like it's
I
true, but it's evil. You know?
I like that you're in the same place that I'm in because I think that the people that distract from this conversation, I think that the people in this video are evil. I think the woman is evil for what she's doing, and it only makes, like, if she's telling the truth, then it's like, oh yeah, well, of course you would ask these questions, you would psychoanalyze the flat earther, but when you realize she's wrong, it's like, wait a minute, this is Nat Geo. I'm sure there are people over there much smarter than me. You got all of your editing and your the editing power over there. Like, you know what's in this video from the top to the bottom. So you understand the premise of the argument, why they were out there, and how they've accomplished their goal. So there's no way that you would be trying to pass off a claim being true if it was actually evidence to be false. But that's exactly what's happening in the video. And they just act like it's true. And they edit it as if it's true. But you can
I
see in the
see.
video how false what they're saying is.
I see. I got you. Like undeniable evidence, basically.
Undeniable. That's why I asked you the thing about the Ferrari is like, well, if I tell you I'm 6'2" and you meet me and I'm actually 5'4", you're gonna be like, dude, what the fuck? There would be no amount of, well, when I wear platforms, I'm 6'2". Well, like, you're gonna be like, no, you lied, right?
Yeah, yeah.
That's what this is. And it's like, when the more of these lies that you see is the more you'll begin to generate questions that'll lead you in that direction versus not understanding why they would lie. And there's all this other space and technologically advanced stuff that we may or may not understand. All of that stuff is smoke and mirrors. because
Okay, do
technology would
you?
still be
Yeah.
around without the idea of a globe. Like that's the thing people can't understand or believe. Like people ask me, how on Beyonce's internet is the Earth flat? Because they think that Beyonce's internet comes from satellites and all that.
Okay.
Yo, Cyclone, do you remember me, bro? This is the third time I've come in here asking you to remember me. Do you remember me?
No, I still don't remember you.
Dude, I was the one who came in here with the irrefutable evidence of Glow Earth. I showed you the pictures, and then I destroyed all of you. I left, came back, and then asked if you remember me, and you still don't remember me, bro? You gotta get a better memory, dude.
You'll have to write it down in your diary. He still doesn't remember
You have to get a
me.
better memory, dude. Mr. Wolf Cyclone.
Sounds like you were trolling. We don't
You
normally
came
run
How
in.
many
trolls.
hours a day do you spend, or how many hours
So you came. That's
a
all right.
week?
That's all right. That's all right, bro. Chill. So you came in and you said, "I believe
No,
in the
no,
space
I'm actually
pictures." So you believe in the space
Cyclone,
pictures?
how
is
many
what you're
hours a
saying.
day do you spend on the server?
What are you like? You taking notes? You got a spreadsheet? You stalking people?
No.
You little
I already
weirdo.
buried you
Hello.
once, bro.
What were your space cartoons?
Cyclone, answer it, bro.
Yeah, you answer it. The space
Answer it, Cyclone.
cartoons. Let's talk about your space cartoons.
Space cartoons?
If you
Well, how
really
about you
buried,
answer
if you
it?
really
How many
buried
hours
any
real?
a
argument,
week do you spend on it?
hold on,
Is that
hold
your
on. If you
argument?
really buried any argument, you wouldn't be sitting here going, "I buried you, I buried you." You'd be actually providing the info. So share the info you shared with Cyclone.
Yeah,
Let's
I
go.
gave the info. I
Yeah,
gave
let's
him
see
the
it.
info multiple times. Several
Well,
times.
maybe
See,
he
if you're,
wants
this is
to
why it's so
maybe he wants to
bro.
sit in and kind of listen in on what we're engaged with at the moment.
Good point. Good point.
Maybe,
Just
maybe not.
Yeah.
Cyclone, bro. This is why
Well,
it's so crucial to
if
have a
it if
memory
it's
that
if
isn't
it's
piss
maybe
poor,
not,
bro.
if it's maybe not, you're gonna have to at least be quiet until we come to a conclusion on
Well,
this.
I need Cyclone to answer my question, dude. He's not answering.
No, I will not go out with you. Leave me alone. I don't swing that
That's
way,
not
bro.
what I said, bro. I
Well,
said
that's
how
all
many
I'm hearing.
hours do
All
you
I'm hearing is, hey, what you been up
how many
to?
hours
What
do you
you
spend
doing
on
your
the
time?
server a week?
What's your
So you
hobbies?
under
How many hours do you spend on
uh,
the server a week?
Should we mute him? Oh,
Yeah,
somebody's done it. Good job.
I didn't want to, but like I mean, come on.
We can
And
do that.
I do understand. I get it. Like if you
Yeah, I
don't
get it.
know
I'm
how
an
serious this
attractive
place
guy.
is.
I'd
But like you
want
look,
to get with you too.
this guy named No Nonsense who posts on he's one of these because Fe is like fucking blew up on TikTok, right? Funny enough, like a lot of financial institutions are also being exposed on TikTok. And they like shit that I tell people, educate people on. It's like it's finally coming to light because you don't have all these conglomerates like paying for their visibility to kind of lie to people and get to them before you do. And it's just hilarious that they want to ban TikTok. But
Yeah, the
like when you
next
look at
comes
this
to be
video
like,
right here, just the feeling of just this thumbnail. First of all, this No Nonsense guy is somebody that you know uh takes pride in bashing flat earth. Now that would be justifiable if flat earth was actually dumb, but let's just go ahead and examine one of the videos that he shared. Now his name is No Nonsense. He titles it The Ignorance of Flat Earth Part 2. You have Flurf Priest, Mark Sargent. It's funny because the priest that came up with that coined the phrase the Big Bang, nobody cares to highlight that. Nobody cares to highlight that this entire heliocentric belief in this universe stuff as we know it today came from the Catholic Church. Like so that's beyond me how people whatever. The atheists are like in a weird corner there. Um but look at that. Look at the dripping just contempt. Watch Papa Flurf Mark Sargent nuh-uh curvature experiment. So the only thing that would justify all of this is if the video was actually showing what he thinks it showed. But if it's not showing that, then how bad does it look that he's calling him a flurf priest, calling, flat earth ignorance, when the most important element to the argument in your video debunks your claim?
So did
What
Bunny
then?
see the video? Bunny, did you manage to watch the video
Sorry.
with the? Did you manage to watch the video that Elijah was talking about with the flag on the water?
Oh no, it's on TikTok.
Okay, well, just very quickly, the Obvious It Be posted an image at 19 minutes past the hour in the chat. Do you see that image?
Sure. Yeah.
Got like a striped flag on some water.
Yeah.
Yeah, so basically their argument was, look, the bottom stripe is obscured, therefore it's gone behind the Earth curve. But if you look beyond the target, you can see the horizon is actually behind it. So according to the globe, that would be the curve beyond the flag. You see that?
Yeah.
Yeah, so basically they just lied and said, hey, look, Earth curve in front of that flag, when we can clearly see the horizon is beyond the flag.
That's the short and sweet of it.
There you got it. Simple.
And remember, this is not Geo we're talking about, This is supposed to be a highly reputable organization that, is supposed to be putting out sound knowledge and information for the American public, and further than that,
Yeah, we're relying
And
on
this
them
is
to know what
this
kind of
is
monkey
their
we're talking about.
evidence of Earth curvature.
So now we have to question, well then, Nat Geo, you told me I came from this monkey-looking person. Is that even true?
They didn't take their video down. They didn't come back out and say, man, like, for the sake of truth, right? In science, like, forget arguing and quibbling with flirts, right? But like,
right.
If I say, hey, wait a minute, you forgot about this element in your video, doesn't this kind of like undo your argument? In fact, doesn't this debunk your argument? Because if your argument literally, so this is one, there's also another one on YouTube, but since we're already here and since we've already spoken about it, it's like you can find it if you want. But like the bottom line is they go through the thorough process of saying the camera is 1 foot off of the water. The horizon is 1.22 miles. He says this in quote, 1.22 miles away due to the height of the camera. So their whole point is to watch the stripes disappear using, for all intents and purposes, the edge of the earth from their perspective. Because from their perspective, at 1 foot off the ground, 1.2 miles is where the horizon is.
Right.
Now, in the video, though, the horizon is not at 1.2 miles. The boat is at 3 miles, and the horizon there it's not even visible because what you're looking at in the video appears to be just the shore on the other side. But the problem is that no, that the horizon or the edge of the earth, based on his perspective, is not at 1.22 miles. So why would you edit this video and continue on as if that was actually the case when it wasn't? And so I point that out in the comments. I say, hey, well, the formula for the distance to the horizon is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's why in the video they're telling you that there's going to be obstruction at 1.22 miles. But let me just point out to everyone in this comment section that there is no horizon in front of that boat. And they just called me retarded and flurf and I don't know what I'm talking about. And like, why would you? It's in the video.
It's wild. It's like they're trying to fool people. That's a good
Right.
segue into the Black Swan as well. Did someone go over the Black Swan with you? The observation with the oil rigs?
Yes, I
Did you
did.
see that?
But at the time, I don't know whether she was in the same sort of place. So maybe we could go through it again.
Okay. Well, let me give a quick breakdown. So, could someone post the image? Oh wait, no, maybe I've got it here.
No problem.
Bunny, you see the image that's going to be posted in the chat? You might have seen it earlier. But just because we're talking about horizon
Oh,
distance.
the
this is applicable.
two oil rigs.
You want me to post it, Cycle?
Yeah, if someone's got it handy.
I've posted
there you
it.
go.
I've also
Read-
put the curvature calculator table as well, so you can see how much curvature there should be.
Yeah.
If I may ask a small favor, could someone DM me that video that y'all talk about, please and thank you.
It's in. Who's talking?
It's me, DJ Vash. I'm driving at the moment, so I can't
I got
look
you.
at pictures.
I got
Thank you. I appreciate you.
All right.
The Nat Geo video, Vash, or the TikTok video?
Or the Black Swan video.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Did you want the Nat
Which
Geo
video?
like experiment video or Elijah's TikTok video?
The experiment video, please.
Okay, right.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
Oh, not the TikTok video?
Not the TikTok video, the experiment video, please.
What experiment video?
The Nat Geo video, he means, maybe.
Yeah, that's the TikTok video.
Yeah. But maybe he wants it on YouTube or something, but all right, either way, Bunny, you see the images that Roots and Obvious have posted in the chat? You there, Bunny? Still with us?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm looking.
All right, so yeah, it's basically, I mean, you can read the text on the top. Modus Tollens basically saying if the Earth is a ball of the size they tell us, then the horizon distance has to be calculable based on that geometric size, right? And for a 1 foot observer, according to the math, like Elijah was just saying, that would put it at about 1.2 miles. But when we go out into reality and test this, in this example, we can see the horizon is, well, where do you see the horizon? Is it in front of the rigs or behind them?
Completely behind it.
Yeah, it's further, right? So on the furthest oil rig, they're saying, well, this is the platform habitat. It's 9.4 miles. So the horizon is easily beyond 10 miles. Could be 15, could be 20, could be even further, right? But it's certainly way beyond 1.2. So when you take the math for this, if you made that horizon Earth curve, then you would get a radius of about 250,000 miles versus the less than 4,000 they tell us it is. So it's not even like it's just a little bit off. It's miles off. You see the problem? The water is supposed to be curving away at 1.2 miles. It's just carrying off flat. And all they're telling us is it's a mirage. It's refraction. It's not actually there beyond 1.2 miles. It's all a trick of light. So this is what we're talking about, right? Taking the globe model and testing it in reality doesn't work.
So remember we were talking about evil. So it's amazing to me that the honest answer is yeah, it's way behind the oil rigs. Like, duh, the fuck, right? That's the natural response. But do you know the evil and sinister behavior that we've endured over the years since we've pointed this out in 2020 and put it into like a little argument? It's called modus tollens, but that's you know, that's, we can talk about that later if you want or not. It doesn't really matter. The bottom line is, like, you just said, yeah, it's behind the boat. You know that I have people that tell me, no, it's in front of the boat. I mean, no, it's in front of the oil rig.
Honestly, dude, these images just look like Photoshop. Like, these oil rigs look like the exact same thing, except like flipped and then reversed and distorted.
Yeah, but the bottom line is, again, not focusing on everything else I'm not saying. I'm just talking about the intention of the person who can look at this photo and not say what you said. oh no, the horizon is actually in front of the oil rigs. Oh no, there's actually 5 horizons.
I think at the
If
very best,
if you
someone could
heard
say
someone
that there's
saying that,
sunlight
if
at
if
like the
you if you were
9
looking at this
mile,
image,
where like maybe there's more sun over there, but the sun is 100% behind both of them. Like, obviously the one in the 6 is like more shadowy because it's like away from the sun, but it's like the sun is obviously behind it. You know what I mean?
Well, just to address your point about the image quality, it's because we can post the video so that you can actually watch the zoom.
No, I'm
and
sure it's from
you
a
get-
really long shot, which is why
Yeah,
the
it's like a
distortion
long
is there.
distance
I'm not
observation, so there's
debating
a bit
that. I'm
of
just saying, like, it
distortion,
almost looks
and
like
it's been
geriatric.
contrast adjusted just to make it clearer where that dividing line is for the horizon. But yeah,
yeah, the only
I
reason
get
we
what you're
had to
talking about.
look, the only reason that image exists, again, the evilness of someone to say, you know what? This is bad quality. I don't even see the horizon. Knowing damn well you
That's what I'm
so we're like,
saying.
okay, we're gonna do a contrast,
Wow,
right?
they
We're gonna
doctored the shit out of that. That's
no
crazy.
no, what do you mean by doctored?
Well, I mean, looking from the image that you posted, there's so much like filters and like shading going on.
Yeah, that's the point that I'm
This
trying to make.
video is
That's the
completely
point I'm
like
making. Look,
different. Yeah.
listen to the point that's being made. The reason that you got that image versus the video is because of all of the responses we heard. Now, if Wolfgang would have told you everything he told you and then just showed you the video, you, as someone who's been honest here today, would have still said, yeah, it's behind the boat. Like, but the reason that we've come up with these different, like, okay, let's just increase the contrast here, let's increase this level of lighting here, because they were pretending that they couldn't see what was evident in the video.
Yeah,
That's
and
the
if you look
point.
at the GIF,
I
if you look at the GIF,
see.
even when it freeze frames at the end of the GIF, you can see it's the exact same image in the original meme.
Yeah, it's just caught
and
in a
it's just
freeze frame.
contrasted.
Right. Yeah, I
It's
understand.
it's frozen. The contrast is brought up a little bit, but if you even just look on the raw GIF, you can zoom in. You can see a boat
Right,
between them. You
exactly.
can see
And then you guys
the water
basically
carries on.
backwards to prove the opposite by like making the shadows more enhanced so that you could determine
Well,
where
just
the
so you
light
can
is coming
clearly see it. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So you can see the horizon is
Yeah,
definitely beyond
yeah,
those
I
rigs.
understand. Yeah, no, that makes sense to me. Yeah.
Okay, so then the question is, why is the horizon beyond the rigs? Because according to the globe model, it's supposed to be at 1.2 miles. So where's that curve? Why is it flat all the way out beyond the rigs?
I mean, that I don't know.
Well, this is
Excellent. Now,
Because
it's okay
don't
to
know. Couldn't tell
it's
you,
okay to not know, but I also want you to know that in that Nat Geo video, it's the same thing. Like you see that buoy there in that GIF, that buoy.
Yeah.
Like, imagine that's the boat. You can clearly see the horizon behind it, and they're like, yeah, it's being obstructed at 1.2 miles, and you're looking at the video like, no, it's not. And then they go on to ridicule the flat earthers because the result is, see, we showed you the horizon being in front of the boat. How would you feel as an onlooker?
Yeah, I'm pulling my kids out of school.
There you
Well,
there you go.
Well, think about this. Your only two choices really are to say everything I see there beyond the 1.2 miles is a mirage, and it's being like brought up from behind a curve to look perfectly flat, or it's flat, like you observe.
Right.
That's really your only two choices. So yeah, and that's what Eli's saying. We get people coming in just gaslighting us, telling us, no, the horizon isn't where we observe it. It's somewhere else that we don't observe because I was told so as a child. So it's like, all right, well, where do we go from there? We're just going with what Earth is showing us. And it happens to contradict the story we've been told. So at that point, you either go, okay, so do I just keep defending this model that fails
Right,
in
or is the
reality?
story itself wrong?
Or is
Yeah.
is the story is reality wrong or is the story wrong?
Right. And yeah, probably story.
Yeah. Well, reality is reality. It is what it is. We're not changing that. We're just going by what it shows us. And when we compare it to this story, they don't match. So if you're here, like you said, and you're looking for truth, you're looking for the real thing, reality, this is what you have to do. You have to discard models that don't match it, ideas that don't comport, right? And that's how you edge yourself closer to what it is that you're looking for, which is
Yeah,
what is
closer to
true.
what? I mean, what's
Closer
the
to
answer
reality.
at the end of this fucking maze? You know
Well,
what I
that's
mean?
your
That they're
journey,
like
isn't it?
the
That's
answer
your journey.
is when you're looking out at the beach and you're just casually enjoying simply what it is, someone can walk up to you and go, you know, that's the edge of the sphere. Like, so ultimately you're like, what's the point? There are all these people around you, either ignorant, because I'm sure like you didn't see this until today, like probably not in the way that it was given to you today. Like we're not
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying is
what
that
most
there's probably millions of concepts like this that we don't even understand. Like we haven't even grasped. Like I quite
no this
often
but
think of like the
this one.
pyramids and shit, bro. Like I think about that often.
But but like here's the significance of this one thing.
Okay.
Like the fact that like the fact that the horizon is not where they claim it is, like these observations like these are some of the observations that they use to like determine the size of the sphere that we live on. So like if they did that using the horizon, which is supposed to be the geometry of the earth, which would be based on the radius of the earth because they're using Pythagorean theorem, right? To give these results to then extrapolate data that would tell you how far planets are, how big planets are, how fast they're going, all of that data is off of the assumption that the earth is a sphere of this size and the horizon is right there.
Okay, so we don't know shit, is what you're saying.
No, the alternative is what we already know, like which is why Nathan
Yeah, but
and
like
a lot of people on my
based off of
panel
this though,
have chose
we
to
don't know shit about anything else because clearly we're fucking wrong about shit like this.
I would
no,
kind of
but
say
see that but practically though, we've always been right. It's just this overlay of extra information that's not necessary. Because
Mm.
actually when it comes to navigation, you just use a horizontal plane. When it comes to Kepler's planetary motions, they derive that using elevation angles off of a flat plane. So when we say the earth is flat, there are two ways to go about it. In a category error where you're like, oh, so you think it's a 2D disc? No, we're not. Come on. How do you
Okay,
think
so
that we're really that
what is
retarded?
yours
And
say?
then,
What is yours say?
excuse me?
I said like what do like flat earthers like believe then? Like how are we
well,
ever
could I
gonna
just
like go
quickly
anywhere then? It like
let me
nothing
quickly jump
happens.
in. Let me quickly jump into your point that you just asked about not knowing anything, because this is something I do bring up from time to time. There is something to that. Part of this process and going along is kind of realizing how little you actually know. Like we're brought up
Yeah,
in a way that makes us think we know how far away the sun is and what it's made out of, how it got there, how old it is. Right? We're taught that we know these things, but in reality, on some deeper reflection, you come to understand that you don't have a clue. You've literally just accepted the word of what's been convincingly told to you, but it's just a story nonetheless. So yeah, you do kind of have to start from a clean slate and say to yourself, I don't actually really know anything about the world I'm living in right now, and I'm going to make the effort to try and understand it as much as I can. And does that mean that you'll come to a definitive conclusion about what it is in totality? I don't think so. But if you're here for the pursuit of the knowledge that you claim to be, this is exactly what it is trying to figure out reality on this kind of physical level which then dominoes into the deeper levels, the spiritual, the whatever.
Yeah, why do you think that all of the great philosophers say the more you know, the less you know? Like, because they started discovering shit like this about humanity and
Yeah,
the
the spheres,
society that they
shit
grew
like
up in.
that. Yeah,
That's all. Like, it,
but that, you know what? I'll be honest, with you, I'm afraid of that.
That's
I feel you
natural.
there. I
That's
feel you.
You know
natural.
what I mean?
A lot of people are like that. Hey, when I first
Can
started
you
looking into
can
this,
can the average man bear this? Let alone like the
yes,
average woman? Probably not.
yes,
But if you're
yes.
searching for it, I was raised that if you're searching for the right answer, you're going to get the
Listen,
and
that's a good
Yeah.
point
that
you
is kind of
raised.
it. What I have learned from that. I mean, looking into like Hollywood and shit, I wish I didn't know. I really wish I
Yeah.
didn't know.
Well,
Oh my
listen,
God, I
let
have
me
something
speak to that.
super fun for you as far
Like,
as
Hold on.
pertaining to Hollywood.
okay,
Wait,
Let me
wait.
just.
Wait,
All
please.
right.
Dude,
Go on.
pertaining to Hollywood, really quick. The guy who they stole the Matrix from, and the idea that you should have an action scene like Marvel uses before the credits and before all of that came from this guy by the name of Tom Althouse that no one knows about. Probably has like 1,000 views on YouTube, him trying to tell his story, but you know it's true because he has all of this old documentation. You could look him up, times he went to court, and it's like, oh shit, how do I not know this about the most important movie of my lifetime, The Matrix? Like, so even that story is manipulated from what he originally made it to be, which had a whole spirit and God element that they just completely took out of it. So Tom Althouse, I can send you the interview that I saw if that interests you, and how the Hollywood just robbed him and went to great lengths to ruin his life.
yeah. I mean, I don't doubt that at all.
Let me speak to the point you just made about the fear, because I think that's a very important point. Because this is like a hard subject to get into, and there's going to be a good number of points along the way where you can pull the eject button, and it can be things like, I don't want my friends to know I'm looking into this or questioning this. I don't want the social repercussions that would come from this. Although, to mitigate that, my advice is always, you don't need to be going out telling people in the street this is what's happening. I would just keep it to yourself until you're pretty well researched and competent in the topic. Either way, there can be that, and there can be the fear, like you said, that, well, if I pull this rug out from under myself, I don't know where I am. I don't know what I am. I don't know how I got here. I don't know any of that stuff, and that's a scary thing. So a lot of people are put off by that. But it's like you said earlier, the truth will set you free. And it makes sense that this whole topic is like a crucible that you have to go through and burn away everything you thought you know before you can come out on the other side. And most of us went through a similar thing when we looked into things like Hollywood and power structures, how evil pervades. And we were like sickened. And it's if you don't make this extra step and like really figure out the context that all this is taking place on, not a random meaningless spinning ball in a vacuum, but in a real spiritual realm where good and evil exist. If you don't come to that understanding, you're in the worst of both worlds. You have just enough information to make you world sick, but you don't have enough to make you understand it and contextualize it and deal with it. So I would say, for your own good, I would persevere with this topic and research it as best you can, and just continue that pursuit, as painful as it is now, because all of us here will tell you it's definitely worth it. You get that?
Well said, Cyclone.
Yeah. I mean, my mom is very like this. For example, like she's not like pro-vaccine. She's very like anti-government and stuff like that. And like I've always been more skeptical, I guess, because of like her and like her guidance
Well,
and
good
stuff.
for your
So
mom.
like,
She's giving you good guidance, because I can
yeah,
tell you, from being in the flat Earth community, flat Earthers were the people who were figuring all of that out on day one. On day one, we were pulling out patents and information which they're only just now, 4 years later, talking about in the news. So this community is switched on to all of the deceptions that are being perpetuated on us. and this keeps you a step ahead of the game. That's one of the reasons to look into this, start to understand it.
Yeah, you know how
I
much
just
you know how much
I just
money I
dropped
made
a
on
few.
the on like light stocks being like a flat earther. Like, I mean, yeah, it's pretty easy.
So I just dropped a few screenshots just to I like when you're rattled a little bit, it's easy to go back into the shells. Like I'm trying to shake you all the way loose before you get out of here, because most people like they have this idea of what we talk about, and they realize that everything that they're talking about is not what we're talking about. Like we're just trying to share the information that we think will get you to a quick result. And most people come in here asking, well, how does night and day work? How do the stars work? How does this? How does that? How does this? How does that? And we're like, why don't you just look at the information that we came across and go from there? Because you're your own person and you're capable. That's it. Like, that's it. It takes us weeks at a time to get someone to accept that simple message. It's like, yo, we're not telling you how to think, bro. We're telling you why we got here. And you keep asking us all these questions that really are irrelevant because you truly believe that the earth is a sphere and we don't know what we're talking about. Well, why don't you hear what we have to say then? Not what the internet thinks we have to say, not any of these quick like videos on wherever people look to debunk flat earth or debunk the like all of that is garbage. You can't really look. It's a blessing to find this place because the algorithms don't allow you to, where people will actually disseminate real information. Look at this. Like most people, one of the number one questions is, well, where's your flat earth model? Now, mind you, they don't there's no globe earth model, but I get what people are asking when they're asking that question. They mean something that would, I guess, work to what they assume would work with the mathematics. But again, um the mathematics is always going to work with the planes because the measurements to then take the math and advance it came from referencing a flat earth in the first place. Like people don't believe that, but I can show them that what I'm saying is true because I'm not the one that's saying it. I'm only saying it because I discovered it. I didn't make it up. I didn't go, well, imagine this scenario. Like I theorize. Like, no, look, this is what we do practically. This is the tools that we use, and that's what it is. So look at this. Look, where's your flat Earth model? Look, page you probably can't see because this is the live stream voice text. So how you get to the live stream voice text is by going to where you can see all of us in the. You know what? I just post. Okay. None of us, including myself, are in 24/7 right now. So posting there is going to do nobody good. Obviously. My mistake. Okay. So this is what I hate about the one thing in here is you can't like I want to post directly into this chat and I can't right now. Like I can't hmm.
So what are you thinking, Bonnie? Oh, yeah, where's your head at?
Trying to ignore it. Like
Can't
just
ignore it.
yeah.
Common first stage. Denial. It's a common first step of the grieving process.
Okay, fuck you guys. Like now I'm having a therapy session. Awesome. Yeah, stay for the
Yeah.
therapy, by the way. Not even the community, just stay for the therapy.
Yeah, that's what we do. You come in, you say, hello, I'm Bunny, and I'm a globe believer.
Yeah, I mean,
talk
realizing the Earth is flat is easy, but accepting it, that's the trouble for people.
Am I not able to why was my name changed? Can I not be Big Daddy Flurf?
I keep on going back
clue.
to the why of it all, which I know
'Cause
is like
there's-
point pointless, but I know that there's an overarching goal, and it's like we need to
Yeah, because they
rip
don't
this
want you
apart.
having the realization. They don't want you having the realization that you've already had, which is that
Yeah.
I
you're a
know, which is
spiritual realm.
why it's like a doomsday thing. It's like, okay, well, you got to go deeper in the cave, and it's like, okay, well, it's a cave, and you're like, well, yeah, it's a cave.
Yep.
You know?
Deeper,
Can I address money on that, please?
Yeah,
Yeah,
go
yeah,
for
but-
it. Oh, is it what I want to say?
Yeah, is my mic okay, by the way?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, Bonnie, so earlier you said you were an atheist most of your life, and then, you know, you had a transition, you know. You had...
Yeah.
You couldn't really describe it, your perception changed, you noticed the actual world. That's the very evidence of, you know, divinity and creation and all this stuff. So when you look back now, or when you interact with people that are still atheists, do you notice there's something missing about them when you try
Yeah,
to...
they don't have a soul. They are like consumed by something else. And this
Yeah,
thing
so I
is
mean,
like they
you
don't
could
have
describe it
purpose.
like that. We
They don't
you know,
have
we can't
purpose.
put our finger on what it is they're missing, but you just know that they can't adopt your perception because, well, they're either just not ready for it or they're incapable of it, right?
No, I know they're dead. Like they're like unconscious people.
Yeah. So as you try and discuss further and further about whatever it is with these type of people, you notice there's a very real roadblock to progress, right?
Oh, okay, correct. Because they have a certain worldview of thinking. It makes people more inherently tribalistic, and they can't bridge gaps to like find overarching truth. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, in a sense, I'm not trying to put any exact words on it. Just that you know that in principle there's something's not working right with this person's thinking processes, you know, or they're ignoring aspects to remain in their positions, right? But
Okay.
if you take that whole psychology of that atheist, right, it's a very unproductive psychology to have. It, you know, they don't ever really make progress in themselves, whether it's in aspects of knowledge or aspects of spiritualism, right, and morality, and just growing and becoming a better version of themselves, right? So
I
you
don't give up on them though. Yeah, but yeah.
No, I know, and that you're a good person for that, right? We should all be like that. But you ask why this lie about the globe, why this lie about heliocentrism? Because that version of a human being that we're just describing in this conversation as an atheist is a very constructive version of a human to have as the general public for the people that guide this world, right? It serves their interests perfectly. Now that's just my take on things again, and there's many more facets and nuances to answering that question. But
and
to
the
just give
way
you
that
a taste or something to go off of, that's what I'll give you to think about.
and again, we look, we could go back to the evil thing over and over again, because I did briefly mention that the idea of the universe, what people believe about galaxies and, you know, all of this stuff, that's only 500 years old. Like, people typically conflate the idea that the earth is a sphere and all of the knowledge that we believe now and today is an advancement from the dark ages into the technological age and all of that. That's 500 years old. The idea about galaxies and the expanding universe, that's 100 years old, not thousands of years old. Okay, so the question is, why would they lie? Why would they be doing this? The first question is who? Guess who it is? The Catholic Church. Now that's evil as fuck if I'm telling the truth, right? Like, what do you mean? Like this? Yeah, every atheist today, like, of course there are people who probably didn't believe in God for whatever reason prior to 500 years ago. But what I'm saying is the mind of the atheist today was birthed from decisions that the Catholic Church made.
Okay.
The whole Copernican revolution thing, the whole 90 whatever thesis that Martin Luther put on the doors of the church. Like the thing that we learned about in school, like all of these Christian wars going on, they left out the part that it was because the Catholic Church is trying to tell these people that Genesis doesn't make sense. Because obviously we're moving around the sun and not everything revolving around us. That's why we can get quotes from Edwin Hubble and Einstein and Stephen Hawking and all of these other premier people who say, well, it's evil to think of us being at the center. No, because you're evil. You're the predecessors of evil. Because you told people we're not at the center. Now, every time something like the cosmic microwave background shows, perhaps we are at the center, except we can't accept that because that's evil. Their words, not mine. What the fuck do you mean we're moving around the sun off the basis of philosophy purely and not any kind of empirical evidence? Because I was under the impression that we knew this stuff and we were advancing into the truth. You're telling me that this is just something that you chose given your philosophy and belief about the world, not that it's true. Don't tell me that, but that's what you can read from their journals. So why is everybody talking about this as if we're retarded and why are we questioning these things? Well, we've looked at some of these sources. It's crazy. Whoa, you think about Hollywood and movies, who has the most influence? I don't care if you're in like the South America. I don't care if you're in Africa. I don't care where you're at. It's a Christian theme, and the Pope got all the power. And somebody's having an exorcism, or all of this other, the holy water and all of. Everybody's drinking the same Kool-Aid from the Roman Catholic Church. To the point, when I was doing delivery in New York City, guess what? When the Pope was in town, I couldn't work in Midtown because there are people 8-10 blocks long. You know how long city blocks are? Probably a line freaking a quarter mile long just to see the Pope for 2 seconds. I don't know anybody else who gets preferential treatment like that where the streets get shut down. So where's this? Why are they lying? Why does the church lie? I don't fucking know. Probably to stop people from believing in the fucking words that are in the book. Probably. I don't know. It just seems like based on their agenda, that's what it's about. Because the first thing they told them is that creation isn't what you thought it was from this book. Let's interpret that for you. Since you can't read the Latin text, let's continue to interpret that for you. And when you have a problem with something that we're saying because it's conflicting with what we told you before, we're just going to take you off the board. Yeah, that's
I feel
evil.
like we're maybe frying little poor Bunny's brain here. Do you need a breather, Bunny? You got questions? I mean, feel free to continue. But
yeah, I'm okay.
okay, good for you. Resilient.
I'm not like I think like most churches right now are like in the same boat of the Catholic Church where they've completely like I see fucking Christian churches that are like, oh yeah, we accept gay people. Yeah, it's cool. So it's like I don't really I mean I can buy this. Yeah.
I think the philosophy side that is being pointed out is pretty interesting, like the tie-in right, of the philosophy side of the globe, as in, some of the first premises of the globe are that, the Earth may look flat, but you can't perceive it, right? It's just an illusion that it's flat, or that the Earth is spinning, but it may seem stationary, so it's just an illusion. And when now they'll describe that as reality, when reality is then an illusion, right? That means that objective truth is just an illusion. So then everything becomes subjective and interpreted through you as the center of the world, and your perspective and your personal subjective opinion on the situation is all that really matters. So it's removing like objective truth in the tie-in with philosophy in the globe. I do think that's interesting.
I wish I could post like some of these links that I just posted in 24/7. But they hit hard. Let me go ahead and read a couple.
It would just be difficult for me to define somebody else's mind, as in like, the head of this organization or that organization. Like, where's their heart? Where's their mind? If it's with good intentions or bad, I'm not, I couldn't define that.
So look, like there's this meme that I posted, right? And I began to talk about it before, but I'm gonna stop like analyzing what I'm saying, and I'm just gonna read it for brevity. So on the top of the meme it says, "Where's your flat Earth model?" And then somewhere in NASA, because there's a link for you to actually go to NASA.gov's website. On page 13 somewhere it says, "A model frequently used is that of a flat, non-rotating Earth." Yeah, don't what is that doing existing in my paradigm when I'm trying to figure out if these flat earthers are retarded or not? Don't let me find no shit like that, right? So look at this. This It says Darcy Reddyhoff at Royal Air Force College, right? And this is a very old paper from 1979. New Scientist is called. Darwin rules, okay. The 12th of July, page 127 says, "Even in The Spectator, we rarely find serious assertions that the sun goes around the earth. One can, of course, believe anything one likes as long as the consequences of that belief are trivial. But when survival depends on belief, then it matters that belief corresponds to manifest reality. We therefore teach navigators that the stars are fixed to the celestial sphere, which is centered on a fixed earth and around which it rotates in accordance with laws clearly deducible from common sense observation. The sun and moon move across the inner surface of this sphere and hence perforce go around the earth. This means that students of navigation must unlearn a lot of the confused dogma they learned in school. Most of them find this remarkably easy because dogma is as may be, but the real world is as we perceive it to be. If Andrew Hill will look into the Journal of Navigation, he will find that the Earth-centered universe is alive and well, whatever his readings of The Spectator may suggest." Darcy Reddyhoff, Royal Air Force College. Now, something like this, if I said it, "Oh, you're just a dumb flurf." But like they're trying to suppress the fact that people at university do say things like this. Professors do say things like this. They're hiding that from you by pouring into the algorithm all of the other not important things. Let's go again. Then I pulled up like a couple of NASA.gov. Let's read this one, and I'll be done with this. This has to do with celestial navigation. To ensure that the object is at its lowest possible point, the sextant is rotated along the axis of the telescope, and the time of measurement and altitude are noted. By measuring the angle theta of a known star from the horizon and using a book containing known reference values for the star in question at the time of measurement, it's possible to determine the distance, r, meaning radius, along the surface of Earth to the point at which the star is exactly overhead. So they're saying they're determining the distance between you, the observer, all the way to the point on the earth where a star is overhead. They're saying you're determining that distance. From this, a navigator knows he's on a specific circle along the plane of the surface of Earth of radius r, known as the line of position, LOP. He does not know his direction from this point. However, by examining a second star, a second radius can be deduced. The navigator now knows he is at one of the points where both the circular functions meet. In the case that there is only one real route, he knows his position, although this is only possible if the radii are parallel. So radii is in the radius. So if you have 3 stars and you have an elevation angle with 90 degrees and the distance is from you to the point on Earth that star is 90 degrees overhead, that's a real world distance. You got 3 of those bad boys, because a radius is for all intents and purposes a line, right? From the middle of a circle extended outward. It's straight. You got 3 of those bad boys on the same plane, parallel to each other. So it could be a distance of 1,000 miles in that direction, nautical miles in that direction. It could be 2,000 nautical miles in another direction and 500 miles in another direction. All of that is flat. All of it.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm half dead, but I'm still here. Yeah.
Thanks for being here with us.
Yeah. I mean, it makes sense though. Because how would you, like, how would we keep trapping? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Get them to believe that, we're not important. God isn't real. We're not the center. You know.
That's all they want.
Yeah, they're materialists, right? Like they lean on the material world, but the material world can't create itself, in that way. But since we're lightening it up just for a second, maybe you have the information I need. A macchiato, are you supposed to stir it or drink it like coffee, then the milk? To stir it up, or maybe somebody knows.
Yeah, I don't know if you were hearing me there, Bunny, but what's your next moves? Are you going to look into it more? Or are you going to ignore it? Just say nah.
No. I'm gonna look into it more. I'm not.
Good for you.
I don't deny that there's like conspiracy and people are like hiding shit in plain sight. But what I do believe is that when you hide something in plain sight, like it can be discovered.
Well, that's it. So when you go outside next and you notice that nothing seems to be spinning around, nothing seems to be moving, the horizon appears to just be a horizontal line, maybe you'll think about them in a slightly different way.
Right.
Yeah, Buddy sounds awesome. You sound like solid, man. Like you get it. No joke. Or you will get it.
Yeah, you're on the right path. I was going to send you some intro videos, actually, just because it can be helpful if you don't really know where to begin, just to get some high-level intro stuff. But the bot is down in 24/7, so I can't easily link them, which is annoying. Who's got the history of Flat Earth and 200 proofs handy as link?
Yeah.
I mean, when would you say about the stars and navigation would make sense, because the only way to navigate would be that a star has to be at a fixed location. It can't move.
Well, they do move, but yeah, you have to be able to track them, and the point is they use elevation angles which require a horizontal baseline over thousands of miles. So, I mean, think about the ancient, like the Polynesians, the Vikings. These cultures all traveled across the earth, and they did not conceive of the earth as a giant spinning ball. So, yeah, people have been always treating the earth as flat and motionless as they've navigated across it.
Yeah, I mean to the star point, yeah, the stars move, right? But like I guess like parallel to that, like they don't. They're in the next year they'll be in the same position at that same exact time, like down to the second.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Their patterns around the year are identical, which is another thing that you should be questioning. Like, if I'm hurtling randomly through this infinite universe at millions of miles an hour, how come every single year all the stars are the same? Right? No change. And it's just another one of those, oh, well, it's just because they're so far away you couldn't possibly tell. It's like, oh, well, that's convenient. And the North Star, that doesn't move to your perception anyway, to any significant.
Yeah, what is the number? Like 600 million miles per year through the galaxy we're supposed to be moving, but the same stars are there year after year to navigate by.
Well, I
God,
mean,
it's way more than
supposedly
that,
that's
Tank.
because, like, we're in an orbit and we're rotating around the same. You know what I mean?
Well, but they say everything's moving as well in its own random ways, and however it's influenced by different, invisible magical forces.
Yeah, like in an
It's a
orbit on
random
an
universe.
axis, which
Yeah, I
means
mean, their
that you're.
story is,
Yeah.
I mean, they're basically telling you you're in a completely random universe where it's just like chemical reactions and processes dictating everything, and yet all you see around you is order, not disorder, not chaos. Essentially perfect order, right? So the stories don't compute. A lot of people get this sense even when they're young, like, and they can't even put their finger on it. They're just like, something is up with this world. Something is off. Something's not right. Well, I would suggest that this is part of it. A very big part of it.
Yeah, and again, that goes back to the philosophy side of it. Some would say, right, on that side of it, is that the order does not exist. It's just an abstract of the mind that we place the order to. Therefore, the order is dependent on the human mind, but we know that's not the case. The order needs to be there for us to abstract the meaning. So therefore, what they would be saying, if we're just abstracting meaning and order from something that's not actually orderly, is that meaning is just an illusion as well.
Nice one. Clipcord just posted one of the videos I was talking about. So, Bunny, I'm going to send you this video for your viewing interest whenever you can be bothered. I like the history one though, because it's like gives some context, which is hard to understand when you first get into this. Like the question of globe Earth versus flat Earth and how prominent it's been in history versus the way we're taught about it. It's very different things. So what are the questions you got, Bunny? What are you thinking?
Nothing much. I'm looking at all the images posted.
Cool. Yeah, I can't really imagine coming into this like in discussion form. I mean, I kind of just did a lot of the research by myself before I came and spoke to people about it. But the way you're doing it, you're handling it pretty well. Coming in fresh and hearing all of this without freaking out.
It's
So,
interesting
kudos.
because in nearly all of these there's like a center. There is a 3-dimensional kind of, you know what I mean, in all the pictures of the world.
What do you mean? Oh, the old cultures.
Yeah, the old cultures, like
Yeah,
things
yeah.
of all the world, and how
Oh,
they're
well, this
kind of
is
like they all look like
roughly similar.
remarkably, yeah, really roughly similar, but also like the 3 like layers. You know what
Yeah,
I
yeah,
mean?
yeah. So this is one of
That
the
and how that's kind of like fucking crazy. That's what I was bugging out on for a good 2
yeah.
minutes.
Well, listen, I'm still bugging out on this years later. I honestly think that meme specifically with the ancient cultures together is such like a powerful image, and it's crazy that's
Yeah,
not in
well,
text
it
in
kind of gives
textbook.
you chills because it's like,
Yeah,
how is
yeah,
everyone coming at the same conclusion?
yeah, exactly.
What else are we kind of
Well, this is the funny
being
thing.
hidden from us?
Well, this is it, and this is why it's so interesting because I mean we do have a magnetic north, right? And this is kind of what a lot of these things are alluding to. So all these ancient cultures who were separated by thousands of miles, languages, cultures, had no interaction with each other whatsoever. But the vast majority of human beings on Earth have all basically conceptualized the same basic Earth with variations on a theme. So it's a motionless topographical plane that's contained in some form. And they had different ideas about how this was practically done. And yeah, like you said, a bunch of them have different levels up and down for them. But basically they're all talking about the same thing. And a few of them, like you pointed out, have something at the center. Some of them they refer to it as a mountain, some of it as like a world tree, like a Yggdrasil from the Vikings. And they speak to something at the center, which funnily enough we do have a lot of people conceptualize as the magnetic center. That's where all the compasses point towards. And there's old letters from Mercator to a guy called John Dee, who was like a mad sorcerer for an old queen in England. And they're talking about this old map that Mercator had drawn of the north. And the way he described it was 4 islands surrounding this giant magnetic mountain. And he said it was like 30 miles broad and all this kind of stuff. And basically that ships that go near it would have iron nails pulled out of it and flying towards the center and all this kind of stuff. You can't go near it in wooden boats with any metal and all these mad stories. And he was asking these questions about North. So it's interesting that a lot of the old cultures also spoke about something at the North, which would be in the center in this thing. And when you recognize that theme of something at the center, maybe surrounded by 4 rivers, 4 cardinal points, you can see this everywhere. You go to like stately homes and gardens, a huge part of the design back in the day was like a big fountain or tree in the middle, and then 4 branches, like paths or waterways, going off at the cardinal directions, north, south, east, and west. You'll see this motif everywhere of like a central point surrounded. I mean, this is what all the ancient cultures thought, basically. So yeah, it's interesting if you get into the history side of things. Yeah, it's pretty dope. It's a crazy topic.
And remember, this is from the cultures that gave us monuments that we still can't even figure out how to replicate.
Yep. The pyramids and things are still like the megalithic sites are still more perfectly astronomically aligned than we can do today with all kinds of modern technologies. Because they've tried to align UN buildings and stuff with the stars, and they're always a little bit out. But these ancient megalithic sites, things like the pyramids and stuff, they're spot on, bang on. How were they doing that? So yeah, mysteries abound.
One thing you can say for certain is these people were certainly masters of geometry.
Yeah.
So for them to falsely conclude that the Earth is flat when it's actually a sphere, it's kind of a ridiculous assertion.
Yeah.
But of course, if you go to Google or ChatGPT or wherever, they whitewash history to turn it all around that while they may have had, you know, sparse conceptions of the Earth as a flat, they all as a flat, as the Earth is flat, they all, you know, believed it was a sphere one way or another. You know, this is the stories you'll be told about these ancient civilizations. The Greeks being the biggest example of that. You know, it's sold to the public as if everybody running around in Greece 2,000 years ago was a believer in the spherical conception of the Earth, when that's just not the case. It was a niche concept among what they would deem as intellectuals, you know. But I mean, you can hold concepts and still be an intellectual. It doesn't mean you're stupid, you know. So yeah, it was the intellectual class that was playing with these ideas and concepts, you know. But it was a niche.
Yeah, I mean, I think, for example, there's probably like a shit ton of like esoteric knowledge that has just been like covered up and like buried. Like I want to like live off the land and like be a part of the land, and that part has kind of like been eroded by government and society as well. So
That's another big aspect for why they push this lie on the world, is to legitimize their authority. They have to get rid of the old authority, you know. You can't take over a kingdom without killing the old king. So essentially they push God out of the equation so that people are not sure what to believe in that regard, so they default to just what is here, you know, which is government. Hopefully that made sense.
yeah, that makes sense to me.
I mean, you've got people in, say, California, for example, that so fervently believe that in the authority of government that they will not collect rainwater because it's against the law. It's been deemed against the law.
Yeah, well, yeah, special people, you know.
Yeah, that's what it creates. That's the type of people they like to work with.
Oh yeah, I wonder why.
Docile and meek people, you know.
Well, I don't like to work with those fucking people. I mean, I enjoy like not living or like being a part of the society. It's always draining. I think everyone feels at their center that these truths are like self-evident in nature. Like, it sucks here. Okay? Like, we all know that. Everyone knows that. Everyone's feeling that. Don't really know why. But you know what I mean? It is pressing on like a central nerve. And maybe that's the thing that we need to like get everyone to realize. Because once that's unlocked, it's over.
I would say that the world's in the position it is because we're very much lost on what we're actually trying to do next, you know?
I don't think we're united at all. I mean, we're against each other. And I think that's part of a grand overarching system to make more money and use us as slaves. So they said, fuck the farming. They said, hey, you're going to have this fucking chicken with a bunch of goy slop in it, and you're gonna like it. And people who said no and went to farms, they fucked them over with a bunch of government. Oh, well, now you gotta, now we got Monsanto, and it's not just space, it's like our actual environment too. It's like our actual world around us. I mean, space, okay, put a bunch of garbage in fucking space, okay, whatever. But, like, really? Like, Flint fucking Michigan makes me fucking mad, but it's like, there is, like, a truth to that, but I think that they know that if they... fixing the problem would make it evident that they're trying to do, the right... But how long can they stall this shit? Okay, like, where are we going
Well,
to
yeah,
blow
that's a
these
good
people
question.
up?
How long
You know
can
what I
they
mean?
stall this shit? Because, 1969 we landed on the moon, Here we are, almost 70 years later. And we're not back at the moon. We don't have any colonies there. No real progress made on that front. It's clear they're kicking the can down the road. So how long can they stall this shit? Because we as flat earthers know it's a physical impossibility to achieve such a feat. It doesn't exist in reality. There's no place to go. So yeah, they just we saw Artemis was the latest moon mission, and that's all pushed back and cancelled and whatever, or road bumps and blah blah blah. The same old story. But it's going to be 50 years down the line, and we still won't have done anything because it's just not possible.
And I would say part of the reason. Sorry, if I could just very quickly, I would just add that part of the reason that they get away with treating the Earth and everyone in it so badly is because they've convinced people of this other Earth, right? They control that entire paradigm where you're on a spinning ball in a vacuum with loads of other spinning balls, and there's a chance that we can take you to a different spinning ball once we fuck this one up completely with our deforestation and pollution and whatever else we feel like doing to enrich ourselves. So that low-level psychological framework plays right into the hands of people who want to just trash the Earth and drain it at their leisure. And people's imaginations and hopes and futures are off into the sky somewhere in some fantasy, rather than dealing with what we've got. I mean, maybe if people understood that Earth is all we've got, then they'd be a little less accommodating with a government and multiple governments that seem to be fucking it up so much.
Exactly. Think of this analogy, Bunny. Imagine you could only ever have one car for your entire life.
No, yeah, it's like a backup. It's like a hard drive. They're basically saying like, hey, we have this backup, so it's okay if we fuck this up. It's okay if we have a backup hard drive. It's like, that doesn't exist. Why would why use the backup hard drive? Can someone tell me that? Why is our first like goal to like go to a backup instead of like save what we have now? That's like what I would ask. Is like, just logically that doesn't follow. Why would we waste something that's perfectly fine? Why not have two backups? What the fuck is wrong with you? Why have one?
Well, that's the low-level psychological framework that they're pressing people into to justify and to, maintain their control and their way of doing things, which is, if we want to fuck up parts of the Earth beyond saving for our gain, we're going to do it. And no one's given enough of a shit, and they're so distracted and demoralized with everything else, nothing's really done about it. But maybe if it was a different setup, if people had a different understanding of where they are and what their purpose here might be, they'd take a little better care of it, I mean, it would be like figuring out that it's not just this random spinning ball in a vacuum for no reason. It's like a giant house and everyone's sharing it. It's like a giant building, and we're all like littering inside the building and fucking it up. Maybe people would have a slightly different framework of thinking about it,
Yeah, I agree with that.
Currently a giant mental asylum.
But it's a problem. That's what I agree with too. Is that it's so illogical for someone to just be like, oh, okay, like throw away the backup, throw away the hard drive. Like, to me, because it's like, how could you?
What do you mean, like throw away the possibility of going to Mars with Elon to be kings of the robot colonies.
Well, like, listen, like that sounds cool and all until you're like, oh well, like I like Earth better. You know what I
Well,
mean?
no,
Take you
I mean,
like
it's just,
5 minutes to like come back to that conclusion. Don't get me wrong. Like I was 12 once.
it's an
That's cool. You're
impossibility.
12.
Yeah, that's what we're saying. It's an escapist fantasy that has no bearing on reality, that they're installing in people so that they have slightly less attachment to the only place they do have, which is Earth. It's easier to get someone to give up what they don't cherish than what they do.
Yeah.
So they don't mind if you're inside playing your Xbox, talking about how mad you are on social media. They don't give a shit. As long as they can go out there and pull the trees down, do whatever else they want to do.
Oh no, I know that they don't give a shit about that.
Yes, it's just distraction everywhere you look. So you need to be like laser focused on what it is you're trying to figure out. Otherwise, you're just going to be blown around in the wind. This is a good starting point to get you grounded. Once you understand the Earth, you've got a good foundation for moving on to other things, I would say.
Yeah, I think like I do think that there are like a lot of distractions and it's a lot of like smoke and mirrors. I don't know to the extent because I like what the government is trying to do at the same time and what I would expect them to do is to like loop all of us together. You know what I mean?
No, I
That's
don't
what
know
they
what you mean.
want. Well, I think that well,
Do
okay.
you mean,
Well,
do you mean
What do you
link us
mean?
up by our brains?
let me finish.
Unite?
Let me finish. Let me finish what I'm going to say. Okay, like through the government's like mind. Okay, you were the government. You would have to control us. Okay, so they call you a conspiracy theorist. They say that you're crazy. They try to out you as a scapegoat and a pariah.
Yeah.
Okay, so then you have to find other people that think and behave like you. But do you see what's happening here? You're the next sacrifice. You're
Well,
the
flat
next
earthers
like
are a targeted
militia that
community.
they will literally sacrifice. They will put you on the front line and they will find some way to fuck you over and your family.
Well, be that as it may, being aware that that is on the table is better than being unaware, right? Because at least then you know what you're up against, what the playing field is, and how best to conduct yourself while you can. I mean, flat earthers are a demeaned community, don't get me wrong, because it attacks the very heart of the entire modern Western centric social, political, materialist religion. But it's not like we're being thrown in jail. I mean, maybe that day will come. I don't know. But like you, we are after truth, wherever that leads. Or at least, most of us here on the flat earth side, that's what I would say. Everyone's here just pursuing it, whatever it is. And the consequences are the consequences. Otherwise, what else are we really doing here? Like just hanging out? Nah. Trying to figure things out, yeah?
Well, okay, to speak on that perspective, I feel like here is just like the time passing. Like I try to do good where I can. I can't always do good all the time, but I try to do what I can for people on Earth while I can. And even
Yeah.
though, I've gotten hurt from trying to help other people, I still try to do that because I try to be, godlike as much as I can and forgive other people. And I can't change other people's mind. I don't come in with the idea of like changing other people's mind. I just come in with like, hey, like let's have a conversation. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
And I
sure.
find more
That's a good way to
more
do
in
it.
common with people than I do not finding in common with them, which like leads me to like being very accepting and like opening of like other people's opinions is because I see myself in them. So
Yeah,
I'm
that's a
gonna
good way
be
to
like,
be.
oh, okay, like we're all one. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
And
you could be started with.
that's like going to shit. that's like an illusion too. Don't you think that's like New World Order? Like we're all, do you think that that's kind of utopian in a sense? Like we're all going to do the whole communism thing, and they're going to push for that?
Well, I mean, you could argue, well, I mean, we can see what they're doing, we can see what they're pushing towards, and yeah, they are pushing that kind of shit, but they're going to be pushing it whether or not you understand your situation personally. And this is a personal thing, like your understanding of where you are, and by consequence, what you are, how you got here. That's all a very personal understanding. It's between you and God, So
Mhm.
I would say that regardless of all that, regardless of what someone may or may not do, there's no downside to pursuing what you can know. And come what may, you're going to be better prepared to deal with it with the best information available, the most factual knowledge that you can have, whatever that is. You're going to be in a better position, right? Knowledge is power. There's a reason for that. There's a reason they've boxed us into the situation that we are in, where they maintain the power, knowing where we are, and they shun us into ignorance by teaching us falsehoods about our very physical environment, right? So, yeah, I mean, they're pushing all kinds of mad shit, but really, you need to dig in on this so you can kind of get those laser vision for bullshit, which is what this topic will give you. And a lot of that's just fear, like the world, I don't think is as bad as they are trying to make us think that it is. And I think
It's
part of
not.
the tactic is to demoralize people
Yep.
and make people think this is all lost, this is all fucked, when in reality they're just giving us a very biased sample to try and make us more compliant, more scared, right? This is a tactic in itself. So I'm generally quite optimistic, actually, which might surprise you, but I'm quite an optimistic person.
What are we okay, like what's because I mean the reason I'm not as optimistic is like the only reason that I see this going away is like us like literally rising up and tearing up the system from the inside out, like pulling it apart.
Yeah,
I
that's
don't really
that's
see
one
that.
option.
I don't. One action. Can you name another one? How would we get rid of it entirely?
Well, some
Like we would
things are
have
not
to
for us
burn
to
it.
sort out, Well, I mean, I would say that some things are not for us to sort out, and
That's what the boomers said, though. And then you know what? They're just gonna keep on saying that. The next generation is gonna say the same shit.
I mean,
Like
when I say
when
sort
is
out,
enough
though,
enough? Like
I
when is
mean in
enough?
terms of judgment, right? We're not the ultimate judge of this place. That will be dealt with in time. What this should highlight to you is the importance of doing what you're doing, which you said is searching for truth and you're trying to be a good person in the real world, but then also prioritizing where you spend your efforts, right? On your family, on your community.
Right.
So these are the kind of things that it should put into focus for you, and that will enrich your life, right? Invariably, regardless. So in terms of like how do we solve this, I mean, you kind of have to get to the point where you understand some things are bigger than yourself. Now you can lend your voice, which is what we do. I mean, we see it as important enough that we set up multiple channels 24/7 so people like you have a chance to hear the other side of the story, which most people never get to hear. So we find it important enough to do that. And I mean, to get into the question of what more could and should be done, I mean, that's something that's, don't get me wrong, always being discussed, but it's not, we're not here to change the world. This isn't a revolution, right? It's a revival, like you saw with that meme with the cultures. This has always been the case. This is what everyone has always known. It's not tearing down the established order and starting from scratch. This is a revival of what people have always known. So it's different.
Okay.
And they want to scare you with all kinds of stuff anyway, saying people are gonna all kill you. This is gonna do something. This, to be afraid of that. Don't be a communist. Don't be that. Like, here's the thing. What the hell is a communist? What does that even mean? How are they scaring you with saying don't be your family? I don't get it.
No, it's not don't be a family, but it's basically like everyone has like an equal, sort of like we're gonna help like everyone. Like I don't
Like a family?
agree.
Like a family, a group of people living in the same area, helping each other do whatever they need to do.
Yeah,
What?
but they're extending that to immigrants is what I'm trying to say. They're not extending that. Like, I understand what you're trying to say, right? Like, in my own country, I would help people that are my own countrymen, but I wouldn't help people that are like fucking like, foreign.
Why?
Why the fuck? Why? Because they're not
Yeah.
my family.
How do you know that?
Because I'm not related to them. Like, they're not. They don't come from the
Huh?
same nation. They don't come from
Not
the same
related
nation
to
as me.
Well, see,
Aren't,
even
aren't
this is
like people
something
on
that's
the West
interesting to
Coast and
get
East Coast
into.
of America like fucking completely different?
No, they're not. People. No, what?
No,
Hold
I'm
on.
saying
You
to
said
her like Americans are her family. She'll support her own country people, but no
no. I'm
immigrants.
just saying everybody's your family until they try to do you wrong. Isn't that usually the rule? Like everybody should be like with you and not against you. Like everybody should be for people, right?
Essentially, yeah.
Why would an imaginary fucking line make somebody your enemy?
Yeah. I mean, this is something that would come to teach you, I would say. It's that the world is a lot smaller than you think. And like I said earlier, it's more like people have got this very separated kind of notion of things. But in reality, it's more like we're all in the same building. It's just a huge building. So, and even then, you're talking about nations. I mean, you want to get into the history of things and the actual roots of your people. I mean, that's a whole other ball of twine that you could spend decades trying to untangle, and you probably still wouldn't figure it out. So, the notion of like where we come from, the bloodlines, the tribes, all this kind of stuff, even that's confused. So, don't be so quick to be like, he's not my people, they're not my people. Like, we don't really have a good idea beyond a certain degree of exactly where everyone's come from and what our histories are as people. So that's another thing that you can start looking into for a time. I would say the history is all fucked up. You'll be surprised to know. But anyway, let's not get too much into the politics side of things. Just enjoy the nice flat earth. You're no longer hurtling through a pointless vacuum at millions of miles an hour. That's nice, isn't it? That's something. You're not going to get wiped out by a meteor. Is that some comfort to you, Bunny?
Oh, I'm sorry. I just reconnected. I totally like disconnected.
Oh well, I was just going to give you a silver lining, right? I was just saying, well, you're not hurtling meaninglessly through an empty vacuum for no reason, and you're not going to get wiped out by a meteor. That can't happen. So that's a good thing, right? You
Yeah,
understand that we're not.
that's a good. Yeah, I see where you're going with that. Like that, it's all unnecessary. A lot of it is unnecessary. Yeah.
Well, we're not in a vacuum with like random objects flying that could bump and smash into us, right? So the whole notion of like cosmic meteors smashing into Earth and destroying us isn't a possibility, even though they'll tell you, hey, this comet's getting awfully close. Oh, it just missed us. Now this one, though's getting
Oh,
really close.
okay.
Oh, it just missed us.
Yeah, they want you to buy the bunker. Yeah.
Yeah, they want you to buy into the doomsday clock. They want you being like, guys, it's 3 minutes to midnight. Oh my God, buy toilet roll.
Yeah.
But really, you've got nothing to worry about. There's no big rocks coming to fly and wipe us out at any point. That's nice, right?
Yeah.
There might be big hordes of lemmings coming to hurt you, though.
Yeah.
That's still a possibility.
Yeah, you got more to worry about at like the supermarket or shopping center.
That's all right. I can deal with that.
Yeah, exactly. So no big existential crises about a planet flying into us. Imagine that. A bunch of other people on a planet coming screaming towards us. This is the kind of bullshit. So
it's the moon formation, though.
Yeah, right. Get another moon out of it. Sweet deal.
It's 2 impacts, isn't it, to form the moon? That's their story.
Was it 2?
Yeah, because it didn't their physics didn't work out for the first. Or not the physics, but their calculations didn't work.
That's
so
2 impacts.
The first impact wasn't sufficient, so there had to be a second one.
So it was like hanging off loose after the first one, and then that little second impact.
Yeah,
was
yeah,
really
yeah,
good.
yeah. Yeah, when it came and finish it off, and like, detach
No
the last
doubt.
thread.
That makes sense. Do you not think it's weird, Bunny, that the sun and the moon are supposedly just random objects of like balls and plasma formed for no real reason, and they happen to look exactly the same size from our perspective, even though they're millions of miles apart and vastly different sizes apparently. And the moon was apparently formed by some totally random asteroid or two smashing into us. Yet it makes us a moon that perfectly matches the size of the sun, so that we get the perfect eclipses and all that.
Yeah, little weird.
Little weird, right? The chances of that are so insane that statisticians would call it statistically impossible. It's like winning the lottery 1,000,000 times in a row. Crazy.
It's the way they try and flip it round as evidence of the cosmic scale, you know?
Yeah. Like, well, if you had 1,000,000 tries at it, eventually it would be like this. Then they'll start talking about bloody multiverse theory and all that. Because it's so impossible for this to happen in any situation. They're like, well, there must be infinite situations that it's possible to occur in, and we're just lucky enough to be one of them. You monkey people, you space monkey children.
Yeah.
It's kind of ridiculous, right?
Yeah, it kind of is.
So you're going to try and find out who proved the curve or proved the motion? You're going to try and prove the globe to yourself one last time? Or are you just going to
Try
bury
to
it?
prove the globe to myself.
Yeah.
No, I mean, there's like nothing to like prove. Like, I mean, I could do like my own experiment, but I mean,
Yeah. Do like a long distance observation or something?
yeah.
Yeah, that'll only debunk the globe, I'm afraid. But yeah, that's a good thing to do. You should do that. Did you even get to the point where you were Googling who measured the curve, who measured the motion? Because that's usually what we get. We get people who've Googled that, and then they come in and tell us what Google said on the first result.
No, I had heard of this like experiment before, which is why I mentioned the curvature one.
So you didn't come
But
across
then-
Eratosthenes?
Well,
The
the
Greek?
one that I saw was like a basic one, and then some other dude was trying to get me to like look at another one with like a bunch of lasers that was like more updated.
Yeah.
But
Well, no, Eratosthenes that's like the first thing that Google will tell you for measuring the curve, but he just measured shadows and assumed the ball with curve. So I just wondered if you'd come across it. But sounds like you're starting to figure it out. Well done. Welcome to social exclusion. No, I'm joking. You can have a good time. Just don't go telling your family and friends about it.
Yeah, it's not worth it.
Unless they're ready.
Do you believe in the moon landings, Bunny?
Do I believe in what?
The moon missions, the Apollo moon missions.
I mean, I guess I used to.
What changed your mind on that?
Like, I guess I used to believe in that. Yeah.
Do you mean used to, like, as in 2 hours ago, or?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, right.
Yes, that's what I'm
All right,
saying.
I'll let
Yes.
you process it a bit then.
Well, this is a good point, actually. Starting with NASA is exactly what Bunny needs to start seeing. Because we've just spoken about all this stuff, but until she sees NASA with the harnesses and the green screen and the chroma key, she's still going to be thinking, but NASA, surely. But when you see how much NASA's faking, like we've got like 6-hour videos full of bloopers, like people phasing in and out of existence, harnesses,
What the
green
fuck?
screen, augmented reality. I'm not joking. Like if you go on the server,
Bunny?
God help us, dude.
I
on the
don't
server that I sent
Do you want to
Now,
see
this-
people
this-
phasing into
No,
existence
this
right
is
now,
just-
Bunny?
Well, I'm almost gonna cry because I know that you guys are doing this for like fun, but it's
No,
like,
no.
dude, no, I know, but it's like, oh my god, like I was so stupid, like.
No. Listen. This is not. I mean, I know you're joking. We're not saying we're not trying to like upset you or anything. This is actually kind of
Oh
important.
no, I was
information
just
to you.
memeing. I was literally just memeing.
I know,
I'm not
I know.
actually gonna
But
cry.
understand.
You good knights of Discord, dude. I won't cry on your behalf.
Well, listen. Just understand. We're
Just
not,
know that
it
the
is funny,
knowledge
to
has
be
brought
fair.
tears to my eyes. Just know.
It is entertaining when the trolls are spazzing out, but we understand that this is a huge thing to like get into. So no, we're not trying to just like mess you about. But yeah, are you posting some of the NASA stuff? Obvious. Or is anyone?
Yeah, I posted like the collage of clips of the ISS there.
All right.
See that one in the middle row on the left of him phasing in.
God help us.
There's another one as well of them of a guy coming around a corner. I don't actually have that clip.
So there's hours of stuff. So on the server that I sent you the link to earlier, if you look under the channels NASA, astronauts, and rockets, stuff like that, there's hours and hours and hours of this stuff. And when you see that, and you start to realize that everything they're doing is pretty much Hollywood special effects, but a few years ahead of Hollywood because it's military, basically. There's nothing left for the globe, really. Observable reality is flat and motionless. The NASA videos and pictures are fake. So what do you have?
Yeah, not a lot.
Not a lot. Starts to go down pretty quick when you eliminate NASA. And it's the same with the Chinese, the Russians, the Indians, just bloopers galore.
Oh yeah, I've got the Indians. Give me
But the moon landings you should look into because that's an easy one to debunk. We have a channel on moon landings as well if you look under M. See their hairspray hair bouncing up. It's funny. Tim Peaks and his famous little ball of water on a chroma key background. Damn. Little Chinese man phasing into existence, Dragon Ball Z style. They train them well.
Yeah, Bunny, that's what India gave the world to prove they landed their little rover or little lander on the moon.
Checks out.
Checks out indeed, yeah.
Passes the smell test. Oh man.
I mean, this is the type of shit you have to go to bat for if you want to continue to be a Glober. And if you've got...
That's the thing. It's the intellectual price tag of the globe that is just too high once you really start to look.
Yeah, that's well put.
They've got you questioning that glass of water on your table.
You know,
that's crazy, especially when the globe model definitely says that something else would happen with that glass of water. maybe it will start floating around.
Well, saying something will happen and demonstrating are two different things, you know.
It's too late,
I can
Kembo.
demonstrate the glass of water doing the exact thing expected by the globe model because it's simply the same thing
It's
that's
okay. We
expected
don't
in
want
the
you
flood
to
model.
use globe wares here. We have no interest in your religion, my friend.
Then why do you have this
somewhere
channel?
else. Take it to a Star Trek convention. No one's interested.
If you're not interested in the globe model, then why do you have this channel? What would you be discussing about if the opposite position wouldn't exist?
Well, currently we're laughing at all the NASA bloopers and how the silly globers are still falling for the cartoons.
Yes, I guess so.
Yeah. So, Bunny, did you have any more questions, thoughts?
No, I'm just processing. Brain is broken.
Yes. I was thinking that must be. I mean, you must be getting to your limit. This is more of a flat smacking than I've seen someone endure in quite some time. Like usually, if they progress a few steps, accepting it, then they just be like, "All right, I need to peace out and do some thinking." But you went through a good number of steps there, and you're still hanging in. So good job.
Well, it's not the first time. Like I would say like my introduction to this shit was, let's just say, you know, I'm from the Hollywood area. Like, so
Right.
this is, for me, this is like, okay, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I guess
Like,
from Hollywood.
they were lying about raping
You're ready
kids.
for
Like,
anything.
what do we? Yeah, they were lying
Yeah.
about killing and
Yeah.
eating fucking children. So it's all right. Like, it's
That's
like
one way to put it. Yeah, fair enough. Oh well, so you're ready. This is nothing.
yeah, no. So it wasn't like. That's why I was like, oh, they're asking me if like I'm okay. Like, it's like, you know.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking earlier. Now that you're from Hollywood area, so back to my question: the macchiato, do you stir it up, or you let it just sit like that and drink it separate? And I don't have much experience with these macchiatos.
I don't either. I'm supposed to. Why do I think that you're just supposed to drink it? That it's not supposed to be. Because it kind of reminds me of a cappuccino, and a cappuccino you don't mix either. Sounds the same.
Yeah,
Sounds roughly
yeah.
Italian.
No, it's the one that comes half and half, but the coffee's on the top and the milk's on the bottom. I just don't know if I'm supposed to shake it up or what.
No, I think you're supposed to just like drink it up.
Right.
I don't think you're supposed to mix it. No.
So you're in Hollywood?
I live there, yeah.
Oh, that's what's up.
Why have you not escaped yet?
Oh, I said I lived there.
Oh, okay, my bad.
No, it's all right.
Did you move out like Midwest or something?
I did. I moved to Texas.
Good choice. Or the perfect choice, in fact. Like, is there anywhere better in the US?
Sir, not that I know of. I have rodeos, I have guns, and I have horses.
Living the life.
For real. I used to live with not live with horses, but I used to do like equestrian when I was younger too. So like my whole dream is like, cool, dude, if I could have like a ranch, horses, cows, I'd be fucking set. Like, cool, we're done. Want
So
to
there you
live
go.
off
What
the
are you complaining
land.
about? When the end times come, you can ride a horse and shoot guns. You're ahead. You're a lot further ahead than most of us.
Well, yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
There you go, good cowboy, and we'll be throwing our shoes at them. Think about us. So Texas is pretty flat, right?
Yeah, I think it's about as flat as the whole rest of the world.
Yep. I think Florida is supposed to be the flattest state.
That would be
Kansas.
hilarious. They're like, yeah, this one's
Kansas
close
is
to the
one that they
water.
measured,
It's
yeah.
flat.
Yeah, so the water's flat.
The water's flat. Yep. Okay.
Yeah, the
All
water's
right.
flat.
Okay, Mr. Government Man. Okay.
Yeah, I'm selling you that crazy conspiracy theory that water is what it looks like.
I got you there.
You ever seen a curved lake?
A curved lake.
I can show you a curved lake.
Like, see that?
Yeah, I've got it right here, bro. There you go.
Oh, damn. Wow. There we go. Curved lake. On a very curved earth.
See that,
Like
Bonnie?
crazy eyes playing tricks on there.
I sure did.
Damn, I didn't know Lake Tahoe was that big. Taking up a good chunk of the earth. I've been to Lake Tahoe, actually. Many years ago. And it was flat. I remember.
Have you seen
What are you
this
gonna-
image from the Chinese ISS, Bonnie?
No, I have not.
Well, they obviously didn't fucking get on the phone to NASA to sort their stories, you know?
Yeah, it looks pretty flat.
Yeah, that would be a little counterproductive.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a big flat
And
horizon.
that was another marvel of construction that just fucking popped up out of nowhere, you know?
Yeah, where's the videos of them building these space stations in a 10 to negative 17 for vacuum? That'd be quite a feat to observe.
Did you guys see our boy go to that Florida meeting talking about NASA?
Was that the Audit NASA thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I saw that speech. Yeah, it was good.
Yeah, I'm glad he got in front. Witzer got up in front. And he gave his, account to the like the commissioner office of that county or whatnot that he lives, and he was able to get through his, through his reasoning on why, when that program, that local program is putting funds directly from the taxpayers in the area to NASA because they're so close in location. He was making his case on how there should be more transparency with NASA. Then he finished up nice and easy. Then another guy got on the same line of conversation, and the guys on the board were like, "Get out of here! You're done. No more. We don't want to hear it." And they,
A spiraling glober.
Yep.
Got a link to that? Let me see.
No, we shouldn't make NASA more transparent.
Oh God, can you imagine?
I do not have it. It was done on, and I think it was on the 25th of last month. So it was only less than 2 weeks ago that it was that he went in front of them.
Yeah,
Some of
I
these
actually
people
haven't seen Witzit's one. I think I saw different. It was a different guy. but was part of that thing, the audit NASA thing. But it was a while ago, at least over half a year ago.
Yeah,
So
I
I need
remember
to see
someone getting up
Witsit's
in
one.
front of the council. I haven't seen Witsit's one though. Let's do that. But yeah, some of these people could suck the toes of the government through the boot that's in their mouth. So Bunny, what are you gonna say to someone next time they tell you, "Hey Bunny, look at that lake, it's turned."
I'm sorry, what?
What are you gonna say to the next person that comes up to you and says, "Hey, look at that lake, Bunny, it's curved"?
It's curved. I'm gonna tell them, yeah, just like your
You're still
brain.
laughing at me.
Yeah, but their brain
Alright.
is curved.
Yeah, you might be setting yourself up there.
No, their brain's flat. Brain's flat.
No, you can't go that route. Okay, so that one needs some work. That's some homework for you. What are you gonna do when someone tells you that lake's curved?
Well, woman needs work on humor. I'd say I'm looking good as far as women go, so it all checks out. I can still make a sandwich pretty good, and I'm not funny, so
Oh, I'm hungry. Alright,
still
well,
a
that's
woman.
fine.
Still a
You check your
woman.
boxes.
Everyone.
That's good. Even in 2024. God bless you.
Beast.
Yeah, I met a woman in Hollywood, beautiful woman at a bar in Hollywood, and I asked her, I said, "What do you do?" And she said, "Oh, I'm a doctor," and I was like really impressed because I didn't think that women could really pull off sarcasm, but she do.
Oh my god. Well, I was just looking at the chat, Bunny. I don't know if you realise, but there's 15 men in the chat. So could you make 15 sandwiches, please?
15. My
Yeah.
God.
Those
Yeah,
count,
you,
the ones-
you got like multiple lunch times to address.
Oh shit. Sorry, I'm
Do you
backed up in
know,
the kitchen.
guys?
Oh,
Do you
actually,
know it's
Embo's
also
Embo's a bit of a Embo. It's unclear whether Embo's actually a man, so maybe 14 sandwiches.
If any
Let's
of you
rename
want
this chat
get a
room to
wife,
24/7 Eat Fresh.
yeah.
Number
do you
15.
know what is also? Yeah, do you know what is also 15 when distributed per hour?
Your mom.
Like bad globe stand up.
Got him.
Yeah, thanks for coming out, Embo. We appreciate your support.
Thanks.
So it turns out the Earth's flat, guys. I don't know if you've heard about this.
It's
Sounds
breaking
like Hollywood.
news. It's breaking news, but we just made you guys forget it about a 500 years ago.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, Crypto, we've been speaking to
Man,
Bunny
it's
this
actually
morning.
so funny when you think about it. It's
She's
breaking news,
hanging
but
in
by
there.
the way, everyone else has known this information for thousands of years, but it's breaking news.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's quite funny. You're taking it well, Bunny.
Oh, what can you do, man? Life's a circus.
can you
Laugh
do?
long.
It's like breaking out of the Matrix, right? It's really like that. It's weird.
Yeah, it was like when I realized God was real and shit. Unironically, it was that close to where it's oh cool, just start crying, have an emotional thing. But I feel I already went through that earlier in life, so now when it happens again, I'm just oh cool, level up. It's not as important. I already had the milestone where it's and I went through that already.
If you think the world was a circus before the perspective of Flyer, just wait.
Well, I don't know, dude. I already know the shit about Hollywood, and that was kind of my whole thing where it was it's over.
Jover.
Subliminally messaging, the subliminal messages alone.
Oh, here's a good one though.
You know what I mean?
Here's a good
What?
one.
Subliminal
The
messaging of
trolling.
what?
Hold on.
Of children,
I've got a good
of
example of the
people
trolling
being
that you might start
attracted
to
to children, just
Hold on.
weird shit.
Hold on.
Okay.
So just speaking about the trolling side of things, I don't know if you remember they did a rover on Mars thing where they said they were putting a little rover on Mars. called the Perseverance a few years ago. Remember NASA doing that?
No.
The big live stream. You guys don't remember that? Jesus Christ! What more can
No.
NASA do? They tell you they're putting little robots on Mars.
I don't pay attention to NASA.
Well, they did this
I
massive
don't even
live
remember
stream
that.
anyway. They put this live stream for like 5 hours where they're like showing little cartoons of the robots on Mars. And they're like, robots on Mars. And through the whole thing, they never really showed any like celebrity tweets or whatever going along with it. But then right at the end, they pulled up one celebrity tweet. And guess who it was? Who do you think it would be? Like Neil deGrasse Tyson, some big scientist or something like that?
Mick West.
Yeah. Well, they pulled up Rick Astley. You know the guy.
Dude, all right.
From the,
he rickrolled.
Wow.
He never
rickrolled
gave
him.
up on NASA, apparently.
Yeah, he was like, as a
Yeah,
guy
but
who knows a thing or
that
two
says
about
it as in
perseverance.
like, yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry, I was just gonna add on that basically says it that
Yeah,
it's a
well-
marketing campaign rather than trying to find truth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
100%.
Well, it's just showing you at the end of it. It's like, hey, we had you on a 5-hour stream, and now we're rickrolling you. And it was just him saying something like, as a man who knows a thing or two about perseverance, because the robot was called Perseverance, and it's all never going to give you like. It was a funny joke. It's a good troll, to be fair, but that's like the kind of thing you'll notice after this. You'll be like, wow, NASA are really trolling the shit out of us.
Yeah, it's something you start to see more and more the further you get into this. Some of us remember when the iPhone marketing campaign was out, NASA provided a never before seen image of the Earth to Apple for the launch of the iPhone.
What? That's so
Yeah, and
like
this is-
random.
I know,
I'm
and this
sorry,
is
but
part of
it's
the
like,
original iPhone marketing campaign. Like, this is what got people in the door in Apple stores to buy the brand new iPhone when it first came out. Everybody wanted that picture of the globe on their phone.
God, I hate the fucking world.
Isn't that stupid? Like, what a stupid thing. Like, oh, you're going to put a globe on a phone and that's going to draw people in to buy the shit? Yeah,
Well, it is, yeah,
works.
but that's literally, yeah. But it's like,
Well, it's the
when you
same
watch
sort of
a
low
commercial-
testosterone. It's the same sort of low testosterone people that come in to try and troll flat earthers, but at the same time tell us that we're irrelevant and that we're dying. It's like, bro. People like Embo.
Yeah, I'd say for newcomers into this, just start paying attention to how much the globe gets shoved into your face every day. You think flat earthers are weird? I think it's weird that the globe is like front and center of everything that you ever see around you.
Yeah. Well, it's like if you look up, I don't know, say children's science stuff, it's all evolution, dinosaurs, the globe. If you look up any news media, it's, there's a globe on the front, you know, there's theatres in London called The Globe. All of this stuff, like there's so many examples of it having nothing to do with the shape of the earth, but just it's there anyway, just to remind you, you're on that thing.
School's out for the summer, kids. Come to Vacation Bible School at our church, and you'll see it all the mega churches and mini churches all over the United States. They're going to entice kids to come in for a vacation Bible study with God, Jesus, dinosaurs, and outer space. Kid you not.
Yeah, it's pathetic.
Yep, I almost took a picture of it last year, but at a church near me, they had exactly that. They had like a spaceship and a dinosaur and a Vacation Bible School advertisement.
You know, it's funny. I saw a trailer for one of the newer Jurassic Park movies, and I noticed now that they've updated the dinosaurs, so they're showing them with like half feathers now. So like the Velociraptors are now like half chicken. It's insane.
When I was a kid, dinosaurs didn't have them pansy feathers.
The science.
They're transitioning the dinosaurs into these mummies or whatever they're.
Yeah, it's like, oh well, the science is just so much better now, so we know what they would actually look like. You can imagine these artists are fawning over this notion of bird-like velociraptors.
It's a Tyrannosaur. Tyrannosaurus Rex.
Yeah. Clown world. The world's a big flat stage.
No, man, it's a globe theater. Just ask William Shakespeare.
Yeah, you need to get one of the balconies if you want to see over the curve.
Yeah, isn't that a great troll? William Shakespeare, Globe Theater, it's flat.
Yeah, Bunny, you said you were you recently kind of got into religion or whatever. You've been reading the Bible.
Not recent. That happened like some years ago for me.
Okay. Well, you might be interested to reread it, knowing what you know now, and realize that it never speaks about a spinning ball Earth in a vacuum, and that it only seems to describe a motionless, topographical, contained environment. That's interesting.
Yeah, it's like the book of Genesis makes sense now and tells the truth.
Yeah. It's just not surprising that a lot of kids, when they're young, have these questions about the Bible, and they open it, and on page 1, they're hearing things which their school has told them isn't true, and that science has proven otherwise. So it's no surprise that loads of people, loads of kids would just discard it at that and say, well, if it's wrong on page 1, how am I going to read 500 pages of it? But if you went in that with it aligning with what you know about reality, you'd probably be a lot more inclined to carry on. Say, well, okay, seems to align with what I know about the Earth. So what else has it got to say?
Yesterday I was reading the Book of Enoch, and the description of the flood Earth model there is nowhere close to the modern description of the flood Earth model.
Yeah, thank God, right? Because most modern flat earthers who talk about this don't know what a model is.
Yes, they think that a model is like a physical small-scale representation of something.
Look at you, Embo, reading the Book of Enoch.
Yeah, for real. Good on.
Yeah, for example, the most major difference is that on the modern model, the west and east are just circles, but on the in the Book of Enoch, they are just absolute directions, because he mentions all of the 4 cardinal directions, and that he went there up to the edges of the earth. So he went to the north, to the edges, to the east, to the west, and to the south.
Yeah. Enoch's model or idea is very interesting. He talks about portals, right? He almost talks about like the sun moving across in crisscross directions, going through one portal and coming out another portal at another side, or things to that effect.
Yeah.
So he conceptualizes it in a different way. You're right.
Yeah, I also reached that fragment that the stars and the sun and the moon, they rise from they escape from the portals on the east, and then they go above the earth, and then they set by entering the portals in the west, because they didn't know that while the sun is over the sky for one people, it's set for another people, so they thought it's just set for the entire earth at once, so it just escapes to some portals and then rests by glorifying God in heaven. Which kind of makes sense why they believe the earth is flat, because if you look at it from a perspective of one person at given place, at given time, then the sky looks like a big dome, and only when you go to some another place, you see that parts of the sky set and the another parts rise, and it completes it. When you add the entire sky at total, it adds up to like an apparent sphere instead of a dome.
So you're saying that when you're going about on Earth, the sky looks like a dome? That's weird.
Yes, for one location at a time and for one time at a time. Yes.
Yeah, that's what we've been saying too. You got your own personal view of the stars.
What's interesting is that he also said that thought that winds also come from portals in heaven. That there are different winds, for example, from the north that bring the cold wind, and they basically escape from there, just as the clouds and the fog and things like that. They have like magazines in heaven, and then they put these atmospheric effects on the earth by these portals.
Yeah, he's almost. I mean, he's talking generally about energy being input from outside of the system in a lot of ways, with the winds and things like that, like an energy coming from the outside in, and even tunnels and underground. I guess what we would think of as vents and pipes or tubes, tunnels, whatever, venting in subsurface material, whatever that be, elements, who knows. So yeah, it's an interesting read. Did you enjoy it?
Yes, but I'm also at half of the book. Today I'm going to continue, and I'm going to reach the astronomic book. So the part of it about astronomy.
Embo, what Zyklon said is very fascinating, right? He was, when you were saying like the north is an extremity, the east is the extremity, the west is, you got to take into account that he's outside of reality being given this vision.
Right, and which north?
Which north?
North. You got magnetic north. You've got celestial pole north. You've got north that is 90 degrees of the sunrise of the sun on the equinox, which is a different north.
The geographic north, I guess. I don't think they really know about magnetic field even.
How do you prove what is the geographic north?
The sky is a reference for it. It's the direction of the northern center of rotation of the sky.
So the axial. So is that the same as celestial north?
Yes. Like when you have the north celestial pole, so if you take long exposure picture of stars and make and have them going in a circles, then the center of the rotation, if you go in that direction, you will be going towards the geographic north.
Wait, so if I take a compass, I go north, I follow it north, and I go all the way until it gets, till it turns around. You think Polaris is above me? Is that what you're saying?
No, because magnetic north is tilted, it's shifted from the geographic north by a couple of degrees.
Well, where I would head with that is, what if there is no geographic north? You just have a celestial pole and a GP.
Yeah, I mean that's one of the ways they could define it as the GP of the celestial north. So I don't really understand that statement. You're saying that it doesn't exist, at the same time giving a definition for it.
Yeah, you only think of a geographic north because you think you live on a ball.
No, I mean the observation of the sky is, regardless of the model of the Earth, a reference that gives you the celestial north. The geographic north is simply the GP below it.
I'm still holding out for multiple norths and multiple souths.
With the south, it's analogous. The south pole, geographic, and south would be the GP below the south celestial pole, so the southern center of apparent rotation of the sky. And the magnetic south pole would be the direction if you were following the compass, the needle in the compass. And magnetic declination is basically an angle of the difference between these two. So the shift of how much error you have in your compass that points towards the magnetic north or the magnetic south compares to the actual geographic direction of the north.
How would you determine geographic north without the stars?
I wouldn't. The stars are reference for it.
Exactly.
I guess you could use some very fringe methods, like for example, there are relationships, quite physical, a couple of physical relationships that also go on with latitude. For example, apparent weight, which decreases as you go towards the equator and is the heaviest as you go towards the poles. So if you had a very sensitive weighting scale and some object that you know the weight of, then you could theoretically determine the geographic north or the geographic south by the place where it would have the strongest apparent weight on the scale. But it would be a very weird method to do that.
Well, it's already been done, and it was determined that there was no real correlation at all. You know, when you got like that precision metrology company out of the UK that sent those gnomes all over the United States, or one gnome rather, all over the world of the same weight. They recorded this gnome's weight at different latitudes all over the world, and it showed no correlation to any potential, you know, gravitational equipotential on a ball. I mean, we can do this in one place with multiple items, right? You can take beryllium,
Yes.
lead, lithium, copper, whatever, put them in a tray and drop them in a vacuum tower, and they all fall at different rates.
Really?
Oh yeah, they do. There are videos of it. Look up Bremen in Germany, Bremen, Bremen drop tower tests. Gravity is not the constant people think it is.
Okay, I will look into that.
Yeah, different
right now, I
elements
think
at different atomic
no.
weights tend to drop at different rates. It's really funny.
It is crazy because if that's true, then it would falsify predictions of gravity.
Oh yeah. Gravity is not what you think it is. How it usually ends up is they say, well, you know, it's 9.8 meters per second was always an agreed upon average by a committee who voted on it. We know that's the case. And the Bremen drop tower tests are showing that, yes, gravity really is variable to an extent, but it averages out to 9.8 meters per second. And the variability isn't that great, so we can still use it. That's where it ends up. So when you research it, that's basically the conclusion.
Even on the globe model, it's agreed that it's an average, but because of different other factors than you're saying. According to the globe model, it's not variable because of different materials, but because of this latitude that I already mentioned, and for example, height above sea level. So
yeah, well, they also claim an uneven distribution of mass within the Earth. So the geoid model, which is the gravitational potential model of Earth, is lumpy. So it's like nobody should have any claim of a constant of gravity because Earth is lumpy and gravity is not the same everywhere. So,
but this influence is much smaller than the rest I mentioned.
You're right. That's exactly it. Oh, the difference is so small to not even matter. Just like, oh, the curvature is so slight, you don't really need to use it. Earth's rotation is so slow, you'll never have to feel it or use it, guys. Just, you know.
In fact, that's actually the proof that it is moving and curving is that you can't detect either.
Oh, what about like a situation Amish where these jet planes will like show off? These jets will sometimes they'll show off. They'll fly at like Mach 1 or whatever, right above the ocean floor. Wouldn't that have consequences if the ocean, the top of the ocean was at different elevations from that line they're traveling in?
Oh yeah, shit! Gravity's weaker here, guys. You're gonna fly right into the ocean. Oh no, you're headed towards the southern latitude. Better pull up, pull up, pull up. There's a 14-mile hump of water at the equator due to Earth spin, guys. That's what they say, right?
Well, what is Mach 1? Like 700 miles per hour? Is that like Mach 1, something like that?
Yeah, sounds about right.
Yeah, so they're going if they're going Mach 1, 700 miles per hour at sea level, that they have some consequences pretty quick.
To Enoch. It's usually about week 3 or 4. Most of the flat earthers reading list. I guess Embo's on month 9 or something. So it's still better late than never. And to me, that says you're curious at least.
Some of the ranked members from 24/7 used to hold Book of Enoch Bible studies back in the day.
Yeah, wouldn't that be like a non-Bible, not the Bible study? And since it's not, if it's not in the Bible.
Come on, guys. No reason for it to be quiet in here. We all know it's the end of the world. It's going to take a while, but still the end of the world. I remember hearing conspiracy theory conjecture in like the 1990s about how the end times will have, Russia, Israel, United States, and maybe China or whatever, all duking it out and stuff, and prophets and antichrist and all kinds of crazy stuff going on. And back then I thought, yeah, none of those really panned out because the wall came down and we kicked communism's ass and it's never gonna come back again. And then here we are. It's like about 30 years later that it's coming back again. I mean, some of us are old enough to remember that when the wall came down, it was like suddenly Russia was our friends. Hey, we're going to be friends and we're going to trade with them and learn all about their culture and history for the past 100 years of what happened. And some years later, there was the big Russia reset that was going to happen under the Obama administration. We're going to reset that relationship and be on friendly terms. And now flat Earth and the end of the world. Woohoo! Now everybody really does want to blow each other up, and everybody wants to blow everybody else up and even blow themselves up in the process if they can't blow everybody else up. I mean, it's really starting to feel like that mutually assured destruction that was going on during the Cold War. Meanwhile, I'm pretty rest assured that nothing's going to happen to me in my town or community as a consequence of this, besides people losing their minds over stories that they see on the news. And I do think it's important for everybody to keep in mind, no matter what you think of the flat earth discussion, that the stuff you see on the news is on TV. And if somebody's on TV, they're an actor. They're acting.
Are you talking about Terrence Howard?
I wasn't being specific, but oh man, that thing was a train wreck.
Yeah, it's kind of strange.
Yeah, I heard some really interesting insight regarding that. It's like somebody, because he's an actor, somebody gave him a script and he's reading from it. He got so many words wrong. Like he's supposedly been studying these concepts for years and years and years. Some quasi adjacent, like alternate universe physics out of the mind of Walter Russell, who engaged in automatic writing. He would allow himself to be possessed by higher intelligences and would write stuff down without thinking about it. So yeah, that's a guy who Terrence Howard is studying. And all these physics concepts he kept mispronouncing over and over again. You just got to wonder linguistically if this guy really does work with these words and concepts on a regular basis all the time. How come he hasn't heard it pronounced the right way to correct himself and start using these terms and saying them the right way?
That's an interesting thing to point out. Yeah, I mean, yeah, the whole thing. I mean, yeah, it's just he does seem like he has the basis of a lot of different subjects. I would have to watch it in its entirety. I just watched clips of what he's putting out there. Yeah, but it is suspicious that suddenly an actor, like, why an actor? You know?
Yep, I wasn't a fan of that. I'm glad he's not holding himself out as a flat earther, because, geez, that would have been destructive.
I did see somebody clip it and about the flat Earth in regards to it. I don't remember what the point was that Terrence Howard was making.
Terrence was pretty boldly declaring that Earth
gravity.
isn't flat and it's a globe during that interview, so that's
Yeah.
fine.
It was pertaining to gravity. That's what it was. Yeah, that was the subject. I'm not sure this statement.
So it's like, great, you've rearranged the periodic table of elements according to some understanding of some contrived, I don't know, harmonic resonance of the atom. I'd like to know more about what they truly mean by that part. And so now what are you going to do with it? Okay, you've arranged the periodic table of elements according to like music and sound. Great. Now build me a circuitry diagram. Great. Now do some real chemistry with it. Take Walter Russell's diagram and nothing else, and then go mix some chemicals together. Go make something like glue. And I think what you'll find, like with all that Walter Russell stuff and everything else out of occultism, is there's really nothing practical that comes out of any of that stuff. It's all philosophical mind wanking. Terrence Howard lost his credibility with me in that interview when he started talking about remembering his life in the womb before he was born and all this stuff. I'm like, oh gosh, not another one of these guys. If you want to impress me, do something. And that 1 × 1 = 2 thesis of his wasn't impressive at all. I sometimes wonder too, thinking back, if maybe Joe Rogan himself feels like he was hoodwinked a little bit with that interview. because he probably got a lead tender in front of him from one of his show host preparers, right? And the lead tender probably said, "Hey, look, Terrence Howard, he's a minor celebrity. He's got 70 inventions. He's got a thesis on mathematics, and he has all this quantum gibbery goopity glop going on in his background. Do you want to interview him?" And Joe Rogan's probably like, "Yeah, this sounds really cool. Let's see what he has to say." And then boom, within like minutes, Terrence Howard's like, "I got the flower of life diagram. I opened it properly. I remember everything before I was born. We are eternal light beings. Ah!" And Joe's probably like, "Well, this is going to be a long interview. Let's just smile and keep it going." Now, one thing that these kind of interviews do show us in the public is who really understands this stuff and who doesn't. So, like, if all of your friends and family members are sharing Terrence Howard's interview after having watched it, and they think it's like the most profound dog shit on earth, then you kind of know what their background is, right? You kind of know where they're really coming from in their own knowledge domain, and they don't know enough to analyze or evaluate this. So what it helps show you is who in your life you might want to spend time with talking about various things. Don't waste your time discussing physics with an occultist.
Boy's got a lot of explaining to do.
I'm behind a big truck that says, "Stoner, we care for your car."
Don't drive too close. You'll be stoned too.
It's like Cheech and Chong's van.
Man, I could bring in a music bot or something to play some clips. Wonder if we'll be able to do that sometime.
Yeah, I just stopped up at the driving range, and what I figured out is I'm not slicing these balls. It's the earth spinning underneath of them, putting them like way off to the right.
Yeah.
ربي لا تعدني خيرا من سمائك ومن الأرض ربي هبني أن أحبك بكل يتي
out.
ربي هبني أن أحبك بكليتي رب اغفر لي خطيئتي قولا أو فعلا
has to be a release. From hot to cold. Or Antarctica, North Pole have to be a release, an expansion. They both have to be an expansion from a compression. So the hot area is a compression, and the other two have to be an expansion. Unless you have super cold on one side of hot and super cold on the other side of hot, then it kind of will stay in the middle.
What's up?
Greetings, how are you doing?
I'm doing swell.
Welcome to the chat. It's a bit quiet at the moment.
It is a bit
But you're
quiet.
free to start any. People are doing whatever they're doing. You're free to start any conversation that you want, though. You know what the subject matter is, I'm sure.
Okay. Well,
It's the Earth.
the Earth. The Earth is a cylinder. Come to put
Yeah,
a
this
stop.
isn't about joking. If you're here to troll and stuff, it's really. Flat's not a shape, so this isn't really a shape discussion.
That was a cylinder, not a shape.
Well, cylinder a shape. Flat is not a shape. It's a property that shapes may or may not have.
The Earth can't be flat. It's gotta have some sort of rhombus to it.
The Earth is Earth-shaped.
Earth-shaped? Define Earth-shaped.
Define the shape of a tree or a heart. A tree is tree-shaped. A heart is heart-shaped. The Earth is Earth-shaped.
A heart shape is two teardrops kissing.
That's a cartoon. What is the human heart like? It's shaped like a heart, not a cartoon.
I think that the heart shape is made up of many different shapes to form one shape.
In the same way, the Earth is made up of many different shapes. Like you can look at the terrain and it's kind of visible there, but overall, it's relatively flat.
It's
You can look at the water and that'll
smooth.
prove that.
Its highest point to its lowest point is relatively short. So, if you were to look at the Earth from like a gigantic perspective, it'd be relatively smooth.
An altitude that nobody's ever actually reached before.
People have reached the highest point of the tip of the Earth.
Not high enough to see curvature.
What? You can see curvature from planes.
False. You can see curvature from the tarmac too, like before you ever take off if you're gonna try and pull that, but that's just optical phenomenon based off of the windows themselves, and then an assumption that there's curvature based off of what you see in the horizon, which is also an optical phenomenon. Kind of like the boats vanishing over the horizon, that's not real either, because you can make a boat vanish over the course of a driveway.
Why do you think the boat vanishes?
Optical phenomenon. It's not about thinking either, it's about knowing.
What do you
Like, do you
think the
understand? Do you know what
optical phenomenon
have you ever heard of
is
Snell's law? Refraction, diffraction, various other factors. Have you ever heard of Snell's law? And they're gone.
Holy shit, Eureka. I got it.
Did you hear that, Demar? I know you couldn't be on the mic.
What is
It's
it?
that person. The person who came in earlier. I don't. You might have missed it. They didn't stay long. They left pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Claimed the Earth is a cylinder, and then kind of got freaked out when the conversation wasn't a joke.
Oh, they all get freaked out.
They left pretty quickly.
Well, I was just thinking about the idea of containing heat, right? You want to dissipate it and get rid of it, but then you also want to contain it and store it. Thus lies the problem, right? So you want to store it when you got like a compression motor, like a engine turbine motor. So if you had a cold cycle of like cold going through the shell, like the shell was like the vacuum itself, like the tube, and it come through the right and the left. So it's like, so as it dissipates through the tube, it creates a cold, but then you put it right back to the part that gets built up and it's hot. So the current like gets cold when it expands in the other part, but where you have it compressed within the two places of coldness, it builds up and builds up and builds up. And when it tries to push out, it just makes the edge cold and then recycles back into the inside of itself from the outside edge of the containment. And then how you design the pattern. And it always has to chase itself like a snake eating its tail, and that's how energy works anyway. High to low, hot to cold, positive to negative. Positive becomes negative, becomes positive. Hot becomes cold, becomes hot again. Right? And here you have superconduction, or whatever you would call perpetual motion. So there you go. Perpetual motion is done with electricity, like voltage and current, or it's done with temperature. And the two are one and the same. They go hand in hand, just like electricity and magnetism. That's why it's stupid to say, gas, electric, static, current. Oh, this is energy, this is this. You're not creating energy, you're not doing this, you're not doing... Who the fuck cares? There's potential all around you, and you can either work with it right or not. That's really the main thing.
414 miles a second was determined as the result of experiments by the physicists Fizeau, Foucault, Cornu, Michelson, and Newcomb, all of which experiments were conducted within the Earth's atmosphere, on terra firma, the last between Fort Myer and the Washington Monument. In all these experiments, a ray of light was reflected between two mirrors several miles apart, so that it had to pass to and fro, always through the atmosphere, and it is not to be supposed that light or anything else can travel at the same speed through the air as it would through the vacuum Einstein supposes space to be. Let us reverse this in order to realize it better. It is not to be supposed that any material thing travels at no greater speed through a vacuum than it does through air, which has a certain amount of density, or opacity. If anything does not distinguish the difference between air and a vacuum, then it is not a material thing. It cannot be matter. On the other hand, anything that is matter must of necessity make such a distinction, and in that case its velocity cannot be constant. Again, if a ray of light can deviate from its course by the gravitational pull of the sun, or of any other celestial body it has to pass, it must accelerate its speed while approaching that body, and slacken it again in reverse ratio after it has passed. Hence it follows that its velocity is not constant. Once more, if a ray of light can bend by its own weight, or by the law of gravitation, it is subject to other conditions, and therefore is not absolute. The length of the course used by Newcomb in the final determination of the velocity of light was 7.44242 kilometers return course. If the ray of light had deviated by a hair's breadth from an absolutely straight line, it never could have passed through the interstices between the very fine teeth of his revolving wheel, or returned precisely to the appointed spot on his sending and receiving mirrors, which were 3.72121 kilometers, or more than 2 1/4 miles apart in a beeline. The fact that the ray of light did pass from mirror to mirror and through the wheel proves that it maintained a straight line. Hence it is certain that it was not deflected from its course by the gravitation of the earth between the two mirrors, wherefore it is obvious that it was not affected by gravitation. So we find that the very experiments by which the accepted 186,414 miles per second as the velocity of light was measured, experiments which were carried out with the utmost painstaking and minute attention to detail, prove that a ray of light is not influenced by the gravitation of the earth in the slightest degree. Therefore, if those experiments were good enough to warrant all the world in accepting the velocity of light, they may be equally well adduced as proof that a ray of light does not bend by its own weight, and that light is not affected by gravitation. And if it is not influenced by gravitation, a ray of light cannot be deflected from its course by anything it has to pass, so that its course remains true to the direction in which it was discharged, and that is a straight line in every direction from the source. Lord Kelvin tells us that light diverges from a luminous center in all directions. In brief, we find that light is not a material thing, that it is not subject to gravitation, that it has no weight and does not bend, and that it does not describe any kind of curve, but that it is an expression, in the same sense as sound is an expression, and that, as such, its velocity varies according to the density of the medium through which it passes, and that, therefore, the velocity of light is not constant, and Einstein's second law is entirely wrong. The question of the ether versus empty space remains unaffected by his theories, and the stars that glitter like veritable diamonds in the sky are exactly where they appear to be. So much for Einstein's second law. Now let us examine the other, the first law, or as he calls it, the principle of relativity, which states that all inertial systems, that is, all systems which move with uniform and rectilinear velocity with respect to each other, are equivalent in expressing the laws of natural phenomena. That is what the law is stated to mean. It may not appear very inviting to the general reader, but he will find it quite interesting as we proceed, though it is, of course, of very great importance to every student of general science and mechanics. As a matter of fact, it is not a law at all, it is a statement. At the same time, it is not a plain statement, for it is equivocal, and means something which it does not say. It is a statement by implication. It is as though we were to say, "Hello, Jones. How long have you been out of jail?" That would make it necessary for Jones to prove that he had not been in jail, in order to dispose of the implication. And so it is with this statement of the principles of relativity. It is an implication. Taken literally, it is true, for it states what is already known, but it implies the reverse of what it states, that all systems which do not move with uniform and rectilinear velocity with respect to each other are not equivalent in expressing the laws of natural phenomena, and that is very much more important. Now, if we carry this innuendo to its logical conclusion and put it into simple language, it means that no reliance can be placed upon any deductions which are obtained by means of observations to the heavenly bodies, because they are taken from the surface of the earth, and the observer is moving at a different speed than the object under observation. There would be a certain amount of truth in that if the earth was really moving, though even if that were so, the effects of relative movement could be easily overcome by taking two observations simultaneously from opposite sides of the meridian to which the object was vertical. The effects of time would be eliminated in that way, and a mean would be found by comparing the two opposite observations. And so we find that neither the statement or law, or its implication, have any value. The statement might just as well have never been made. With mental agility worthy of a better cause, Einstein leads from his mechanical principle of relativity up to the special principle of relativity, by means of one of the most extraordinary arguments it is possible to imagine. But strange as it is, and inconsequential as it may seem, this argument really affects everything that comes within the range covered by the word relativity, and for that reason we will not allow it to pass unnoticed. After admitting that electromagnetic laws do not alter according to the system in which they occur, that is to say, after admitting that electromagnetic laws act the same all the world over, he proceeds to argue precisely the contrary by saying quite definitely that in reality they do alter, and offers to prove it by the following statement. The motion of each locality on the earth is constantly changing from hour to hour, but no corresponding changes occur in electromagnetic action. Of course, this has all the appearance of a man flatly contradicting himself, and it might even appear to be nonsense, but in reality it is a very pretty argument of the most elusive kind, which it is a pleasure to meet. I will confess that I admire Einstein. He skims so close round the edge of the ice. What he suggests is this. The observer is located on the surface of an earth which is rotating on its axis, and at the same time traveling through space at many thousands of miles an hour. Consequently, his place, or locality, is continually changing with respect to an imaginary point fixed in space. Notwithstanding this change of place, electromagnetic laws appear to act precisely as they would if this place was not changing its position with respect to that point. Therefore, Einstein argues that electromagnetic currents must, in reality, vary their speed, and so adapt themselves to the changing conditions in such a manner as to seem the same to the observer as if he had not changed his position. Unfortunately, he is unable to show any reason why electromagnetic action should do this remarkable thing, for he treats it as a thing that had intelligence, as if it willfully acted in a manner calculated to deceive the observer. When reduced to its essence, this argument proves to be no more logical than the idea that the street might be moving while the wagon was at rest. Einstein has been betrayed into supposing a thing that is altogether impossible, i.e., that a physical law can act in an unnatural manner, and yet produce an effect which appears to be normal, because he began by assuming that the locality of the observer was changing, and that assumption was untrue. Now, if he can realize the fact that the earth is actually at rest, he will find that his difficulties all disappear, and that electromagnetic laws do not alter, neither does the locality of the observer change. But as Einstein persisted in shutting his eyes to the fact that the earth is stationary, he did not see the incongruity of his assumptions concerning electromagnetic action, so that, in order to support his contention, he was led still further into error, and compelled to repudiate two of the laws of dynamics. One, length of rigid bodies are unaffected by motion of the frame of reference, and two, measured times are likewise unaffected. He says that these two laws of dynamics are untrue, and thought to prove they were wrong by the foregoing argument, so it becomes necessary for us to prove the fallacy of that argument in such a manner as to leave no doubt whatever as to what is true and what is false, the two laws of dynamics 1 and 2 being the stake at issue. Einstein believes that the Earth is rotating on its axis in the direction of the arrow in diagram 28, at the rate of 1,000 miles an hour, and that at the same time it is traveling en masse in the same general direction along its orbit at 66,000 miles an hour. Therefore, he thinks that an electromagnetic current must travel from B to A in less time than it will take in traveling from A to B, because B is all the while running away from A, while A is always going towards B. Therefore, it appears that the measured length of a current passing from B to A, and also the time it takes, will be shorter than the measured length and time of a current passing in the opposite direction from A to B. Hence his contention that lengths of bodies and measured times must both be affected by the motion of the observer. Of course, we know that his premises were wrong, and that A and B are both located on an earth which is at rest, but for the purpose of the argument we will waive that, and assume the Copernican astronomy to be true. Then his argument is not so unreasonable as it seemed. Indeed, it almost has the appearance of being true. But Einstein has forgotten that the observers at A and B are both on the same earth, that they both use the same Greenwich Mean Time, and that the electromagnetic wave passes from one place to the other by convection, so that the Earth's atmosphere offers the same facility to its passage from A to B as it does from B to A. And that is the trifle that turns the scale against him. The fact that the whole operation takes place within the terrestrial atmosphere gives equal conditions to an electromagnetic current passing in any direction within that atmosphere, the same being unaffected by anything that may or may not take place in ethereal space, which the Earth and its atmosphere, in its entirety, is unconscious of. Thus, an electromagnetic wave passes from A to B in the same time as it passes from B to A, just as a train traveling at a uniform speed of 60 miles an hour goes from Bristol to London in the same time as it will go from London to Bristol, while the length of the railway track measures the same from Bristol to London as it does from London to Bristol. And so the laws of dynamics 1 and 2 remain true, while Einstein's contention has been proven false. The whole hypothesis of relativity has failed, both in the mass and in detail under our examination, so that, unable to support itself, it can no longer aspire to support any theory of the universe. Therefore, our judgment remains unaltered. Copernican astronomy stands condemned, and has lost its last, and perhaps its ablest, living advocate. Chapter 14. Einstein's evidence. But it will be remembered that he offered 3 crucial tests as evidence in support of his theories, and these we will have to still examine. They are: 1. That certain irregularities in the movements of the planet Mercury would be accounted for by Einstein's geometry. 2. That because light has weight, it would bend by gravitation as it passed near another body on its way to the Earth, and that this could be verified by observations taken at the time of a solar eclipse. And 3. That certain lines in the spectrum would be found to shift. We have done with mental athletics, and here we have something a little more tangible to deal with. Of the third, it is said, by the authorities of astronomy, that the observations necessary to prove or disprove such a shifting of the lines in the spectrum would be so extremely difficult that it is practically impossible ever to do it, and therefore it is set aside. The first is very well handled in an article by T.F. Gaynor in the London Daily Express of June 6, 1921. Mr. Gaynor meets Einstein on his own ground as a good astronomer should, and uses figures which take my breath away. But nevertheless, I will leave him to deal with the crucial test number 1. He says that the discovery of Neptune 75 years ago, by means of Newton's law, utterly extinguishes the Einstein theory so far as Mercury is concerned. Irregularities similar to those of Mercury had been observed in the movements of Uranus, and in 1841 it was thought that these unaccountable movements must be due to the gravitation of some other planet, at that time still undiscovered. But I will quote Mr. Gaynor verbatim. Uranus is 1,800,000,000 miles from the Sun. Adams and Leverrier, applying Newton's law, which according to Einstein is an exploded theory, located the probable position of the undiscovered planet 1,000,000,000 miles still further on in space, and there Dr. Gale, the Berlin astronomer, found it, on September 23, 1846. Thus, 75 years ago, the Newtonian law found a previously unknown planet, Neptune, at a distance of 2,800,000,000 miles from the Sun, yet Einstein would have us believe that the same law does not hold good with regard to Mercury, which is only 36,000,000 miles from the Sun. The proof he adduces from the aberration of the orbit of Mercury can be disposed of in a sentence. He has made the elementary blunder of regarding Mercury as globular instead of spheroidal. There remains now but one last defense of the theory of relativity, and that is the statement that light is really matter, and that it is subject to gravitation. In order to put this to the test, expeditions of British astronomers were sent to the Sobral in North Brazil and to the island of Principe on the west coast of Africa to observe the total eclipse of the sun on May 29, 1919, and the results they obtained seemed to justify Einstein's main test, so that as a consequence the Royal Astronomical Society held a remarkable meeting in Burlington House on November 6, 1919, and on the next day all the world of astronomy did homage to Einstein. The results of the eclipse appeared to satisfy the gathering at Burlington House. Sir Frank Dyson, the Astronomer Royal, described the work of the expeditions and convinced the meeting that the results were definitive and conclusive. Dr. Crommelin explained that the purpose of the expeditions was to test whether the light of the stars that are nearly in a line with the sun is bent by its attraction, and if so, whether the amount of bending is that indicated by the Newtonian law of gravitation, i.e. 7/8 of a second at the sun's limb, or the amount indicated by a new Einstein theory, which postulates a bending just twice as great. The results of the observation were 2.08 and 1.94 seconds respectively. The combined result was 1.98 seconds, with a probable error of about 6%. This was a strong confirmation of Einstein's theory, which gave a shift of 1.75 seconds. The fourth dimension was discussed, and it appeared that Euclidean straight lines could not exist in Einstein's space. All lines were curved, and if they traveled far enough, they would regain the starting point. Mr. de Sitter had attempted to find the radius of space. He gave reasons for putting it at about 1 billion times the distance from the Earth to the Sun, or about 16 million light-years. This was 80 times the distance assigned by Dr. Shapley to the most distant stellar cluster known. The fourth dimension had been the subject of vague speculation for a long time, but they seemed at last to have been brought face to face with it. Even the president of the Royal Society, in stating that they had just listened to one of the most momentous, if not the most momentous, pronouncements of human thought, confessed that no one had yet succeeded in stating in clear language what the theory of Einstein really was. But he was confident that the Einstein theory must now be reckoned with, and that our conceptions of the fabric of the universe must be fundamentally altered. Subsequent speakers joined in congratulating the observers, and agreed in accepting their results. More than one, however, including Professor Newell, of Cambridge, hesitated as to the full extent of the inferences that had been drawn, and suggested that the phenomena might be due to an unknown solar atmosphere, further in its extent than had been supposed, and with unknown properties. With such a reception as this, it is not surprising that the followers of Copernicus everywhere should be almost willing to believe in relativity whether they understood it or not, but the Royal Astronomical Society might have been a great deal more careful than they were, as we shall see. That the Einstein theories were automatically coming to be regarded as accepted science is evidenced by the fact that the Astronomer Royal himself introduced them into a public lecture on eclipses, which he gave at the Old Vic in the February of 1921. Coming to the description of the eclipse of May 29th, a slide was thrown upon the screen to illustrate the result of the observations that were said to verify Einstein's theory. See diagram 29. The lecturer described how certain stars, which were in the same direction as the sun, could of course not be seen in the ordinary way in the daytime, but when the sun was obscured, as at the time of the total eclipse, they could be seen through a smoked glass or telescope. The exact position of these stars was known to astronomy, but if Einstein's theory was correct, the light coming from them to the observer would be bent as it passed near the sun, so that they would not appear to be in their true positions. Then he showed how the Einstein theory was verified, for the stars were observed to be a little further from the sun than their theoretical or true positions. But the law of gravitation is that mutual action between masses of matter, by virtue of which every such mass tends towards every other, etc., etc. Observe that it tends toward, it attracts, it pulls. Therefore, if light was matter, and was affected by the gravitation of the sun, the stars would be seen nearer to the sun, and not, as stated by the lecturer and illustrated on the slide. In diagram 29, the crosses XX suggest the normal, true, or theoretical positions of the stars with respect to the sun. If Einstein's theories had been right, the stars would be seen nearer to the sun than the crosses, but the Astronomer Royal demonstrated the fact that they were actually further away. Such was the real result of the solar eclipse of May 29th, 1919. The circumstances had been laid before the Royal Astronomical Society in Burlington House on November 6th, and yet, for some unaccountable reason, they failed to perceive that the result was contrary to the law of gravitation, and clearly demonstrated the fact that Einstein's theory is false. The real cause of the displacement of these stars from their true positions is known to the author, and will be explained in a book sequel to this work, but he does not consider that explanation necessary to the present discussion. Einstein's theory is disproved. Alternative or no alternative. Chapter 15. Marvels of Astronomy. Nothing now remains of that astronomy which was once said to be the most perfect of the sciences, and imagination, stretched even to its uttermost, has failed to support it in the face of reason, and yet these last 2 years since relativity became the vogue have produced the most remarkable figures astronomy has ever known. In December 1920, Professor Michelson related how he had perfected an instrument known as an interference refractometer, and how he had used it to measure the angular diameter of the star Betelgeuse in the belt of Orion, and found it to be 0.046 seconds of arc. That is to say that he found the measurement of the star as it appears to the eye, which is only like a glittering pinpoint, to be 0.046 inches from one side to the other, and that is 1/20th part of a second of arc, or 1/72,000th part of a degree. Very fine measurement indeed. Professor Michelson, however, is a physicist, specially interested with theories of light, and so, having invented the instrument and measured the apparent diameter of the star, his work was done. Astronomers then took up the matter, and on referring to their records, found the distance of Betelgeuse to be 180 light-years, that is 180 times 6 trillion miles, or 1,080 billion miles from the Earth. And so they calculated that if a thing so far away appeared to be 1/72,000th part of a degree in diameter, its real diameter must be 260 million miles. Then the world of astronomy pointed with pride to the mighty star that was 260 million miles from one side to the other, and told how the sun was 1,000,000 times bigger than the Earth, while Betelgeuse was 27 million times bigger than the sun. The actual size of Betelgeuse, however, depends upon its distance, as we have shown in the chapter on 61 Cygni. That the astronomers' method of measuring stellar distance is absolutely useless. We know that they are entirely wrong in supposing Betelgeuse to be 1,080 billions or any other number of billions of miles from the Earth. Therefore it follows that, as they do not know its distance, they may not use its apparent diameter and divide that into unknown billions of miles. Being in reality quite ignorant of the distance of Betelgeuse, they have no legitimate means of forming any conception of its dimensions at all. Those dimensions are to be ascertained by first finding the star's real distance, which is something less than 20,000 miles. Then, that may be divided by Professor Michelson's 0.046 inches, which will show the actual size of that twinkling little point of light known as Betelgeuse to be not much more than 25 feet. It has since transpired that the distance to Betelgeuse had been measured on 3 different occasions, each time with a different result. One of these showed it to be 654 billions, another made it 900 billions, while the others gave it as 180 light-years, or 1,080 billions of miles away. And it is surprising that astronomers did not realize the fact, which was clearly demonstrated by these differences, that their methods of measuring stellar distance are not to be relied upon. In the meantime, we can see no reason why they preferred to use the greatest of the 3 various estimates of the star's distances, in conjunction with Michelson's angular diameter, rather than the least, for that only seems to have had the effect of magnifying the dimensions of Betelgeuse to the uttermost. While the excitement over Betelgeuse was at its height, the universe loomed even larger than before, for Canopus and Rigel were then said to be 460 light-years away, and they may be 1,000 or more. Meanwhile, Dr. Crommelin gave us a scare with the story of how a comet called Pons Wennicke was rushing towards the Earth at 100,000 miles an hour, while Dr. Slipher discovered a nebulous mass that was gyrating round the firmament at 1,100 miles a second. This, so far, has never been surpassed, and Spiral Nebula number 584 still holds the record of being the fastest thing in creation, its velocity being so great that it could go from Liverpool to New York in 2 ticks of the clock. Pons Wennicke had been seen somewhere in Africa in January 1921, and it was predicted that this comet would be visible at London in June. And this gave rise to much speculation. It was said that Pons Winnicky might strike the Earth with a fearful bump about the 26th of June, but Mr. E. W. Maunder said that though there might be a bump, it is only a fog of gas after all, while Dr. Crommelin thought the comet might miss the Earth this time, and so there appeared to be no danger. Then Sir Richard Gregory said that if the head of the Pons Winnicky did hit the Earth, it might set the world on fire. But we were reassured again when he told us that there is about as much chance of the comet hitting the Earth as of a random shot hitting a bird in full flight. Yet it seems strange that he should imagine a comet to be like a random shot in this well-ordered universe, unless, perchance, he had forgotten about the law of gravitation. And how are we to understand how the Earth could be set on fire when he tells us that we may pass through the tail of a comet without harm because it is really a far higher vacuum than anything that can be produced in our laboratories? Then what are we to think of it all when Professor Fowler tells us that we don't know how a comet is formed, we don't know where it comes from, and don't seem really to know what it is? He thought they may come from gases thrown off from the sun, which are gradually cooled, but that made it even more difficult to understand how it could set the Earth on fire, or what all the bother was about. Nevertheless, the discussion continued until at last the leading authorities advanced the fascinating theory that Pons Winnicky may have come from a distance in space so great that it is impossible to think or speak of that distance in terms of miles. That took our breath away, for it appeared that the comet might come out of illimitable space, to wander amid the stars at its own sweet will, regardless of the laws of dynamics and gravitation. Even yet, the romance is not complete, for after waiting in great expectation for several months, the Secretary of the Royal Astronomical Society told us that Pons had been seen again, this time with only a stump of his original tail, though even this stump was 500 million miles long, and seemed to be comprised mostly of gas and meteors. It is not recorded how he knew the length of its tail, and nothing was said as to what had become of the remainder. But to cut a long tale short, the summer came and passed, but Pons Winnicky never arrived. He was lost, and even now he may be wandering on, somewhere in fathomless space, no one knows whither, and nobody cares. At about the same period, there was much ado about the planet Mars. It had long been supposed that this planet was very much like the Earth, but inhabited by a race of giants, probably about 15 feet in height. Some straight lines which had been observed on the planet were thought to be irrigation canals made by men, and one could imagine fields of cabbages, cauliflowers, and spring onions growing along the banks. Indeed, one could imagine anything. And so, when wireless operators in various ports of the world began to hear strange noises which they could not account for, about the time of Pons Winnicky, the rumor spread abroad that they might be wireless signals from Mars. It was not suggested that the Martians might be sending these signals in reply to those we had thought of flashing to them in 1910, but it was supposed that the people on Mars might have been hearing things and thought our wireless operators were tic-tacking to them. So the possibility of sending messages to the ruddy planet by wireless telegraphy came to be discussed almost as much as the comet. Astronomers said that although the Earth is about 17 million years old, Mars is very much older. Therefore, it was presumed that the Martians would probably be more advanced in knowledge than we are, and might have been using wireless for goodness knows how long, and had now discovered that we had a Marconi system. The tappings and cracklings that were heard sometimes at night were rather uncanny, and could not be understood, but this was not because the Martians' language was different than ours. It was because the vibrations that affected the wireless coherers were really caused by the splitting of the ice around the pole. Spring was advancing in the northern hemisphere, and the ice fields were melting and breaking before the warmth of the advancing sun, so that the colliding and shifting of huge bergs disturbed the normal distribution of the magnetic currents from the North Pole. Professor Pickering might have made this discovery if he had had time to think of it, but at that period he was busy studying the weather of Mars. I don't think he knows any more about the weather on Earth than the meteorological office, but I recollect that he told us it was snowing on that little old planet, and that was a very remarkable thing, if it was true. Indeed, it was remarkable whether it was true or not. Time was when it was said that water ran uphill instead of down on Mars, and in the year AD 1910, All sorts of schemes were proposed for signaling to the planet by means of bonfires and searchlights at night, or by using mirrors to reflect the sun's rays by day. It was all very interesting in its way, but very nonsensical, because the sun is always shining on that side of Mars, which is presented to us, whether it is day or night on our side of the earth, and so it would be impossible for the Martians, if there were any, to see our bonfires or our mirrors, because with them it must always be daylight, and they could not even see the earth itself. This is because Mars goes round the sun on a greater orbit than the earth, while we travel on the inner circle according to the heliocentric theory, as shown in diagram 30. It is surprising that astronomers had not thought of this, but they will find that it is so, if they will only study their own astronomy. But the time has come when all the romantic things that have been said about Mars must take their proper place among fairy tales, for if the distance to that planet is measured by 2 simultaneous observations, as I have advised for the measurement of the sun, it will be found to be never more than 15,000 miles from the observer, and too small altogether to be inhabited, too small even for Robinson Crusoe and his man Friday. Before bringing this history of the evolution of modern astronomy to a close, I have yet to mention the constellation of Hercules, which Dr. Shapley at Mount Vernon recently estimated to be about 36,000 light-years distant, or 200 times further off than Betelgeuse, while we are now told that a star known as NGC 7006, which is one of those myriad twinkling little things in the Milky Way, has been found to be about 200,000 light-years distant. And this surely is the limit of even an astronomer's imagination, for it means that it is so far off that it would take an electric current traveling at the rate of 186,000 miles every second, 200,000 years, to go from the Earth to the Milky Way. In conclusion, I quote the following from an article which was published in London as recently as April 15, 1922. By other methods, most bodies in the heavens have been measured and even weighed, and the results obtained stagger imagination. One of such methods consists in watching an object through the spectroscope and making calculations from the shifting of the lines in the spectrum. In this way, the mighty flames which leap from the surface of the sun have been measured. Some years ago, one flame was observed to shoot out with a velocity of at least 50 miles a second, and to attain a height of 350,000 miles. The stars in general cannot be measured, but the thing has been done in some cases, notably by Bessel, who after 3 years' observations of 61 Cygni, announced its approximate distance from the Earth as not more than 60 billion miles. Yet this is one of our nearest neighbors among the distant suns. It is so close to us, comparatively, that we have learned a lot about it since Bessel made his calculations. Scientists have shown that a difference of a mere 20 billion miles in distance from the Earth is negligible, and that though it is tearing through space at 30 miles a second, it would require about 40,000 years to make a journey equal to its distance from the sun. It is difficult to tell whether the journal was joking or not. It appears to be so, but, nevertheless, the statements are those given out in all seriousness in the name of astronomy. They are the things which are being taught in colleges and schools as scientific knowledge in this month of May 1922, for which astronomers, the educational authorities, and the indifference of parents are responsible. However, it is to be observed that, with the single exception of Alpha Centauri, since Bessel estimated the distance of the first star to be 63 billion miles away, stellar distances have grown greater and greater, until at last we have this, NGC 7006, said to be 20,000 times further than 61 Cygni, or 1,200,000 billions of miles from this Earth of ours. And this preposterous figure is the outward and visible sign of the nature of the science that has been evolved in 20 centuries through the failure of astronomers to perceive the error of Hipparchus.
We don't have time society. We don't have time, 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 we don't have time for a meeting of the flat earth society.
Nobody has seen the earth as a ball, they painted it flat and they tricked you all. No man ever walked on the moon, and nobody will anytime soon. Take a look at the cold hard facts. Look at the horizon, it's always flat sea level. They don't say sea curve while they're clinging to a ball. You got some nerve.
We don't have time, 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 we don't have time for a meeting of the flat earth society. We don't have time, 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 we don't have time for a meeting of the flat earth society.
Time to wake up, time to open up your mind, time to wake up, time to open up your mind, time to wake up, time to open up your mind, time to wake up, time to open up your mind.
Doesn't matter who you are, they've been telling you a story, trying to keep you from the Most High and of course all of His glory. They locked you away from the start and told you all us wanted this too. It's true. Then they tell you this globe right here is your home, and as young ones, what can you do?
Listen to me. In high hopes, they hope that your mind never learns to question their authority. They teach you to fear critical thinking is crazy because it goes against the majority.
So let's cross-examine a few known facts about this thing that we call perspective. And let's be humble and truthful and real and not like politicians during elections. Now the tale of the tape stands me on the shore of this beautiful place called Michigan. And looking to the west 50 miles, we see Chicago. No, I'm not kidding. See, the water is flat, and that is that, and science is telling me that Chicago isn't where it's really at. And that's just a big confusing mess.
So we did our own tests.
8 inches times the mileage squared. That's right, 8 inches times the mileage squared. 8 inches times the mileage squared gives you the curvature of the Earth. Now to find out the curvature in feet, just divide by 12, because, well, that's how it works. Now remember, we were 50 miles away from Chicago going all the way back over the water of Lake Michigan. Break it down!
So we take 50 times 50 times 8 inches, it gives us 20,000 inches. You divide by 12, it gives you 1,667 feet below the horizon that Chicago should be. But it isn't. It isn't a ball. It isn't at all. It isn't at all.
But if you
Wow.
go outside, right now, you'll see a fucking house or a mountain.
So we can just throw out all that stuff you said about being too small to see it, because now you say you can see it.
To an extent, yeah.
Yeah, you can. Okay. So how do you know that that's what you actually saw?
That the ship disappeared.
Well, you saw the ship disappear, but how do you know why it disappeared?
The only two possible reasons is that the Earth is flat, or I smoke something, and I know the second one isn't true.
So it's flat.
How is it flat?
You just said that was the only other possible option besides you smoke something, and you didn't smoke anything. So
No, the other option was that the Earth has curves. You know.
oh, okay. Well, how do you know that?
Because since the ships disappeared and I haven't smoked anything, they have to be hidden by fucking ocean.
Why do they have to be?
Because what else happened? Did they get abducted by aliens?
Just went too far for you to see it anymore. You know, you have an optical limit, right?
But
This
you can
was like
see.
the thing we talked about, right? You said your eyes
But
have optical limitations. That's why you're going to get out a camera.
But you can see planes. You can see planes flying above the other ships and shit.
So what? Eventually, you don't see those anymore either.
No, you do until they covered
Oh,
by
you
another building or something.
Until they what?
Until there is another building blocking
Okay.
your vision.
Oh, really? You can see a plane forever until a building blocks it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, right. That's what happens. Maybe you should just go outside more.
I do.
Doesn't sound like it, dude.
Bro, I just looked. Bro, what? Bro, can someone else talk? Can you see a plane when you look up?
Yeah, for a while. Till it goes out of view.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I don't have like superhuman powers of vision. Like, there's a limit to how far I can see. Basically, what you're floating here is if there's a limit to how far I can see, then there must be a curve blocking that thing I don't see anymore.
That limit is way.
So curve is the
bigger.
only reason that you are not able to see something. If it weren't for
Yeah,
curve,
'cause-
according to you, you would just see forever and ever.
Wait, you know what the things that people used to see further are? I don't remember the name. When pirates pull out that thing and they look for it. What's the name? I don't remember the name. What?
What are you talking about?
Bro, I don't remember the name when. Hold on. The things that pirates pull and they put it in their eye and they see very far away. What's the name, bro?
Talking about a telescope.
Yeah, something like a telescope. But I don't remember.
Right. So that will have an optical limit too. It won't be able to see forever either. There's an angular resolution limit to that as well, to every optic. But you're also trying to see through air. And at the surface, that's going to be the densest air, 14.7 psi. Eventually, it becomes opaque. And it doesn't matter what optic you use, you won't be able to cut through it.
If that was true, you wouldn't be able to see anything beyond that point.
That is true, and that is what happens. You won't be able to see anything beyond where the air.
You can see the sky. You can see planes. You can see the sea.
The sky is above the surface, and the air gets less dense up there.
But it's dense.
You can't see
where
through
you are.
thousands of 14.7 psi, man. I'm sorry.
If you look forward and not up, you can still see the sky. And
but
to
you know
see the sky forward.
Yeah, whatever, dude. You know what you can see though? You can see further than you would be able to if there was actually a curve there.
Oh.
Yep. Yeah, the curve
the curve gives it imposes a physical limitation on how far you can see. I mean, that's your whole point, right? So for a 1 foot observer, that's only about 1 mile before the surface drops out of sight and it starts to block everything. But from 1 foot observer height, you can see way further than that. You can see 6 miles of the surface. You can see 10 miles. Sometimes you can see 30, which is
Where do
way,
you
way
pull these
further
numbers?
than that curve would allow you to. So you see further than what you would be able to if what you said was true about a curve blocking all this shit.
So, have you done the math for all that?
Well, I have.
Nice. I haven't, so I don't know what's.
Yeah, I mean, you got to know it. You got to know what you're defending, right? Pretty simple. If it's a curve blocking boats, then from 1 foot elevation, I can only see about a mile over that surface, okay? And that's just based on the radius of the ball that we're supposed to be on. So if you're seeing much further than that mile, then there's no curve getting in the way of anything. There's just other optical factors that limit how far you can see. Well, he pulled the plug. He gave it a pretty good try.
Next.
Yep, next up. I need a gravity well container. Where can I get one? A normal container won't work for this. It needs to be a gravity well.
Dude, they sell them right next to the bendy water, dude.
A hardware store?
I think that just came from like a professor being asked what gravity is, and he went, grabbed his chin. Gravity. Well, and that's as far as he got.
That's how most of these guys sound. And when they try to answer, they like end up changing the definition at least twice through the conversation.
Did you guys hear that? The show where the guy was talking to the CERN physicist and asked him about planes taking off and like up north and going down south, and where do they pick up the 500 mile per hour? I guess I don't know if it's tangential speed, but he asked him where does that come from, and the physicist said, "I would fail you if you were in my class." He said, "I just want an answer." He goes, "What would I answer on the test if that was on a test?" He said, "You're just stupid. I would fail you." I'm gonna share the link. I got like the 8-minute clip from the show. It was a long show. I'll share it in the chat.
Yeah, I'd fail you for asking me a question. That sounds like a really good teacher. You should try asking ChatGPT.
It's in chat. It's a hilarious. It's like 8 minutes, but it's really funny to listen to this guy flounder.
Can everybody just do me a favor real quick and clap your hands for me? Clap your hands. Clap your wow, 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 wow.
Hey.
all this racket in here?
You're just crying in text chat.
Yeah, they'll do that.
Rich Evans claims air contains air.
Can he demonstrate?
Cannot.
Well, there you go.
I can't believe it's not Flutter.
Come on, guys, don't all talk at once. It's the end of the world.
Did you hear about the helium leak they had it on the Boeing liftoff that they had to cancel because they were leaking helium from the balloon?
Yeah. What's with all the helium, guys?
You would think they would definitely want to take air with them.
Nah. They can just make up stuff like powdered helium exists. Boom.
What kind of air compressors do they use on those things?
Yeah, how do you compress helium into a solid form?
Oh, I want to know how they're keeping 14.7 psi. They're doing that somehow, so you need some kind of air pressure system. You need to compress it and release it.
They do have a way to compress natural gas into some pellets for like third world countries. I know they figured out how to do that, but
I'm talking about
they
life
figured out how to
support.
do helium.
Yeah, I'm talking about life support in outer space.
Matthew was telling me that they maintained only 7 psi in ISS, and I accepted it on face value. Nope, that's
Oh
not the
yeah,
case.
absolutely, Mackie. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not 7 psi.
7/6 psi.
I wonder what 7 psi would feel like. I can't talk much, but gotta go. I'll be listening.
Hello? Light, can you hear me? Yeah. So I have a question. Does anyone have any, does anyone know of any verses in the Quran that refer to the flat earth?
Look for the one where they say he laid it out like a carpet or something.
8820 or 22 or something.
And it says what in that verse?
The Earth was laid out like a carpet.
The Earth is laid out like a carpet.
Something like that.
Yeah, flattened like a carpet, laid out like a carpet.
Oh, it makes sense. Yeah, yeah. I think that was the one. Yeah, thank you for refreshing my memory. Yeah, I remember that now. So, Light, you were talking, or last time we were talking about the laser experiment and how the laser curves along with the water, something like that. And that's
No, I
why
said it
people.
doesn't curve along with the water.
Yeah, I know it doesn't, but that's what people are saying. With from the globe earthers, there's the globers. They're saying that the laser curves with the water. That's why it stays on the same level. And how does that work?
I think they would need to show lasers bending downwards, because I've never seen that.
Yeah, but how does that work though? Because that's their argument that they're making. How does that work?
It works by just claiming it when you don't detect the curvature that you thought you would.
Well, the path of light gets bent towards the denser medium, right? Whenever the refractive index of a medium changes and light goes through
Can
that,
you show that the laser actually did that though in those specific instances? Curved in just that
no,
way.
he's asking how that works. I'm just explaining how that
I'm
works.
just telling him how it works as an excuse.
It doesn't work. Exactly, it doesn't work.
Well,
But
why are
I
you asking the
wanted to know
question
what
then?
their explanation is. What their explanation is. That's what I wanted to know.
Well,
I'm trying
hold
to
on.
give you.
It does work, and it's demonstratable that it works that way.
Oh, really?
So you're a
How does it ever leave the ground? How does it ever leave the denser area?
Well, you shine it up at a high enough angle where it overpowers refraction.
Right, and it would instantly arc straight back down to the ground. It would never get away.
No, I would refract upwards.
Isn't the
Yeah,
Earth
that's not how it
dense
works.
right at the surface? Shouldn't it arc straight into the ground?
Well, whenever you're starting your premise by pointing your laser downward, you're already setting yourself up for failure. And that seems to be the case in all these laser tests. They point it downwards. And then you also have beam divergence, which also adds to the rate of refraction. Or the angle of refraction, I should say.
Do you think with refraction, light wouldn't leave the ground? You're overestimating how much of a change in the path refraction has.
True.
You just need it to bend like enough, right?
Not
It needs
even
to do exactly what you need it to do in
No.
order to explain the observations.
No,
Yes.
not even. Hold on.
Yes.
We don't even need it to
Oh,
reflect beam
then you don't claim refraction for the black swan then.
Okay, how about this? How about you not interrupt me, and I can actually make my point. We don't claim it has to be enough because beam divergence exists, and then you have separate paths of that light, which then are refracted or affected by divergence.
So you don't claim refraction for the black swan then?
Of course, I claim refraction. That's obvious that refraction is going on with the black swan.
Right, so you just need it to do what you need it to do in order to explain the observation. Just like I said.
Refraction exists, and
Yeah.
therefore, yeah, it is
But
a plausible explanation.
Yeah, you're affirming the
Very-
consequence.
A very,
no,
a
it's not
very
affirming
easy
the
way to
consequence
debunk.
because
A very
refraction is
easy way to
going on.
debunk. A very easy way to debunk that the laser curves along with the Earth. Is why would they then find people for pointing their lasers at an airplane? Because it would bend with the Earth. Why is it going up to the airplane then?
It doesn't bend with the Earth. It doesn't bend with the Earth. That's not the claim.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. So that doesn't make sense. So that theory is debunked. The laser test
Yeah,
is
that's
real.
no one's claim. No one's saying
Oh.
it bends with the Earth.
Is that really how it works in your fucking head? What we're claiming?
That's what the Globers say. They say it bends with the Earth.
That's the wrong claim.
I know
you're not
that's
Well,
what
saying
I'm
I
that
thought
saying.
that Dilophosaurus was a glober. That's why.
No, I'm
Who?
making no. Listen, I am a globe earther, but the way you're trying to portray things just sounds absolutely bricked in the head.
Oh,
Because
so
here's
you
just the simple
disagree
fact.
with the masses
What's
that
the
agree
so?
that
What's
it
the
bends towards the
equation
Earth?
that requires refraction in order to predict a distance to the horizon?
Can you
The
repeat that,
Anyway,
equation that
please?
requires refraction. What do you mean?
What's the refraction
Tell
that
me
occurs
the
in the
equation
horizon?
that involves refraction that allows you to make a prediction of distance to the horizon. Do that?
Snell's law?
no, not Snell's law.
That's not
Tell me it
Snell's
then.
law.
Give me the equation.
Well, there's
I'm
one.
gonna look at the
There's
equation.
one approximation I think you might be referring to, which uses 7/6
Just use the
That's very standard
equation
prediction.
that allows you to make a prediction of distance to the horizon. Shouldn't be that hard.
Dude, you're
A
freaking,
times
Why are you
it's
b
speaking that?
hilarious
equals
here.
a to the power
Why are you
of 2
speaking that
plus
weird,
2b to the
weird
power
way?
of 2.
he did
You're
say
doing a
7
really
over
good
6
version of
R.
him. That's fucking
He
hilarious.
said 7 over 6 R. So can you show us your prediction from 7 over 6 R?
No,
Heretic,
it's
you're
a
coming
times
very low.
b equals a squared plus b squared.
Wait. Say that again.
It
That's the
really bugs you
equation.
guys, doesn't it?
There's no the equation. There's a bunch of different equations when it comes to refraction because there's different levels of the approximation. You can do that.
True.
Simplest
You
one
also
I
have
know.
to
Your voice
you also
does
have to tie in.
freaking get on my
You also have
nerves.
to tie in beam divergence as well.
So can someone give like some evidence of a globe?
If you want to change the subject, you can do that.
Yeah, sure. We could take a look at the linear relationship between viewing angles of celestial bodies and distance traveled, which is what the Greeks actually took a look at.
So geometric
Back to
horizon
500. Yeah, back to like 500 at like BC, which led them to originally believe that correctly that the Earth was in fact a globe.
Oh, by looking at celestial bodies in the sky,
Yeah.
they came
Yeah.
to the conclusion that they're standing on something such as that.
Mm-hmm.
Some drop over
Oh, I
distance.
know
That'd be
what
way
the
better
equation.
than looking at shit in the
E
sky.
equals mc squared.
I think that looking
It's also
at,
way harder.
unless you have like a 50-mile long ruler, I think that looking in the sky would be better than just looking at like the ground.
Really?
Yeah.
So is your ceiling the same as your floor?
The ceiling.
someone's
Yeah.
claim.
Currently, the ceiling is the same as my floor.
Isn't it the ground that's getting in the way of what's in the sky?
Heretic, your mic is absolutely fucking bricked. Can you like fix it?
Now I'll be back later.
Okay.
He's in Vietnam.
Yeah. Because whenever you have like something on your ceiling and on the floor, and you measure angles to that thing on the ceiling to where it is on the floor, you're gonna realize that you don't have a linear relationship between
You
the
can do it
angle
with a
and distance.
ruler. You can measure it
Cool.
with a ruler.
Cool.
Yeah, so if
take
I have like
ruler,
let's
take
say
a
a light bulb
protractor.
on my ceiling, right? Does
Yeah,
that
yeah,
mean
yeah.
that there's a light bulb on my floor?
No. But what it does tell
No.
you is if you throw out like 4 Lego men or 4 fucking marbles and you get the angle from the marbles to the light, you're not gonna have a linear relationship now, are you?
I think that's irrelevant. I think you're looking
I
at the
think that's
sky and you're
completely
saying that we're standing on something that's
Yeah,
in
you're
the sky.
comparing apples with oranges.
Exactly.
So I think that is completely relevant whenever we're taking a look at things in the sky and how they relate to things on the ground, and we try and relate how a flat surface interacts with something in the
What's
sky
the
and notice that it
p-value?
doesn't
What's
look
the
at the same.
p-value? What's the
Anyways,
p-value?
I'm not going to be interrupted by you, Chief.
Yeah,
But
what's the
whenever you,
p-value
the
I guess
p-value of
you are.
what?
of your
Your
I
measurement?
think
statistics
that's
are
just
not
the
relevant
default
unless you have a
response he has.
p-value lower than how much? Do you know?
No. So whenever we take a look
Then
at like something like on the
why are you
ceiling,
talking about
and let's
statistics?
say I have a fixture directly below the light, and then I have one 4 feet away, and then another one 4 feet away from that one.
Hello?
What is not going to be I'm speaking, dude. What's not going to be
But
shown
answer
is
my
a
question
linear
first. I
relationship.
asked you a question.
Why would I
Why are
answer
you
your
talking
question about
about statistics when you don't know what the p-value
Who's
means in
talking about? Okay,
statistics?
hold on. When did I bring up statistics?
You were talking about statistics. Data is statistics. You were making
Okay,
a correlation
no, Chief.
between two
I'm
data
making
sets,
a relationship
and there needs to
Yo,
between.
be
how about Dilophosaurus? How about
So
you
what
stop
I'm making
talking
a
over him?
statement about is simple trigonometry, not statistics. So, like,
Well,
back to what I
we
was
were
saying. So,
comparing
hey,
two data sets.
so hold on. And if I'm comparing that, I would actually probably take a look at my R squared value to deal with correlations rather than that. But that's not what I'm looking at here. What I'm taking a look at is simply the relationship between the angles that I get on a flat surface
Well,
to
first you
something
start with
up
the
in the sky
p-value.
and something on a curved surface in relation to something out in the distance. And what seems to be the case is on the floor in my living room, whenever I take angles up to my light fixture, my ceiling fan, it doesn't have a linear relationship, which is really odd because whenever we have here on the ground, whenever we're using celestial bodies, we do have a linear relationship. Now, why is it that on a flat surface I don't, but here on Earth I do?
Well, have you ever done that experiment where you hold your thumb up and then you close one eye and then close the other eye? Some things appear to the left, and then when you close your right eye, it appears to the right.
Okay.
That's true.
And?
So that's how we can see bodies in the sky.
Because we open an eye and then close an
That do
eye?
not have to be curved like you're saying.
Hold on. Because we open
You
one
don't have
eye
to
and then
see
close
it
an
on a
eye,
curved
therefore we
surface,
see
buddy.
stars in a linear relationship? That don't make any sense. Because when I like open an eye and then I close an eye in my living room, I still get the same fucking angles.
You don't. You get a completely different angle.
Mm-mm.
Does your thumb appear
Where
in the
is
same place?
Dude, when I get my protractor out there and I measure the angle up to the light fixture, it's the same
it
fucking
is it,
shit.
your thumb is
Okay,
in
so
the
now you're
same place
talking
if
about
you
real
center it.
measurements, right? Have you done a real measurement to the celestial bodies in the sky,
Light,
or have you done an
light,
observational measurement?
light. Can I say something? Your thumb stays in the same place if you center it right in between your eyes.
Or, yeah, like you said, I could just use one eye measurement. I could just look through my right eye, my dominant eye.
That's only if you're looking at your thumb. You have to look straight forward.
Yeah, I could look from my right eye, from the little, like,
Yeah, I'm looking at my thumb. It's in the
fan that
same
I have
place.
in my living room.
Yeah, don't look
And
at
just,
your thumb. You have to look directly in front of you with your thumb
So
in
how am I
front
going
of
to
you.
see my thumb then?
Your thumb's going to be in front of you, so you'll see it, but just
why do
don't
I need my
focus on
thumb?
it.
Oh yeah, that's right. What the
Anyways, let's
hell?
get back to
That's
this
so cool.
linear relationship distance. Do you agree or disagree that there's a linear relationship between angles and distance traveled here on
We
Earth?
cannot know. We cannot know whether there's a linear relationship until we start testing the data set first. We need to
It's called
first check
navigation.
p-value and then R. We cannot
It's called celestial
know
navigation.
if it's linear. It can be an exponential relationship. We don't know yet until we test the data.
Yeah, it's tested daily. It's called celestial navigation, buddy.
Yeah, the
Can you
data has
send the
already
link
been
in the
tested. The
VC?
data has already been
Send the
used.
link.
Link for what?
Yeah, send the link.
Just link him the almanac for this year.
I don't think he's going to understand the almanac, but all
I
right.
don't think he will either.
So now you're just throwing off ad hocs?
Oh, go ahead.
No,
Open the almanac and see if you
he
understand
asked
whatever
for
it's
a
written there.
source, and the perfect source for celestial navigation is in fact the yearly almanac that they release.
Okay, link your source.
Yeah, link the source. You cannot say something. You cannot make a statement without
And you can't just say,
mentioning
I
the
don't think
source.
he's smart enough to sit down with you.
Absolutely. It's on the chat already. So stop crying and go read it.
Alright, it's on there. The nautical. I'm not. What is this website?
It's the nautical almanac
It's
for
a
this year.
PDF. It's a PDF. Don't click it. Don't click it. It's a PDF. It's gonna
It's literally
download.
the fucking almanac, and that's exactly what you're asking for.
If you're
Oh
on
yeah,
the
don't click
computer,
on our
you'll
source. Hey, give me your source.
if you're
Okay, here's my source. Don't click on the source. Like, come on, fuck off.
We're asking for
that's
a
the nauticalalmanac.com. Like it's what everybody uses for nautical almanac. It's not a virus, but and if you're on a
Okay, but
computer,
it's gonna
that's not gonna
immediately
download
download
it.
because it's a PDF file.
It
It's gonna
won't if you're
immediately
on the
download.
computer. No, it won't if you're on the computer. It can simply open in a Chrome tab. It's not gonna download automatically. You have to download if you want to.
That's not true.
You
This
can
is
simply
link
open it.
obfuscation.
That's the
He
source
doesn't
you
want.
guys
Hey,
asked
he doesn't
for.
want. He
What do you
doesn't
mean
want
it's
to click on our
obfuscation?
source, so we're just free to claim whatever we want, and he can't contest it because he's too much of a chicken shit coward to do it. Anyways,
No,
No,
why?
it's
so like I
okay
was,
to be
Why don't you just
skeptical
send the
about
website?
links.
yeah. So
Maybe you shouldn't
whenever
post a
we
Send the
take,
link next
website.
time.
okay, yeah, just don't post anything, guys. Just don't post links.
Just
Don't
post your
post like
source.
files. Okay. You
Yeah,
do
we
realize
can
that
look
there's
it
a
up
higher
I
ourselves.
don't
benefit
think he
to
Just
doesn't
put the
even
name
know
of the
what he's
website
asking for.
and the article, and we can look it up ourselves.
You can literally
Exactly.
buy it right now off of Amazon. It's called the Nautical Almanacs 2024. Go ahead and do that, and then we can have a conversation if you're too much of afraid to click on the fucking link.
Can you stop cursing so much when you speak?
No.
Yeah, and it's not being afraid; it's being skeptical and it's being smart.
No.
Yes, because PDFs can be malicious.
Yeah.
Hey, who cares? First of all, what for what exactly you want the source for? Do you want the source for what selection navigation is, how it's being used, what assumptions are being used, when
Yeah.
it's being
So
used?
the
What exactly
simple.
do you want?
Yeah.
Like
The
this is
simple.
the whole thing that we've been talking about like 3 years, and now you
The
simply want a
simple.
source for selection navigation as a whole. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. The simple thing
Celestial
that the almanac
travel.
will point to is a 60 nautical mile per degree drop from the ground position of a celestial body. So that's a linear relationship. It's saying this many per this many at a constant rate.
Yeah, but how do you
Now,
prove that without having a valid data set?
what do you mean a valid data set?
Yeah, you need to
It's the
test your
fucking
data
almanac. It
first
shows you
to,
exactly
to
where.
see
Okay, for
whether.
free. Okay, I would say that because the almanac is routinely used by people all over the world every single year, quite reliably,
Appeal to
as
authority.
well. No, not even appeal to authority. And that's again, you're literally claiming like the wrong fallacy, also, which is the funny
I
fucking
don't do
part.
that.
It's appealing
Altitude
to the
fallacy.
many people apparently that have done it before.
Oh, there's plenty of people. In fact, it's been used for hundreds of years, and it all goes off the same
Okay,
assumptions.
can
And
you link it?
it's fucking given to you. You don't want to click it.
Can you just tell us the source that you're using, and we can look it up ourselves?
Oh my god.
Just
Yeah,
mention it's the Nautical Almanac for 2024.
just type it out for us so we can just copy paste it in Google.
Well, you're gonna get to the exact same link, but sure.
Well, it's
Well, yeah,
just
that's
making sure.
Yeah, that's the Nautical Almanac, but
Light
that's not
has
gonna.
Light has multiple certifications and degrees in cybersecurity. I'm gonna trust him on this.
Well, if he did, he would clearly know that a file size of that large for a PDF is not a threat. And
That's
anybody
not
that
true at all.
claims it,
It
that
could
is
be
100%.
local file inclusion.
Sure.
Just
Then you'd
open
also
in
know
your
how to like
browser on
isolate
the.
a file. Hey, if you were also like really skilled with tech, like you say you were, you'd be running on a virtual machine and you wouldn't fucking give a shit. You'd just be able to isolate that file, scan it, or you just use it.
We
But
can
I know
still
that
have
you're
a
just full
VM
of shit and you
escape.
don't take any precautions.
You
And
could
so,
still be a VM escape, buddy.
sure.
Well, if you're gonna take that route, then there's no file you can download. Right?
Yeah, there's nothing I could provide you, no link I could give you because you'd be like too skeptical to click on it.
That's why we want the name so that we can look it up ourselves on Google.
We already posted it. I already
say
made.
the name?
I already.
The Nautical Almanac of 2024. You could fucking pull it up on Amazon and buy it if you're that much of a quote unquote skeptic.
Take a look at the American Practical.
So you want me to buy it
explains-
and then read your
Oh
evidence?
my god, well, if you don't want to click on a link that you would pull up on Google otherwise, the only other option is to buy the fucking book itself.
So
Like a
you're saying
physical
you're
copy.
posting a pirated link that has the book for free?
No.
That's not pirated. That's a free generator.
Then why do I
Nautical
have to
Almanacs
buy
can be
it on Amazon
generated.
to actually get the content?
Oh my god, because it's a physical
That's a
book you
physical
would be
one.
buying.
So
Because
the
people when they
version
go
is free,
sailing,
right?
people when they go sailing, they don't get USB drives. They use books because they're relying on pen and paper. That's why they use these books for. There's no reason for them to get that in PDF. That
It's
doesn't make any
literally
sense.
the same reason why I can pull up an absolutely free version of Romeo and Juliet that is not pirated, but I would still have to pay for the physical fucking copy of the book. Or the
Usually
play,
the
I should
PDF
say.
also costs money.
No.
Yeah, that is
Things
how it works.
outside of their copyright do not cost money on the internet, my guy. That's why you have all these free sites that are able to give this out without pirating it, because their copyrights have ended decades ago. Or were never copywritten in the first place.
All right, dude. You don't need to get so upset about it.
I'm not getting upset. I'm just laughing at the situation and how little you know.
Now you're assuming how much I know. Okay.
Well, clearly not much because you're making incorrect statements.
No, I just think there's a misunderstanding here. I'm not incorrect. I'm
Right.
just telling
There's
you that
absolutely
those
misunderstanding
PDFs you
here.
have to pay for. Why would I assume it's a copyright-free PDF?
Okay. Here's what you can do. You can look up the Nautical Almanac 2024. You can click any of the links. You can even type in the buzzword of 60 nautical miles per degree, and then click on the first
Light,
three
don't click
links.
that link. Don't click that link. I clicked it
I
on my
wasn't
phone
planning on
and it took me out of Discord. Like, it literally crashed my Discord. Don't click it.
So there we go. See,
It's
there
a
we go.
good-
So you just got exposed for pasting a malicious link in the channel.
Fuck saying it's a fucking YouTube link I'm looking at right there.
No, not the YouTube link. I'm talking about the PDF one. I knew it.
Oh my
So
god.
it's a good thing I didn't
You're
click
on
on
that.
it then.
Yeah,
He's pulling your chain, dude.
I'm not. I literally got my Discord crashed. The moment I clicked it, my Discord crashed. I had to rejoin.
Sure. So you were able to rejoin.
You probably restarted
So
Yeah,
his
because I
phone.
did it on my phone.
are you using a fucking Obama phone?
You might want to do like a system reset on your phone, but in case he tries to get any data from your phone.
Anyway, so we can just keep talking about this. This is clearly just a
Do you think
troll.
that's possible?
That's what I would do.
So whenever we
Alright.
take a look at this linear relationship, it is unable to be repeated here in the real
I don't know
world
what
on like
that
a
means.
flat surface.
Yeah, we're talking about guys who didn't hear about slash navigation before today, so I don't think they know what you're talking about.
Okay, well, this guy supposedly works in tech, so hopefully he has like a rudimentary understanding of trigonometry. So if I have a table and a light fixture above that table, and I have multiple figures on that table, and I space them out equal distance from each other, the angle that I get from that surface of that table, that object, and then up to the ceiling, the light source on the ceiling, there is no way you can show me a linear relationship, which means constant distance change leading to a constant rate of degree change,
But
like
can
we
you
see in the real world.
explain how did you where is your data coming from that you can decide that it's a linear relationship? Like, where are you pulling this data from?
Nautical Almanac 2023, 2024, 2022, 2021, 2020, 2019, all the way back to, what was it, 1600?
Yeah, the process of slash navigation use that as a premise, right? So whenever you're doing
Yes.
slash navigation, when you get the angle to celestial body, the calculation you do assumes that for each nautical mile of distance, the celestial body
So,
drops by 1 arc minute. So 6 nautical miles, it drops by 1 degree.
Dilophosaurus?
What's that?
Dilophosaurus, what's your occupation?
What is my occupation? I'm an accountant.
And in accounting, do you use statistics and data analysis?
Yeah, sometimes,
Okay. All
not
right.
often. But I do have some background in statistics.
Okay. So, why are you not doing the proper analysis then before mentioning these numbers?
Did you just discover what P was today?
We're
No,
still waiting
I
for the
know.
p-value.
I'm a financial analyst for an oil and gas
Oh.
trading firm, and
Oh.
I have to also get into statistics. So
You ever pass? Did you ever pass trigonometry in high school?
I did my CFA level 3. I think that's already more qualified than just some high school degree.
Okay, so that's a no to the geometry.
No, I did. I passed my high school degree, and
Okay.
I also got my CFA level 3.
Do you remember in geometry when they talked about trigonometric proofs?
How do you get your radius?
Yeah. How do you get your radius?
Yeah. So again, Do you remember when they talked about proofs in trigonometry?
We asked you a question first. How do you get your radius?
No, you ask him as a response. He asked you that first.
No, we're asking you. Because to have
You're asking
spherical
him now.
trigonometry, you need your radius. So what's your radius?
Well, you don't. You actually can do spherical trig with a unit sphere, so you don't need any specific radius.
No, you need your radius to find the distance.
Yeah, if you want to get the linear distance on sphere surface, you would need a radius. But you
You
don't
would
need
need the
that.
radius.
Yeah, but you don't need
So-
that for spherical trig.
Here, watch this. Watch this, Chief. Just ask them to demonstrate a linear relationship between angles and distance on a flat surface. No flat earther has ever been able to demonstrate this. Therefore, because it is undemonstratable on a flat surface, the Earth
In relation
cannot be
to
flat.
what?
And what do you mean in relationship to what? What?
What is it in relation to? What are you referring to?
Okay. If you could find me a flat surface with an object above that flat surface, with multiple observing points equal distant from each other, stretching out from the ground position of that object or that source, whatever you want to say, and you can show me how they would have a linear relationship between the
what?
change in distance and the change in angles, I'll give you $10,000.
But angles in relation to what? What are you relating it to?
Okay, the flat surface
Go
and the
into the
viewing
surface.
angle from the object up to the light in the sky, whatever the fixture is above the surface.
Which one are you referring to? The sun?
No, I'm at fuck. Christ help me.
Are you referring to the sun and the angular relationship between the sun and the objects on the ground?
No, in this case, I am asking you to demonstrate to me a flat surface that has a light source or whatever the fuck above that surface, and showing me a linear relationship between different observation points to that like floating object. It could be a fucking pole in the middle of a flat field, and just giving me a linear relationship between the observation point to the top of that pole. Because if you can't demonstrate that to me, it means that what we have as a flat surface cannot be representative of the world that we live in, because that is the relationship that we have with celestial bodies and the ground.
So you're saying that the ground is flat?
By God, no. So can somebody I guess maybe I'm just talking above this guy.
You said
Can
that's
somebody
the
dumb it down
only
a
way
little
we
bit?
could have it.
Okay, let me try a different way. Are you familiar with what an elevation angle is? Light.
Yeah, but you have to be referring to something.
Yeah, the thing
In
you're
this
reading an
scenario.
angle to, right? So let's say we get the top of a building. That's the thing we're gonna read elevation angles to, right? But do you need any other thing between the top of the building to measure an elevation angle to it?
Your height.
No, you don't need your height to measure an elevation angle.
You do?
Why
Of course you
would you
do.
need your height to measure an elevation? Okay, how are you going to use your height to measure an elevation angle?
Because that's going to change the angular resolution.
What?
Oh, is that
Your
so?
height. Wait. Your height changes your angular resolution. So how much resolution my camera has depends on how high I am. What are you talking about?
Well, hold on. He also just kind of fucked himself because he also showed he's not familiar with a bubble sextant, of which at any height you are does not affect your viewing angle to the celestial body you're pointing it at. Which is also really hard to explain on a flat surface with local light sources.
I think you gotta get
light
familiar
source
with
are you
this
speaking
topic
about?
before we get back to you're
Don't
just
worry, I'm
too unfamiliar.
hey, listen, dude, I'm like 3 minutes from the house. I'll gladly bust out MS Paint if it fucking helps this guy. I'll even go out on my driveway with some chalk sets if that's what it requires. Also, I did some math.
He left. Just
Oh,
so
he
you know
left?
that.
Oh, that's perfect. Because the flat earthers, they'll never present us a map, so I'm going out of my way to try and make one. Um, by using well understood trigonometry with just one assumed height of Polaris. And because we know that on a flat surface we can't have a linear relationship between distance and viewing angles, I'm having to stretch out America to make all these observations work. Like, stretch it out like a lot.
Hey, I have a question. Do large bodies of sea level water curve around a spherical surface?
You speak English?
Yeah.
A little bit.
Do large bodies of water curve around a spherical surface? Sea
That seems
level water.
that seems to be what it is. Well, what is sea level?
Does sea level bodies of water, large bodies of water, curve around a spherical surface? Yes or no?
What is sea level?
Bro, can you answer the question?
Well, I need clarification before I answer a yes or no.
There's a
What is
clear
sea level?
definition. There's a clear definition of sea level. Look it up. Then say yes
Okay,
or
can you
no.
not give me one?
No. You look it up.
No?
No.
I need you to tell me what you think sea level is.
No. You can look it up.
No? Okay,
Yes.
so I'm just not gonna answer your question then. Back to the angles
Well,
argument.
so I'm gonna conclude you can't answer it, right?
That's fine. I'm not gonna answer if you can't give me a clarifying
Yeah, you can't answer it because you
position.
have no proof of sea level large bodies of water curving on the spherical surface. That has never been proven in the first place as a foundation.
That's fine, dude. I know. Keep reading your
I
script,
know
dude.
it's fine. You just wanna scram on your script in here and
This
think you're
hey
safe, right?
hey Clay. He tells you keep reading your script. Yet earlier he was literally reading flat earthers. He was literally reading that, bro. Telling you a script. This guy's fucking rich, bro.
They're always
hold on.
projecting, man. They're always projecting. This is the only thing they can do.
Mm-hmm. You got a map for me, Clay?
See, now he's want to move the goalpost. I'm still asking you a simple
He
question.
wants to get away from. He wants to get away from
A
the script
child
reading
can
because he
answer
just
me
got
this
caught reading the
question:
script.
how water works. A child can answer me how this works that I'm using right now. How it works. If large bodies of sea level water curve around a spherical surface, if you can't answer the simple question, then maybe it's your problem. Maybe I don't know.
Well, I'm just asking
You
what
should
sea level
just
is
stay
first.
delusional.
I don't know. I'm just asking what sea level is first.
Well, look it up, man.
Okay, let's look at what sea level is.
Bro, this guy doesn't. Does anybody else in here who thinks the Earth is a spinning, wobbling tilted baseball know what sea level means? Have they
So
learned this
mean
so
sea
far?
level is an average surface level of one or more among Earth's coastal bodies of water. So it seems to be the average height of water, correct, Clay?
Okay. Does sea level water curve around a spherical surface?
Well, hold on. We're getting there. Right. So because we have sea level.
That's a simple
Does water
question.
always find its level, Clay?
Yes.
Okay, so why is mean sea level
Water
for
will
the Atlantic
always
and the hold on, hey
go
Clay,
against
Clay.
least of a resistance and lay out flat when
Okay.
unmanipulated.
Okay, so
So again,
Clay,
the
why
question.
is why is the Pacific Ocean routinely higher than the Atlantic Ocean if water always finds its level?
Is a non sequitur. It's nothing to do with my question. My question is: does
It
large
does.
bodies of sea level water curve around the spherical surface? You're
We're
still
getting
avoiding the
there.
question. Why do you
Well, we're
avoid the
getting there.
question, sir? Why do
We're
you
getting
avoid
there when
the
we get
question,
there.
sir?
Hey,
Why do you
because
avoid a simple question, sir? I want to move to
it's
someone who can answer a simple
okay.
question that a child can answer.
Be-
Please, someone
because
else. I don't want to
he's
know your answer
scared to
anymore.
answer, dude. He's scared to answer because the whole
I'm
crux
not
to your thing
scared to
revolved
answer.
around
I don't
sea
want
level.
you to move the goalpost of a simple question a child can
Who's moving
answer.
a goalpost?
You
You
are.
said you emphasized sea
Again,
level.
I
I
want to
tried to
know
get you
someone
to
in
this.
here who can answer a yes or
Okay.
no question without being like pedantic delusional person who wants to move the goalpost all the time.
So
Can large
delusional.
bodies of sea level water, do they curve around a spherical surface?
Well,
Yes
well,
or
first we have to
no?
understand what sea level is. That
Okay,
seems to
this
be a
guy.
huge part of your question.
Motherfucker, did you say
You're a waste of
delusional?
time,
You
man.
believe in a flat Earth? You fucking retard! What the fuck?
No, I don't
Well,
believe
also
in
listen to him, dude.
anything.
He
I don't
keeps
believe in
emphasizing sea
anything.
level.
I don't believe in anything. But I can surely say that sea level large bodies of water do not curve around a spinning, wobbling, tilted spaceball flying from every spinning void of darkness that you
You
both
keep
people believe
saying
in,
sea
and think
level,
that
but sea
people don't
level
who
isn't the
don't
same.
believe this are ridiculous. But I can rest assure you that people who actually know that the Earth is not a spinning ball 100% understand what reality represents itself to be, which you people have a big struggle with. I know it's hard. It's hard that
Anyways, are
the
you
Earth
done
is
with your
the
rant
complete,
yet?
that the Earth
You're
is
proud of yourself
representing
for those
itself to
big
be the
words, aren't
complete
you?
opposite,
Dude, he's really proud of. He got them all memorized.
the complete
Man,
opposite
I
of
said
what
more
you
than
observe.
9 letters. Flat Earth, I said more than that shit. You're really proud of yourself. I'm proud of you, Clay. You're not spurred posting in the fucking chat for once.
Okay, again, the
Holy
question
shit.
is there any global who can answer this question? Does large bodies of sea level water curve around the spherical surface that you call Earth? It's funny how you just can't say yes or no, right? Doesn't work with surface.
They avoid the question because they know they can't prove it, because they know that's where they get destroyed. That's why they have to go up
Exactly.
to the sky and they have to go all this other bullshit, fucking try to
Thanks,
discredit
bro.
you and say what you believe in, you're a fucking idiot, because they can't fucking prove their own claims and they're retarded, bro. They're a waste of fucking time. We should
And,
be teaching people the truth, not dealing with these dumb fucks that are still lost in the lies.
and the sheer projection, right? Oh, you're so scared,
Yeah,
Clay. You're so scared to
I
answer a
just,
simple
yeah,
question.
exactly.
You know,
I
it's
just want I
insane,
want to know
bro.
if they've got anything to say in regards to what you said, rather than talk about you and bag you out. So, do you guys have anything to say, which is directly addressing what he actually said?
Yeah, what
Can
I
you even
actually was
repeat
trying to
what?
get on him to was a definition of what sea level was so I can more accurately answer his question, of which he could not provide me, which I had to provide myself. And then he said, oh, sea level water, which, of course, water, even on the flat Earth, if we go with the measurements we have, isn't even uniform. So it's already a malformed question. Because he wants to keep emphasizing sea level, sea level, sea level, sea level. Well, sea level isn't the same, but yet water finds its own level, according to Clay.
Or do I really need to, like, on my phone right now go into Google and type in sea level and then look up what the first definition is that comes up? Do I need to do that?
Yes, yes. And then you'd have to
Really?
explain to me
Are you
why
this
sea
dense?
levels are different from ocean to ocean.
Are you this dense?
Yeah, I am pretty fucking stupid, but even
How do
I
you
can
know that?
find out. Yeah, but even
How do
I,
you
well,
know?
how do we know that the Pacific Ocean is higher than the Atlantic Ocean?
Yeah, how do you know how do you know that the mean sea level in different oceans is different?
Because we have it measured.
Who measured that?
People far more skilled than I am. So
You
I'm
don't
just
know.
going off of their measurements. Yeah, they
You
take the
don't know
average elevation. Yeah, they take the average elevation of one compared to the other one, and they find that the
from what?
Pacific Ocean
From what?
is on average higher
What is
than the
being
Atlantic
used?
Ocean.
What if sea level is the zero, right, which is used to determine changes in elevation? Then what are they using to determine the change in elevation between sea levels?
They're comparing the height of one sea level to the height of the other one.
Compared to what?
Compared to each other. What the fuck?
How are they doing that?
That's a good ass question. But
Yeah,
that just seems to be what's reported routinely.
sir, it's very simple. You don't have a reference point for any level thing on your spinning wobbling tilted space ball. The problem is the reference point is missing, and this is what he's trying to point out to you. Hopefully, you understand that.
No, because the reference point would be the
Yeah.
Atlantic Ocean, comparing it to the Pacific Ocean, which is the funny part. And it seems that when using the Atlantic Ocean as the reference, The Atlantic or the Pacific Ocean is above it. So we already have our reference, which is the Atlantic Ocean.
So we get to some place where they join and there's like a step.
The reason
It's
why it's higher, the reason why
yeah.
it's higher in the Pacific is because of the way the
Oh.
continental shelf is and the way the water resides on it. So I don't know. Like, look into it. You'll learn how it works.
The
But that's
continental
why they
shelf.
take the
No,
Atlantic.
it's
That's why
simply
they
that
take
it's
the medium. That's why they take a medium from the Atlantic. That's the reason why they do that. Because there is a difference. Because of the shelf. Look into it. You'll learn.
It has nothing to do. It has nothing to do with the continental shelf, and it has everything to do with it just being a larger body of water.
You don't get it, bro.
It has everything to do with it just simply being a larger body of water that has a much like greater effect, like from gravity, because it's able to be pulled up more, because there's just more water there to be pulled up.
Oh god, cool story, man.
Yeah. Because again, if you're going to make the stupid argument about the continental shelf, then the water would just pour off the continental shelf to equal out with the other parts of it, because water finds its own level, right? It's
No,
like
you
saying,
don't
"Oh, hey,
get
if
it.
I have a
No,
no,
dude, you don't get
it's
it.
literally like
That's why I
saying
said go look
it's."
into it. Go look into it, bro.
I did
Like,
look
stop
into it.
talking and
I
just go look
did.
into it. You're gonna learn.
I've heard
You're
y'all's
gonna learn
argument
why.
about the content. I've heard your argument about the continental shelf, and it makes no fucking sense because in my pool,
It doesn't make sense because you don't get it.
no, it's because if I have a pool and I have a like a ledge or like a
Dude,
little
you don't grasp
bar
what
in
you're
my
talking about,
pool,
bro.
the continental
What do you
shelf
think?
would have
What
to
do you
be.
think?
Oh my
What do you
god!
think continental shelf means? What do you think? And what's your definition? Let's first establish that you understand what you're talking about, because I think that's why you're not
Yeah.
getting what I'm saying. What's
A
a
large
continental
body of
shelf?
earth,
Okay, so then if water
plate
was
tectonic stuff.
okay, so if water was sitting on, let's say, like, let's go in a pool, okay, and then you have
Yeah.
like a styrofoam, okay, let's say like you have a styrofoam. On one side of the styrofoam, it seems to be shaved lower than the other side. Let's just say that, okay? Can you are you following along?
No, I
Are
like
you
my analogy more of
okay?
if I have a
Okay,
pool.
so if on the East Coast, right, the shelf is higher, right, to where there's a deep like right off the edge of it, it goes deeper than the West Coast, because the West Coast, it's kind of sloping into the ocean, and the East Coast, it's deeper, like there's a deeper drop. So what I'm trying to say is the water, if you can't get a mean sea level on that's agreed upon on the West Coast, because the way it works, where the waters, when the tides are coming in and going out, it's because of how flat the shelf is into the ocean. You can't get as good of a reading as if you're getting it from the East Coast, because it's deeper and it has a higher shelf to it.
I don't get what you're saying,
So
Chief.
I know you don't get it. It's weird, bro. I don't know, because you're stuck. You're brainwashed and you don't understand.
No, you're trying to say like a
You don't
styrofoam like
understand.
board or something that's at
No,
like an angle going into
no,
the water
bro.
or some shit.
You're not getting it. You're not getting it. I'll just stop. You won't get it.
Because whenever I think of continental shelf, I think of the plate tectonics, and I think about the argument that I've heard others like you make, where one shelf or like one plate is higher up than the other one, which somehow causes the water to be risen up higher than the other ocean. But at the end of the day, water should find its own level, which is why my pool has like a higher end to it and a deeper end, and yet the water is like equal height on both sides.
Dude, we're talking about water hitting one side of the dirt and the other side of the dirt, not the way it sits in dirt. God damn, you are so brain dead, yet you try to come in here and talk like you're a fucking genius. It's comical, bro.
How
You
it
don't
hits
fucking
one side of the
you
dirt
don't
versus
even
the. So you're saying
understand what we're talking about, bro. It's crazy.
no, because that wouldn't affect your measurements for one height versus the other one, which is like the retarded part that I'm getting from you. Because at the end of the day, if I'm making sea level, like the height of one side of the water versus the other side, they would both show as equal readings, regardless of how I have that fucking paddleboard angled.
Look, we all know the bullshit stories they tell us in the textbooks as to why it is, because it's based upon the fact that gravity has a stronger effect on the water as it's pulling it up. We know the bullshit stories, bro. We're not fucking denying that. But what we're telling you though is the real reason why it's doing it has nothing to do with the gravity, which are fake fucking pull of the fucking moon bullshit. because of tidal nodes existing, wholly blows out your fucking dumbass bullshit gravity fucking
Tidal
moon pulling on
nodes?
the water. Yeah, you don't know what those are too, probably, because you're a fucking idiot.
Yeah, there are areas where like there's shallow. Yeah, there are areas where there's like shallow water, like
Where there's
water.
no registered motion, and if you for instance, let me give you an
No
example.
registered
Let me give you an example, okay? Let's say I had a magnet, right, little Johnny? I had a magnet, and there was metal like shards on the table, okay? And then if I go over the table, all the magnet gets, all the shards get pulled up to the magnet, little Johnny. And then that's why we know the magnet has a pull on the metal fragments on the table, little Johnny. But guess what, little Johnny? Sometimes if I'm moving my magnet over and then some of the shards don't move and they don't pop up to the fucking magnet, what does that say, little Johnny? Does that mean that the magnet is still pulling on the shards? No, huh?
I'm
Yeah,
reading
little
here
fucking
the
kid.
tidal
You're an idiot,
nodes.
bro.
Yeah, I'm reading here for the tidal nodes, most of which seem to be located near the poles, which makes sense because the moon doesn't orbit near there. Holy fuck! Not really hard to understand by just simply looking at a goddamn map. By the way, you got any map?
You're saying off the coast of Europe is next to the poles? Dude, are you fucking okay, bro? Are you all right?
Oh,
I
I'm
think you
taking a
need to
look
go
here.
double check your
There
own.
is, in fact,
Go double
a
check
change
your own
in
thing,
time.
bro. Go double check your
And
own
I'm
model, bro.
clicking here, and it seems as if the Gulf Coast, the reason why that is, just a quick Google search later, seems to be,
Because
seems to be,
it's by the pole. That's why.
no, seems to be because the actual like continental bodies seem to block a huge chunk of the water motion, which is the same reason why we don't see it happening in the Mediterranean Sea. Is because that
Right.
bodies of
You're getting it.
yeah.
You're right. Because the bodies that are on the ground are blocking the attraction from the moon above. Right. Does that make sense to you, little
Yeah.
Johnny? You get it
No,
now?
what it's saying is that it's keeping water from flowing in to where the moon's trying to. You're just willfully ignorant, aren't you?
You are, bro.
Yeah.
You're saying
No.
you're
So
saying that
you're being
Google search
willfully
and they're
ignorant,
telling
and
you
you're
the
trying to use
Bro, you're
false
lost,
equivalence, right?
You're lost.
So
Bro.
whenever
You're
like the
lost.
moon is trying to pull it into a
Everybody
certain
here
like
hears me.
area, okay. Yeah, so
Everybody
we
here
can
hears
think
me,
of like
bro.
a
You're lost.
tide as the moon pulling water into a certain direction or a certain spot. But if there's like areas of land that keep that from happening, well, of course the moon's not going to be able to pull it into that area.
How's that happen? How's the land? Okay, how does a table stop the magnet from pulling the metal?
I don't know, dude. How does a dam keep water from flowing from one area to another?
Is that a sideways thing or a vertical thing?
Oh, I see. So if I have like a huge chunk of water that's unable to get into one area because I have land blocking it, even though I'm pulling on it, God, you're fucking dense as a brick.
Oh, so the moon pulls from sideways now, not from right above it. Got
Oh, no, it just pulls in general. But if there's something keeping the
You're a
water
fucking
from
joke,
flowing,
bro.
because the
You're
water
brick.
flows
You're lost.
sideways.
You're
So yeah,
lost.
the water isn't flying through the air. It's being pulled
lost,
up
buddy.
and it's being moved to another location.
You're
It's being
lost.
moved laterally to another
You're lost,
location.
bro.
You're damn right.
You're
Just like a
lost.
dam, water is flowing laterally. We can take a look at the Mediterranean Sea. What's that strait called? I forget.
Pulling laterally. Got it.
Yeah. The water moves laterally to keep up
When
with
the
the
moon
moon.
goes over us, then the
Mhm.
tides rise. It's not because it's over us. It's because on
And
the
I'm glad you
sideways.
said that because I'm glad you brought that up with the metal
You're a
shavings.
fucking
Because when
joke.
I play with metal shavings and I have like the magnet way up here, and I'm able to just keep like that little paper clip on the table, but still be able to be pulled along with the magnet. Yeah, that paper clip is being pulled by the magnet sideways. I'm glad you brought that up, Apo. Now you're fucking getting it.
Wait.
Now you're getting
You just
it.
hold on. You just missed the point though. A tidal node is it's not being pulled at all, and you're saying, oh, because the ground's
That's what I'm
blocking
trying
it.
to get to. Because if
How
I
does
have
the
it
ground?
where
Okay,
I
how does
have
the
like the
table?
magnet
How does
barely
the
pulling on
table
that
block the
paper
magnet
clip,
pull on the paperclip?
again, it's not blocking the
You're
pull.
brick, bro. You're retarded, bro.
It's not
You're
blocking
trying
its
though.
pull.
I
The
give you an
paper
A
clip
for
just
effort.
okay. The paper clip just isn't able to move past whatever is blocking
You
it.
get
It's
an
still
A
being
for
pulled by
effort.
the
You're
magnet.
really trying. You're
Here,
really trying. You get an A for
hey,
effort.
I'll go get a magnet for you because I know you need demonstrations. I'll get a paper clip and I'll show you how it works. Would that make you happy?
Oh my
Are
god.
you a Are you a dinosaur sympathizer, bro?
Oh
No,
yeah,
dude,
he
I
believes
fucking
in
love
them.
dinosaurs.
Yeah, yeah. He jacks off to dinosaurs. He thinks they existed. He's a fucking retard. We all know he's dumb.
It's
Hold
crazy.
on. This guy doesn't
Deepest,
believe in dinosaurs. That's hilarious.
deepest quote unquote skeletal
Hold
remains of
on. Why
dinosaur
are
ever
there
found
hold on.
was around 5,000 feet below the surface, but the average offshore drilling rig pulls from like 35,000 feet below. So there's
Yep.
about 7 times of a difference from where the deepest skeletal remains ever have been found. Not only that, every single skeletal remain that they claim that they find are all perfectly intact. None of them are distorted due to compression, which is said to be the
That's not
force
true.
that turns it into a fossil fuel.
That's
Yeah,
not true either,
you'll never
dude.
find distorted fossils pulled out of the ground. They'll all be in
Well,
perfect
you're
intact
just
shape.
wrong about that too.
Show us
Dude, this guy.
distorted and compressed fossils getting pulled out the ground. I bet you they're
Okay,
all
yeah, let me get
perfectly
inside.
intact. That's why they use those little brushes, those soft bristle brushes to brush away the dirt. So it does. And they got to
Actually, what they
softly,
mostly
gently brush
use,
away the dirt.
hold on.
But you're telling
That
us
just
there's
shows that
fucking
you don't
millions of
actually
years
know
of
the
Hey,
compression
process.
on it.
Hey,
Hold
Fresh.
on, that
Hey,
just
Fresh.
shows that you don't actually know
Hey,
the
Fresh.
process
Hey,
because a
Fresh. This
huge
guy.
chunk of the process
Hey,
is
Fresh.
actually
This guy
using a
believes in
drill or
dinosaurs.
a
That should be
grinder.
enough for us. The fact that he
Yeah.
believes in dinosaurs should be enough of us to just fucking excuse him, just fucking pass him out the fucking
So
conversation.
hold
He's
on,
an
but
idiot.
this also just shows how little
Trust me,
Fresh
bro.
actually knows about the
Trust me.
fossilization
Trust
process,
me, bro. We
and that
talked about
Dino
most of
this.
it
DNA.
isn't.
Trust me.
Hold on. What he doesn't understand is that most of it is not even brushing away dirt. They're chipping away rock. And oftentimes they'll damage the fossil because the fossil is just another part of that rock. You've never stepped foot into a
He
museum.
believes
You've
the
never
stories,
actually watched
bro.
the actual
Look at him.
process.
He lives in a museum.
You've never actually had a fossil of your own, have you?
His reality is inside of a building. That's his whole reality.
And like a perfect example of this is like the Ammonite fossil. But also he also showed how little he knows because he brought up, oh hey, they never found skeletons like all the way down there where they have oil. Well, no shit, because back then they didn't have skeletal creatures.
Hey, bro, check it out. It's funny that you just said that. Hey, look
They
at
didn't have skeletal
you know they
creatures.
they just built the Lucas museum, right? I wasn't on that project, but all my buddies were. But they just built the Lucas Museum, dude. And I tell you what, he sounds like someone that says Star Wars is real because it's all inside that museum right there. That's who he is, bro. He's an idiot. He's a moron.
Oh, hold on, aren't you the one working in construction? That's the
No. I flip burgers all day.
And not a single dinosaur bone ever dug up.
Yeah, you never dug up a dinosaur bone, never found anything, right?
You never went to a
held a
planet.
fossil.
You never been to a star.
Yeah, sure. So, anyways, I have a bunch of petrified wood. I even have a few fossils of my own. I'm sorry you've never found a fossil. I'm sorry that you've never actually like gone to any of these beaches and like cracked open an ammonite fossil. But again, they're all fake, right? All fossils are fake.
They're all
This guy thinks because he found something in the ground that his whole story comes to life. The idiot, bro.
Yeah. So hold on. Have you never been to like an excavation? Excavation? I'm sorry, a fossil excavation. You go to West Texas, there's tons of them.
Oh yeah, because there
You
was
can
tons of dinosaurs there, huh? Yeah, but only there.
Yeah,
You
West
know
Texas.
No, I mean, like you consider, like let's say you had a species, right, of any animal, and let's just say they were around for millions of years, right, or billions of years, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and then they all died though. So then, and they were composed of bones, really big bones, by the way, size of like cars and shit, and trucks and buses and planes. They were huge. They were humongous, bro. But then, for some weird reason, they're only found like in certain spots around in every continent. There's not like ones found all over the place. It's almost like they just only lived in like one tiny little town on every continent. Because if you think about it, technically, everywhere you dig, you should find some remnants of it somehow, some way, something of it.
Would
Because
you
All
like to
right,
find
dude.
the
How
like
about
like
this?
like think of it this way.
Look up something called the Bone Wars. Look up something called the Bone Wars, where museums they would try to one up each other, and they would try to
they
make
got caught falsifying shit.
the biggest scariest animal they could come up with. You know, they'd find like a cow's femur, and they'd be like, oh, here's the toe to the freaking Grablosaurus Rex. It's freaking 200 feet long. He's got a head, blah 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 blah, and they made up all this bullshit to make a bigger, scarier animal. It's all nonsense. Dinosaurs were freaking made up before there was ever a dinosaur bone found. It's just like satellites. It's all bullshit.
A lot of them are just a lot of whale bones from when the whales got beached from when the water receded after the flood. That's all.
Oh, so hold on. So what is like the T-Rex skull then? What is like the Triceratops? What about the Ankylosaurus they pulled up here?
We don't. I mean, show us an actual bone. Show us an actual.
Sure, hold
Even
on.
even the
Every
museums will
museum
say
you go
this
to,
is
they
a
say
replica.
it's just a replica. It's just a
No,
plaque.
they won't.
Yeah, they will, because
No,
when you
they
ask
won't.
them, yes, they do, and because when they are asked, can we
No,
test
they
it?
won't.
They say no, because this is a replica and it'll come out fake. It's not a real bone.
What?
It's a replica.
When does that happen?
Yeah, dude. Oh my god, go watch that.
Where?
The bones are
Documentary.
too
Go watch that
sensitive.
documentary, bro.
Some stored away in climate control containers.
Go watch a documentary on it, bro. They'll
Yeah.
tell you all about it.
No. I went to the I go to the Houston Museum of Natural Science at least once a year,
So, and
they
I
tell me
believe
time and
them.
time again that the
Okay,
bones that they have on
Johnny.
display. Yeah.
Okay, little Johnny. I know, little Johnny. I know the field trip
Yeah.
wasn't, was fun. You had a stack lunch and everything, but you were on a story. You're on a story field trip. You learned the falsehoods.
So I know
I'm glad
I
you
know
had
a
fun.
paleontologist chick. Would you like to go out on an excavation with her? Excavation with her? Help dig up some dinosaur bones? I can get that hooked up for you.
You think it's just everywhere now? Where do you go digging for it? Do you go to Indiana? Did dinosaurs live in Indiana?
No, currently she's here in Texas digging up a fossil.
Okay. So do dinosaurs live in Indiana, or how about Nebraska? Were there any dinosaur bones found in Nebraska, or did they just avoid that place?
I don't know.
Are they like, nah, that's not a
Who
cool
knows,
place?
dude?
Right. So
Maybe it
dinosaurs,
wasn't hospitable
which would
back
have been,
then.
by the way, billions of bones should be everywhere in the ground, everywhere, because that's just like, for
Why?
instance, because I'll tell you why. Right? Like, for instance, if a person dies, right, and then just time goes by, right, and slowly the bones are going to just become part of the ground. Yes or no? Or do they just stay on top of the ground for the rest
Is he
of their
breaking up
life?
for anybody else?
Do they stay on top of the earth for the rest of their life, or for the rest of time? Are you listening? Can you hear me?
I think he's lagging out.
Okay.
Yeah, I think he's bugging out, dude.
Okay. Is that better? Is that better?
I think big museums are doing
Is that
much better. Much
Okay.
better.
Okay. Now here's the thing.
Yeah, I think. Yeah.
Okay. So here's the thing. All right. Sorry, I just replied to that comment. Okay, hold on. So here's the thing. Think of it this way, okay? When somebody dies and their bones are just in a field, right? In an open field, okay?
You're breaking up again, dude.
Oh, fuck. No worries.
Dude, Big Fossil is really coming for you right now.
It's fucking gay, dude. You can believe what you want, I guess. It doesn't matter. It change anything.
Yeah, because you're also describing the incorrect process for how they believe fossils were formed, but that's okay. Nobody out there in the paleontology field believes that like an animal dies and like they rot into the bone, and then like the bones just become fossils.
Now here's the point. No. Listen. We're talking about bones in general. Like, let's say a human dies, right? And they're on the surface of the earth.
Yeah.
How long does it take for those bones to be 10 feet underneath the ground?
Really depends on what's going on. I could bury them and they'd reach that state in like an afternoon.
Yeah, it's kind of a climate. You'd have to specify what kind of climate you're talking about.
You'd also have to specify what's going on there. If they get trapped in like a mud flood, or they get trapped in like a bog, or they get trapped in like a tar pit, like where is that big tar pit? I think it's somewhere here in Texas where they had the huge tar pits.
Oh, you mean you mean like the one in La Brea, or here in Los Angeles? You mean that one?
I think
Like
so.
that?
Yeah, that one.
Yeah. So you think that that's the only places where dinosaurs' bones are existing because somehow they're preserved in the tar pits, but not everywhere else across the coast of United States? I'm sorry, of California. You think that's the only place where they could exist, and that's the only place where they find them?
Oh no, they probably find them in some other areas.
Oh, I think there might be a misconception of like fossil here, because a fossil isn't necessarily just like a dinosaur bone. It could be like a shell that has been hardened in stone over like however many millions of years.
Well, it's just
like it doesn't. It's not necessarily like a dinosaur.
Fossilization.
Right. It's the fossilization process.
Okay.
So it doesn't
So
necessarily be a bone.
So now you're saying they don't have bones; they just have these imprints of bones.
That's kind of what fossilization is.
Okay. So
like
so
it's not actual like.
Okay, so in a museum, so hear me out. When you walk into a museum and you see a huge T-Rex, right, or a Stegosaurus, right, and then those are the bones that make it. So what you're saying is they recreated that by taking the imprints of those bones, and then kind of like Hollywood when they you can make like a mask of a face by putting like this clay around you, and it creates it.
The material is no longer bone. It's not bone anymore.
What is it?
The calcium gets leached away and replaced with other minerals within the rock. It's the same process to how petrified wood is made, and I have fucking thousands of pounds of
So how did the bone
wood.
get into the rock? So Timmy dies in the field, right? How does his bones get into a rock? How do you understand it to work?
It really depends on what kind of
the same
environment.
process. Sedimentation processes that turn dirt into rock that we see time and time again encases the bone in rock, and then slowly over time the minerals are replaced, like calcium is leached out, bone cells decay, get replaced,
and they
filled
know this
in.
how? And they know this how? They watched it happen? It's a process that they've watched happen over and over again? Or did they just create a story for you and they said, this is how it happens, guys. This is how rocks are formed around bones, and then when we're chipping at the bone, voila, at the rock, we find the bone. But the calcium replaced it, and because we had little cameras and we had measuring and we knew that this is what's going on. No, dude, it's just a fucking story, bro. Everything you believe
because we've
is
been
a
able
story.
to replicate. We've been able to replicate petrification processes. So we're not just making up stories.
How long does it take for something to get petrified?
Anywhere between like thousands of years, like on a normal uncontrolled process.
So then how do we replicate it then? How do we replicate it? Do we wait 1,000 years?
Using controlled processes.
Well, wood gets petrified as well.
Okay. So you're saying that we created what we think is happening by our own means and design and applications.
Have you seen the things with the petrified?
Hold on, Bear.
Cool.
Bear, please.
Sorry.
Let me finish real quick. So what I'm trying to get to you is, you cannot say we have seen this 1,000-year-old process of something becoming petrified only because we've recreated it in a lab under controlled conditions and made something petrified. But then that's not the same thing, though. I mean, you could say it's what is, but that is not. You cannot say that like comparison for this. Like, for instance, we can say for like 50 years, right? 50 years ago, they started doing something and now we're 50 years later. So we have witnessed it. We have actually analyzed it, and we've watched it happen. So we know in the data that we have a 50-year, like, this is what happens in 50 years. You can't say we know what happens in 1,000 years when you've never observed it for over 1,000 years. What if after 500 years it fucking turns to dust? What if that? Oh, no. We know that doesn't happen because we have trees right here that they're 10,000 years old, and we know that they're petrified. Well, then how do you know they're 10,000 years old? And how do you know that the petrification that we've created in the lab, that we can do it in 10, 15, 20 years, how do you know that that's not how long it takes? And that means, and see, I'm just, my whole point, Earl, it's a story, and you can fucking sway that fucking however you want to put it, however you want
So
to please the ears.
here's my little thing about this.
Yeah,
It's
so
like,
but I'm glad
if it was a story, then how come you can go and you can find rocks, crack them open, and inside are fossils? Are you saying that somebody wanted to fake it, so they put
No,
fake fossils in there, sealed the rock, and hid them around the planet?
No. I'm
Well, hold on.
saying
Well, let's ask,
no.
well,
I'm
hold on.
saying
Let's
that
ask
we
him this
don't.
line
Go
of
ahead.
question
Go
real
ahead.
quick.
Well, he
Let's
just asked me a question, you
let's
dumbass. Let
ask
me
him this line
answer
of
it.
question.
He just asked me a question. Let me answer
So
it. No, you don't want to hear. Okay, go ahead. You don't want to hear my answer. Go ahead.
He's muted. Keep talking.
Well, okay, so I'll answer his question. All right. So, in regards to when a fossil is found in a rock and you're saying that someone fake it, no. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that we can't say when that fossil was in that rock because we didn't observe it with our own eyes. The natural phenomenon, we're not witnessing it when it at the beginning of it. We're just witnessing like what happened after something happened, but
Well,
we cannot say for a fact, oh well, this fossil right here, this is 5 million years old. How the fuck can anyone say an age of something they're just seeing just on the surface of it? That's my whole point, because what I'm trying to get at is everything that surrounds the explanation of like think like a detective, right, looking in a murder. Okay, they can like get clues and stuff. They go, okay, this happened here, this happened there, but they can't for sure tell you exactly what happened. Like exactly, like I know they get like, okay, there's a bullet hole here, so obviously a gun was shot. I don't mean like that. I'm saying they don't know what words were said. They don't know the smell in the air at the time, although it might have been burned everywhere. So like, okay, something was burning maybe. But I'm just saying you can hypothesize, you can theorize, but it's not absolute. And then it just creates a story. So then in the court of law, they would create a story of what they think happened, but that's not necessarily what exactly happened. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I am completely lost at what point you're trying to make. You're just trying to
And
say,
it's all a
well, just
story.
because you didn't see it means that you don't know.
Because
It's
nobody
basically it happened probably before recorded history. Like,
saw it. Okay.
like,
So once again,
you're talking
you
about
don't
an
know
event that
But you
what?
don't know that though. But you don't know that though. That's the whole point. Like you understand? Like I don't think you're grasping what I'm saying here, bro.
I am grasping that, and I could tell you it would have happened before, like, I guess, human created technology or history. I mean, that's only been
Okay.
around for a couple thousand years, so
Okay.
that's in in the grand scheme of things, that's less than a blink of an eye.
Okay. Well, and see, that's another claim. That's what you're saying, bro. Like, what if
Right.
hold on. What if everything that existed, because you were born, like a few years ago in the grand scheme of things, right? But you are being told what your history is. You were taught, you learned everything that you know today, including myself. All we know is what we've been told in story form. So, for instance, like I wasn't around in the 20s, but we have a lot of evidence of people that lived in the 20s, right? Like you probably have grandparents who were born in that time, right? But when you go further and further and further and further back, like we can't really go back that far historically. You can have stories that tell you the parts where we don't have a connection to. But that's my whole point. Now you're getting into, well, thousands of years ago, well, dude, you can't even tell me what happened 40 years ago because you're not even that old. But you're believing the stories of what's beyond 40 years. That's my whole point here, bro. That's all I'm trying to tell you. I'm trying to give those people that are searching the truth and understanding as of to why we question the lies. Because they are stories.
I
Go
gotta
ahead.
say, man, you're doing a lot of mind reading here. Like there is.
I'm not reading your mind. I'm speaking
exactly.
my
You're
mind.
not. You're not really reading anything. Like
I'm
I don't
speaking
know
my
what
mind. I'm not
stories.
reading. I'm not reading nothing.
I know. It is a joke. You're not mind reading, really. It's like.
So you don't get
none of I don't know
That's
what
crazy.
stories you're trying to talk about or what things I learned about were through stories.
Everything.
I don't.
Everything. Look at. Get it. Look at his story is his story. History. Everything that we know that's history is his story.
No way, bro. I'm laughing at the his story thing.
Was that not a
my guy.
punchline?
That's
Like,
funny.
Wait, hold on.
You can't be serious.
That was a good punchline.
Yeah, that's funny. Dude, it's a story. Everything you know is a story.
That's not what we were laughing
Somebody's told you. Somebody's told you that,
no,
right?
No, you don't get it.
We're laughing at that you going his story as if history is where that word came from. His story.
No.
Right.
No.
It was. Listen, it was a really good. You did a really good setup there.
That's not where the word came from, but it's a good play on words because that's exactly what history is.
I'm glad that you understand that it's a play on. It sounded like you were. It's and the way you said that, the way you gave the punchline, it came across that you were like his story.
Okay.
Right.
Which is why we laughed.
It was good.
Okay. So look at. Here's the point, though. Regardless of the laughs and jokes that you took it that way, it was just a showing you, telling you that everything that is from our past is a story that's been passed down to us.
Sure.
Like, right? Like, if you don't get it, like, I don't know.
No, we get it.
Listen,
just
man.
what's the point?
Story. So you get that dinosaurs is a story.
I wasn't there, obviously.
Right. None of us were. But there are people that believe the story, and there are people that don't believe the story. Because when you look into the story, you realize all these things that don't line up, they don't jive up. There's a lot of things about it that don't make logical sense. So in the story of it, though, you have to just turn a blind eye to the things that don't make sense and just believe in the story to be true, regardless. Even though things aren't making sense, but they'll just, oh, no, and they'll have an answer for it. And their answer is a lie to prove a lie. And that's all they keep doing. And it's also about flat Earth too. The same thing. They're telling you, "Oh,
was not what you were talking about now, flat Earth." What lies were you talking about?
I'm saying it's the same. Dinosaurs, flat.
What?
Dinosaurs, a story.
But then what about all the? Wait.
The Big Bang Theory, a story, right?
I mean, I could maybe see the Big Bang thing, but
it's all a story.
It just sounds to me that this is just like a way to just deny anything.
Well, if you take it that way, I mean, hey, if the shoe fits, right? But
I don't know how else to take that.
No, well, the way you should take it is to at least address, like, and realize, oh wait, he actually is fucking right. It is a story because I wasn't around, so I heard it. And now I believe the story. Let's start there. Once you can start there, then you can say, okay, well, let me look into the story. And then go down that route. And then realize, don't look into the lies that prove the lies. Look into the questions that are opposing the story. Look into that. And then let's see if logic and reason and understanding start firing off in your brain. And then that way you can start thinking about the story yourself without somebody telling you what is. Look into it to see what it isn't or what it is. And maybe that's a good start for you and everybody else listening, like everybody. Like start looking at the story. That's why Flat Earth is here. Because people are looked into the story of the heliocentric model, trying to prove it, because we're like, flat Earth's fucking retarded. We know it's a globe. We know it's a ball we're spinning. We know we can see the sun and the moon. We know the heliocentric. This is what we told. This is the truth. And then we look into it and oh fuck, there's too many things that aren't making sense. Okay, so yep, all right, now I get it. It's not a fucking ball. It's not a globe. And then heliocentrism isn't fucking a good story because there's too many fucking holes in it. It's like Swiss cheese, and you're fucking trying to claim that it's a fucking full piece. Like, come on, dude. Gotta wake up.
I don't know, man. Here's the thing. The natural world follows a pattern. You know, the earth works it works in a certain way, the way it's always worked. You know, we've got seasons, we've got weather patterns, tides. Those things operate before and after. There's things that don't require stories in order to know and to learn. And like natural processes that happen on Earth are things that aren't really stories.
You can only confirm
like,
the things that you've seen. Anything else is just a story.
I wouldn't go that far.
Let me share something with
I
you.
wouldn't go that far at all.
Let me. Okay. Well, I mean, then maybe that's why you're stuck because you're.
I
Not
mean,
even
you guys
willing to go anywhere.
can't see electricity, but you all know how it works, right?
No. Hold on. Well, how about this? How about you don't understand electricity because there's a lot of electricity in the sky right now, and that's what's creating the high and low pressures. This is what it's not gravity; it's electricity. So you want to tell us, oh, must not, but you don't believe in electricity because you're the one denying that electricity is the fundamentals of what's creating that downward force. But you want to say it's gravity, so you're not willing to go farther than your position of what you've been taught in a story.
I don't
And we're
know
the ones
where this
telling
tirade is coming from, guy.
because you just said we must not believe in electricity because we cannot see it.
I know, no, that's not what
we
saying.
weren't there when it was created.
That's not what I'm saying.
Say it again. That way I could bash you.
I'm saying that we don't see electricity, but we know how it works.
Okay.
You know, it's not like there's no story behind it. Like there's natural processes that happen in the earth,
so you know
like how
works?
golds form, or
you know how it works?
or how fossils are formed.
Okay, hold on.
Like,
so you know how hold on. You know how electricity works? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay. So
I'll ask you something right after this, though.
Okay. If you know how electricity works, would you agree that electricity in our dynamic system that we are living in, would you agree that it's electricity that's what's creating the downward force that's keeping everything, according to its properties, obviously, but that's what's making things fall is electricity and the properties of it, because electricity is actually that little spark, if you will, is what should be being created because of magnetism, because there's an attraction and a pushing that's happening in a field, a toroidal field, and that friction is what causes electricity, and that electricity is what's creating this downward force, pushing everything down, and even bringing things up. Because when you can change the polarity, or you can change, you can manipulate it, things go up, things go down. So then that takes gravity out of the picture. Gravity doesn't exist now. There's gravitas, which things are heavy and they drop, but they're based upon electricity. So do you really understand electricity, or do you think everything I said right now is just like you don't believe what I just said? Right?
A lot of it sounds made up.
Wow.
Okay. Let me ask you, how is electricity made?
I don't know how is it made. You answer me that, because you know electricity. So you tell me. No.
This isn't a competition.
You tell me. No, but you tell me.
Oh, you know what? My apologies. I never answered your question to begin with. So allow me to respond to you so you can respond to me. I'm not convinced that electricity is what holds things to the ground. I think that the Earth has a gravitational pull. It's towards the center, and that's one of the things that keeps us in. Now, I'm not saying that electricity doesn't play some part in gravity, because there's
you're stuck.
There's atmospheric pressure, which is a thing. It does happen,
which is caused by electricity. But go ahead.
It was not just caused by electricity. Electricity is a byproduct of it.
No, bro. Do you understand how high pressure systems and low pressure systems operate?
Yes, I do.
Yes,
I do.
Would you say that
But does that answer satisfy you at all?
No. Well, no. All you told me is that you're stuck in gravity, heliocentrism.
Not
that's all you
stuck.
said.
I'm not. You asked me if electricity was what made gravity possible.
No, I didn't say that. You said that. You claimed that electricity.
No, okay. So was that not your question then? Hold on. What was your question?
The question was everything. No, you answered the question. You said you thought it was all a lie. Everything you said was a lie. So you don't know.
I did not say anything that was a lie.
You said what I said was a lie. You said said made up. Sorry. Does lies mean the same thing as made up in this world nowadays? I'm sorry.
No,
in my
no.
time,
So
when you say it made it up, we meant you're lying. So my bad. Maybe it's just a mixture of words.
No,
I guess, I don't know.
To me, lying is like something you would do with an intent. Like I'm trying to deceive you.
Okay. So okay. But okay. I get what you're saying. So now, but what you're saying though is it's made up. Is that fair to say? Because that's verbatim. You said sounds what you're saying is made up. So with that being said, you did say that.
I did say that. It was a good adjective.
Okay.
I probably could have used a better one, but that's the one I used.
But here's the point, though. Here's the point. So when you said we don't know what electricity is, and then that's
not what I said.
Earlier.
I know how you guys know how electricity works.
Okay.
So, I'm working under the assumption that you do.
Okay. So now with this being said, okay, when we are now trying to explain to you, like through, because we've learned, right? We heard the story and somebody told us there's this guy and there's another guy and there's another guy and there's all these guys that were doing these crazy experiments, and then they came to these conclusions, and I admit, I believe their conclusions. I never did them myself personally, but I'm going to go ahead and put my faith in them. And maybe I'm just appealing to authority. That's fine. It is what it is. I'm admitting it, though. See, the Globers, you should learn how to admit that you're doing something sometimes. Like right now, I'm believing in their experiment. But in their experiment, they learned how and what electricity, electromagnetism, and magnetism. They learned all those things a long time ago. And they actually are a really good explanation as to why things are happening in our world. But you know what the thing about it, though? There's no need for gravity, mass attracting mass. Because when you realize that everything's just electrical and everything's frequency and vibration and everything's just like this crazy cool dynamic system of all these things, properties, and certain elements working together in a harmonious rhythm, like then you'll understand why we are saying gravity and mass attracting mass, or bending the space-time, relativity, all that is just bullshit. Because that is not you can't science that out, right? You can't recreate that. It's not reality. But these other guys, they did do they did the experiments. They were able to test. Like, I don't know why you guys are stuck, to be honest. It's 2024. The information, everything's in your hand, bro. You should be able to learn everything. Knowledge is power, right? Go look into it. Maybe you guys just don't want to look into it. I don't know. Are you safe in your knowledge, Time Dash? Is that why, like, you don't want to look into reality or want to hear?
I'm just a little concerned about the monologuing.
Oh, I mean, sometimes it takes a while when you're teaching something. Like, for instance, a teacher talks for like 45 minutes, but they're trying to teach you something. They're trying to like fill your little sponge brain with knowledge, and I'm trying to just tell you the knowledge.
You're not really saying very much.
Well, put it this way: for those who have ears, they're going to hear, and then they're going to get it. Those who don't, well, they won't, and that's fine. That's fair. Maybe I'm not even arguing or talking with you. I'm talking to you, but for the audience, for someone who's actually searching for the truth, who needed to hear what I said, because then he can go with his brain and be like, yeah, you know what? I'm going to go look into it because this guy, he made sense, right? As opposed to the other guy that's just going, nah, we know that it's this. Then you're totally missing the argument here. You're missing the point. But you're right. I'll stop talking. Kind of talked a long time. There's a lot of people in here. They probably want to jump in here. Let them. I'll shut up. Go ahead.
No, it's just I just have no idea where you're going with these.
Dinosaurs are fake.
Heliocentrism, fake. Dinosaurs, fake. Big Bang Theory, fake. You understand where we're going now?
Well, I mean, I could say that about anything. Christianity, fake. You know, why stop there? You know, the Quran, it's fake. All religions, they're all fake.
Well, I don't want to talk about religion.
Well, I don't either, but
because that's
just making. I know it's just.
I get what you're saying, but I do want for the audience and for you too. I do want you to know that. But there is a creator, and the evidence. And the evidence
sounds fake to me.
Go look in the mirror, and you'll see that there's a creator. Okay, just go look in the mirror, and you're gonna see that there is a creator.
Why are my parents going to be standing behind me?
No. See, you're missing the forest.
Oh, I know. All I'm doing is just being like a denial. That's it.
So what you're going to realize is that you have been created, and you are the creation. Go outside and look around. You have trees and plants and grass. You have stuff, nature around you. You go outside and look at the creation, and realize that there's a harmonious system going on, a rhythm. There's like the plants are working, with this environment. The trees are working. Even the birds, like they even have studied that, like when they deforest it, like they realize that a certain species starts dying off because they were like in tune with those particular trees and branches and stuff like that. So there's a harmonious rhythm in creation.
Yeah, evolution really do be like that, bro.
Evolution. I'm glad you said that way because it is evil, right? Yeah, evil. Yeah, it's evolution. I love that.
Dude, this guy's good with his puns. Evil. Watch out.
Hey, evolution is sad, by the way. Like, dude, that's a whole nother story, by the way. But and remember, everything is a story. So, but the point is that there's creation out there. It's been created because there is a conscious design behind everything that's working in this harmonious rhythm together. Like that is a designer, bro. There was a creator with a conscience, with a.
I think you're just talking about natural selection, though, dude.
Damn, bro, got 7 muted.
Well, it's real telling because you guys feel attacked personally when the skepticism is put to your belief system, but it's not you as a person that's being questioned. It's just what you believe in. But you've got such an emotional attachment to that belief system that you guys rage and start trying to flamethrow and gaslight and figure out what's a trigger for someone else, like, oh, well, then Christianity, oh, well, then Islam, and just reach and trying to find anything.
No, okay, if you're gonna sit there and say one thing's fake or like everything is fake, then why can't somebody just say that about the things that you believe in as well? Like, it's quite literally turnabout is fair play.
Well, I mean, let's say for instance, for Christianity, not Christianity, because that's like not a thing. It's like a practice, right? It's not something you can really verify or fact check on. But let's say the Bible, that's been scrutinized and fact checked for years. It's the most scrutinized piece of work ever created, So, but even the top atheists out there will still agree that it's legitimate and it's accurate. And it's used this day for archaeological researches and finds and all sorts of things. So to try to discredit it is just ignorant. And that's the thing, is if you put that type of amount of energy into everything that you do actually believe and actually go do the legwork and start researching things, then you'll find out what's valid and what's not out there.
Right, but I could say the exact same thing about my 9th grade science book.
Well, that's exactly what we're saying, is your 9th grade science book is fake and it's full of shit. And it taught you a gobstopper globe Earth that have never confirmed. And they gave you pictures of it and all these things, and you believed it. And they taught you this globe before you even knew how to read or write. They were putting a globe in your face as a child before you even knew what your name was. And that's why your attachment to it is so strong. It just takes a while. It's not going to be overnight, but it takes a long time for you to slowly step away from that belief system.
I think it was my first globe I ever saw. I think I was like 5 years old, maybe 6. Yeah. It's like the first time it was like the first time I felt saved,
Your first memory.
Bro, did your parents? One second. Did your parents really didn't let you watch like television, like the news or like any blockbuster movie? Like, dude, you must have had a very weird childhood. Like, I have probably seen a globe when I was like not even 1, because every freaking news channel has an intro with a globe, bro.
Well, yeah, but if like nobody tells me about the globe, how would you know?
You gotta understand. The problem is this, right? You don't recognize the tools of indoctrination that has been used to abuse your mind since you can actually breathe. Probably when your parents have driven out of the hospital, there was some kind of globetrotter or globe on some kind of company logo, or there was some kind of globe on an advertisement. Bro, or maybe even in the hospital there was a TV and there was a news broadcast and they showed you a globe. So there is no getting away from the globe.
He whispered in my ear right when I was delivered.
Yeah, maybe, man.
Round planet Earth. Remember?
Yeah,
it's
could be
circular.
Welcome
like
to the
circle
planet.
of life.
Could be. Yeah, could be that he said, "Welcome to the planet, little guy." Yeah, could be, man. I'm just saying. I'm to the point of being 5 years old. You must have seen at least 1,000 globes in advertisements, in logos, in intros, in movies, I don't know, on the table of your.
I'm too old for that.
Of your dad.
I'm a little too old to have seen like those kinds of advertisements and stuff like that from day to day.
I don't believe you.
I'm like almost 40.
It's and if you go back and look at all the TV shows that you watched as a kid growing up and all the movie intros, the globe was there. It's everywhere. It's once inside every single television series program that is aired on TV. There's at least one space episode or some reference of space or showing a picture of the globe. It's
you know
everywhere.
What? So reflecting, I do remember seeing a map of the United States when I was a kid. I think that was like my very first map. Like, okay, that's where we live, which was flat.
And then you have these. And then you have these other mind control operations where, as a child, you probably have been given like a Mars sweets or like a Milky Way or or a galaxy or some kind of other sweets named after a heliocentric doctrine. And then because your brain is wired as a child, when you get sugar, you're like, oh, oh yeah, Mars, oh wonderful. And then later on in school, you're like, oh wait a minute, Mars? Oh, this is how the thing that I love is called, that gives me good vibey feelings when I eat it. So
I don't know, man.
like the way you have been programmed is very hard to relate or reflect upon if you don't understand you have been programmed. If you don't understand you have been programmed since you have been born, then it's really hard to see the programming. That's the problem.
Here's the thing. What you're saying is such a far reach that I can swear I could almost see your hand coming through my monitor.
Yeah, I know it's a far reach because you don't think you're programmed, therefore you can't see the program. It's kind of like...
Wait, I have a question.
So, it says everything.
No. What's the benefit of it? Why did they do it? Why did they put so much effort in to try and make us think something?
Back and watch.
What's the point?
All the television shows that were on TV when you were a kid, and you can find all these references we're talking about. And you can see all the
no one's disputing that. I'm asking you why they would do it.
Subliminal references that you looked at as a kid growing up, and then you can kind of take a step back and say, okay, now I can see.
But why?
The subconscious references that were put in my face that I don't even remember.
Yeah,
but
it's
they're
almost like we have a solar system, and there was a chocolate company that wanted to.
I can tell you why. So they can indoctrinate you and tell you are a speck of dust in an ever expanding universe. You live on a speck of dust.
Mars bar is insane.
Earth is a donut.
You're insignificant. You don't. There's no creator. There's no one who has a plan for you. You have not been uniquely made. You're not made in the image of any creator, and so forth. There's so many reasons why it's very. There's so many reasons why it's beneficial to program you into a good working slave that will never ask anything about reality. And you're gonna consume, you're gonna have your TikTok, you're gonna buy all the bunch of trash you see on advertisements because they tell you it's what you need for life. And, you're just gonna be a really good little consumer for a capitalistic world. I mean, is it really that hard to understand why people should be programmed? And on the other hand, reality could be just way too much for you. Maybe some people just need to be
Yeah.
Are you okay, sir? Do you need some assistance with something?
I'm about to shit my pants, nigga.
Yeah, I see there's a lot of NPCs that have joined when I was
I think we have reached a record of muted mix right now.
Yeah, it's very weird. Like, you start talking about the program, you have all these... Do you know Mr. Smith from The Matrix? This guy who is the program itself that is, always showing up as soon as there is an anomaly within the program. This is what I imagine these people to be, You talk about the programming, you talk about the obvious matrix they live in, and they show up, man, and they spasm out. They're like, don't talk about the programming. Don't talk about how I'm an NPC since childhood. Don't talk about it. I want to live in my wonderful imaginary world where everything is correct that the TV tells me. Very sad, very sad. But don't shoot the messenger, okay? I hope you're gonna realize that you have been programmed and you find out who programmed you. Anyways.
And you are correct. It is interesting. This is one of the topics that are a lot like a virus that, seems to make certain people's brains just unwire themselves, and all they have is the primal, ape-like ways.
They turn back into just being not even 1 year old. They're like a part of it. Dude, this sounds all funny and whatnot, but this is actually a characteristic of MK Ultra, of trauma-based mind control. There's a certain, suppressed nature of humans of a human characteristic that comes out when you talk about the programming. You know, this is all
Let me ask you a question here, Clay.
expected. Yeah.
Yeah, so let me ask you a question here. So if I were going into a globe-tardian room, I'm going to tell you what, the first thing I would ask is not like, well, tell me about satellites, tell me about this, tell me about that. First question I would ask is okay, so tell me, why do you think the Earth is a globe? But yet these people, they really can't do that. They have, it's like, it seems like the logical thing is okay, well, why do you think that? But it seems like they have some kind of like odd programming that they go through this like ritual. Am I wrong?
No, you're not wrong. It is to expect it. It is literally a CIA operation that has been created since the television was introduced to the normal folk. It's literally, there is documents about this that the CIA has, what we see nowadays is the outcome of a large mind control operation on their own people. Like, this is like these spasms you see, these outbursts and spasms of emotional proportions. They have something to do with this abused, with people being abused through trauma-based mind control. They have suppressed characteristics of human emotions that just seem to spasm out and spurt out as soon as they realize, something that this dude is talking about is actually true. Like, maybe I'm just a program. Maybe I'm just programmed.
I bet you a lot of these guys don't know about the Gateway program by the CIA that was like released like over 20 years ago of a like 20-year study. But I bet you they don't know about that. I bet you they don't know how.
I don't know anything about it.
Okay, well, that would be a good start for anybody that wants to learn the truth of like how they figured out like what frame per second to blink the images on a TV that will actually captivate your mind and like put you in a trance. They had it down to pun intended. They had it down to a science. So where they knew like how to captivate your mind and like to kind of like make you just veg out and scream.
Yeah, it's actually pretty simple. I can explain it. For example, your brain automatically also has a frequency in which it reacts and communicates, right? So the input that comes through your eyes and the rhythm that goes with it, which is the most common use is 60 frames per second, and in which the signals are then timed from what you perceive, but it can be altered due to substance abuse and such. Then usually those things no longer work really well because you have to be sober minded at the moment, unless you have specific drugs that specifically focus you on those kind of things. But anyway.
Yeah,
So
the whole point
so
of it
the
was
different
like use
yeah
frequencies to stimulate the brain. Go ahead.
yeah the different parts of your brain are also reacting to certain stimulation, and they have basically perfected it because they can map it out in a sense that they know it in a 2D way and a 3D way in which waves basically react and interact. So they can exactly time it. They could even do it with 120 hertz, but the most common is 60, so they don't do that. It has to be very specific use for it.
Bro, can you remember these? Like, I'm from the 2000s. I was born 2000, right? I'm 24, so I still remember having also myself a cathode ray tube TV. The TVs that literally emit high electromagnetic radiation, where literally you can. Like, I remember as a kid, like putting my finger on the screen and literally like feeling
you can
like
zap it, yeah.
zap it, yeah. And every time you turn that thing on, you feel how the whole air in the room like got static, like electromagnetic. Yeah. Anyways, like this cathode ray tube technology is very weird, but the thing is, even if I now today on a flat screen watch just normal television, I get a headache after 5 minutes. Literally, I'm not making this up. If I'm gonna turn on the TV and watch normal I get a headache, bro. It's very weird. I can't submit myself anymore to whatever
Yeah.
frequencies are being put out there.
Yeah, actually, I went through certain videos and movies that I've watched in the past, and I rewatched them. And sometimes I actually saw this subliminal imaging that they put there. You know, the flash second, like.
Oh yeah,
And
yeah.
it's so quick. You have to actually put it on your computer and slow it down, because otherwise, watching it via CD or something, VHD and such, it doesn't work. You cannot do that. It's so complicated. You have to be exactly right. It would be taking minutes.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, we live in a world where everything has some kind of potential to be subliminal messaging, right? Just let alone the symbols in public being used by some kind of weird gay groups like the Masons, and then also the subliminal messaging in television itself, Disney and so forth. I mean, how many movies, advertisements, and whatnots have we seen in the past? And I think it's even worse nowadays, where they literally put all kinds of things in it. Mostly sexualizing things. So who wonders why the boys and girls these days reduced love, for example, to being just a sheer
You're being
circumstance
subconsciously
yeah.
programmed by image pondering that goes into you, but you don't know what you actually saw. But your body
Exactly.
knows what it saw, but you don't think about it. But your body knows it and remembers it, and therefore. The trigger aspects that you go on in your life when you walk by a certain shop, or you see a certain a video that is playing, or a sound that is playing and such, and you react to it, and you think automatically on specific things that they want you to think about.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's kind of like the same thing as the ice cream truck. I mean, is an ice cream truck in the U.S.?
Bro, I hate it. Even here in my neighborhood,
yeah,
someone is
yeah,
driving
even here in
over
Germany,
and over
right?
this.
It's always the same song, and this is like the best in a nutshell explanation of how subliminal programming works, right? You're gonna keep on repeating certain either melodies, musics, or imagery, and then it will even if you just if you hear that music for just under 1 second of the ice cream truck, your brain automatically is hardwired to it. Like, you automatically know, oh, the ice cream truck, even though he just plays it for like 1 split second.
Yeah, every
ice
time
cream
I
truck.
hear it, I put how are those things called? You put into your ears? I put those things into my ears.
Yeah,
because I hate it.
Yeah, I bet. But I'm trying to use this as a in a nutshell, as an explanation for the broad mind control that is going on. It's just
Yeah,
like
yeah.
this ice cream truck. It's just there to lure you in and accept something that it in the first place hasn't been even part of you.
By the way,
Oh, yeah,
actually, there are
Pavlovian response.
certain
Exactly.
actors and such who get specific offers, and those contracts they get then offered to. I think you are aware about the butterfly and such, because a butterfly basically represents MK Ultra. So those people who agree to a certain image push and such agree also to being indoctrinated. So they also go to those places, and then whatever they do with them, And that's why they act so weird sometimes when they are on camera. Like, gazing into the air and reacting to nobody, even if someone is talking to them like this. It goes on for minutes sometimes. They're basically in a standby mode and waiting for the next trigger. Because their program has been run out at that moment, so they're basically at a dry spot. It's very sad to see this.
Yep.
I think that the main thing is that repetition is key, and people believe the first thing that they're told the most. And when I first found out, like, the Earth isn't a globe, and I started looking into it, it was at first I couldn't really wrap my head around it, but then I saw it made no sense. So you just have to have the ability to realize the only reason I believe this really is because I've been told. I've really never looked into it that much.
Yeah, I mean, from my experience, I'm very thankful that I was on base when I first heard about flat Earth. I went straight into it and basically made my own thoughts, and I thought about how it would work and such, and I learned step by step about different things, how actually things work, like perspective and geometry in general, chemical reactions, and everything that basically makes up a point about how the world actually works, and especially density. This is the main point, because you can throw out with density gravity, because every density type of element reacts to its other part of density that is in different relation to its own type. So of course it's hard that people who are indoctrinated and don't want to see it, I mean, I never was at their step. I can't imagine how to pull out of this. I'm glad I didn't. So all we can do is help,
Yeah, I quickly saw that it wasn't. It could not possibly be a globe, but it's different for everyone.
Well, it's all dependent on a human being, right? If you want to find out if your girlfriend has cheated on you, you're gonna all do whatever it takes to find it out. If you don't care, if you want to live in a world where even though you see the signs, there's just some weird stuff going on with your girlfriend, you're just gonna ignore it because you probably don't care. Right?
Yeah, pretty much.
It's the same with anything else in life.
Yeah, you have to have a heart for this, If you want to know the truth, then you seek it no matter what,
Exactly.
Yeah. No matter how hard you hit, you got to just keep hitting until they say it.
The Earth can be whatever you want as long as you stay ignorant. The Earth can be whatever it needs to be in your world of ignorance, right? I mean, the best way of being ignorant is just to accept what you're presented with through television and what the majority thinks. I mean, that's easy. You just don't need to do anything. You don't need to think for yourself. You're just gonna say, yeah, okay, this is what it is, because everybody else thinks that way.
Yeah, I mean, this is basically also their goal, Don't let other people think, Don't push them towards themselves to analyze and being made critical of thinking in any kind of sense, you know. Just let them swallow whatever we give them. You know, if you have had power in different sense, you know, if you have been in the military, you have been high ranked or something like that, or a government structure, or even you have your own firm and such, then you have to play a role, you know, and those players play those roles, and they actually don't want to give it up, and therefore they try to keep you in place because of this. Otherwise, their structure they live in doesn't work anymore.
You know, there might not be too many people involved in this, right?
Yeah, I mean, most people, at least for the power-hungry people who are at the government and structures we do not know about, which call Illuminati and such, and secret societies in general, those people have never worked hard in their life. Nobody of them. They only use their brain and how to control others. They're basically narcissistic assholes. Sorry for this, but is so. So they try to manipulate people in order to make them work for them.
Most of them probably think Earth is a globe too.
Yeah, but that's not the issue. The problem isn't the people and secret societies. The problem
I know.
Yeah, hold on. The problem is the information. So information is what people aren't critically thinking about. So information everywhere that we receive is not being critically thought about, and that's in all aspects and areas of thought. So anything that gets hold on a second. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. I don't know why you have the need to interrupt, because I'm not interrupting you. You were going on and talking.
Sorry.
So can I talk? So the information that gets processed in this arena is the issue. So people that say these things or put out propaganda or whatever it is that we talk about in here, it's all about the information. If we're looking for a big bad boogeyman, we're going to point fingers at different societies and different people, different things. We're never going to find the reason behind the ultimate thing that these guys are conspiring or whatever. The thing that I think we need to be focused on is the reason why people can't think correctly. And that's because the information that we receive has been given to us as a process of how to think. And, what to think, not how to think. So we're given this information. We're not even thinking about it critically. So we have to address that. The problem is the individual receiving the information. It isn't the information itself. The information is already what it is. We have to understand we receive all types of information, right? Whatever you receive and you accept, that's on the individual. We have to teach the people that come in here how to process information. That's what we're telling them. Not about the big bad boogeymen that are in conference rooms somewhere conspiring against humanity. That's not the issue. Because that may well be something to think about, but who cares? Because there's always going to be some archetype of individuals conspiring against humanity for some type of, for whatever agenda. That's never going to be the issue. We shouldn't look at those guys or whatever, be concerned of them. They're not concerned of you. Why are you going to be concerned of them? It's always the information. Always. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing to add, basically.
Yeah, so it's important to look beyond the speculation and beyond trying to psychologically profile people that you don't even know might exist, right?
Yeah, that's the process here, because what it makes you look like is some kind of fear-mongering, human that's just saying, "Hey, we got to watch out for these guys. This bad society over here is out to get you." So, you know what? Like, the world is like in and of itself out to get you. You wake up in the morning, everything's conspiring against you. If that's the thought process behind it, you have to forge ahead. You have to create an avenue where you foster critical thinking so that you can analyze the world around you and help those who don't understand how to do that as well. Otherwise, you become another fearmonger just like everybody else. You don't want to do that. You want to create somebody who's bold and can stand against any kind of misinformation. That's what we need. We need individuals who want to persevere despite the information, right? That's what we want.
That's right. And a good follow-on question you can ask anybody in the pursuit of knowledge is to ask them, how do you know that what you said is true?
Exactly.
Indeed.
And it goes into every kinds of fields, personal relationships, you go and ask. I have had my own experience where my best friend came to me and said to me, hey, somebody raped my girlfriend. And I was instantly hyped because I believed him because he was my best friend, But lo and behold, my mother told me, listen, before you go, wait 20 minutes. And then they will call you back and it's everything okay. I wait 20 minutes extra, half an hour. And lo and behold, he called me and said, listen, it's fine. You don't have to come and this. And my mother knew what was going on. And
Yeah,
this
I
was
always
also something she knew without knowing.
I
This
often look
is
at the scenario where we use the girlfriend scenario. I don't know. I never really liked that scenario. Well, what if your girlfriend was cheating on you and you didn't know? Like that's I don't know. Maybe we have to look at it a bit differently. Let's not try to jump to that
Yeah, I
example
think so.
always.
I think you're right. We do need a better analogy.
Because it always has been about the information. Because the person that says, well, I don't, because the Glober will come up with another excuse as to why the information about the girlfriend scenario didn't work out, right? So we have to put it a different way. I think we have to think about how the person processes information. That's the issue. The way you think.
Yeah.
That's the issue.
Yeah, there's a better analogy to be had with like a factory worker who's given a button to push and he believes that he knows what he's doing and he doesn't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the button could be something catastrophic that he's doing. Like it could be causing him to release like toxic chemicals out into the into the world. But he thinks he's actually burying them underneath or securing them somewhere they're not. That's the kind of the realization is, how do you know what you know? You have to tell us how you know what you know. And that's important, because if you don't do that, then you're not identifying the problem, because the information is the issue. They told you the earth is something. How do you know that information is true? How did you process it? What are the steps you took to process the information? Tell us. So that's what I do when somebody comes in here. And if people don't, people don't like to look at that, because they're like, no, why don't you want to talk about this other thing? Because you don't want to understand the reason why you think the way you do. You want to scurry off into a new topic because your mind already has made its mind up about what you think about the topic, but you don't know, and that's the issue. And you try to move off to a different topic to think that, well, it could be that you're not letting me speak. They always say, you're not letting me speak. That's not the issue.
Yeah, we need to also have our folks stop trying to blow people's minds with information. Like that's not what this is about. Yeah, flat earth is mind-blowing when it happens to you. We all get it. But we didn't get to that mind-blowing revelation by being told about it. We pondered it, we researched it ourselves. We may even go out and make our own observations, right? And that's how we get the mind-blowing thing. Nobody told me something ever and blew my mind. Not once. I had to have my own mind blown on my own.
Yeah, that's the way you actually reach that point. The crossover, right? The point of realization. That's the way it happens. You don't overwhelm your opponent with so much information they don't know what to do with it. Because you think about this. When you're overwhelming them with all this information and telling them about derivatives of Coriolis, and you don't get to the premise of how they process information, they're not going to understand. Not only that, but
it doesn't stick.
Yeah, it doesn't stick, and the conversation continues. That's why these sophists, when they come in here, they have their way with flat Earth, because they're not understanding how they're processing for information. For example, Manufactotum, He's a staunch glober that comes in here, anti-flat earther, whatever you want to call him. And many more like him. You know, you got Jekyll, you got Matt Nuclear, all these guys. The information that's out there doesn't support the Earth being a globe. And we already know this, right? We know Neil deGrasse Tyson, Bill Nye, Michelle Thaler, like these scientific communicators, Mick West, it doesn't matter who it is, right? They don't support the idea that you can firsthand experience the Earth as a globe as an individual. You have to go to some extreme lengths to actually see the Earth as a globe. Like go to some area of, altitude that you can't do by yourself. Like, so they're putting the Earth being a globe at arm's length away from the individual. And the people that come in here don't know that. They think you can see curvature from an airplane or from a mountain or from the ground. That's never the case. The mainstream scientific consensus doesn't ever say that. They're against that. They're saying you can't see curvature. You're too small. You're on the planet and you're just an amoeba. And that's the way they teach people. Not the way that these staunch globers come in here and say that you can see curvature from a mountain or an airplane. All of that is incorrect.
We have a lot of
Yeah,
new
you
flat
have to
earthers coming in with glober residue too. They still think like globers, even though they've been indoctrinated with the flat earth information we have. They still haven't quite learned how to think critically for themselves yet, even though they think they do.
Yeah.
That's essential. So, and I've been telling people that's what we do here. We don't do the big bag boogeyman is out to get you. That's old, man. If somebody gets her somehow and they've uncovered a lot of things and they say, hey, you know what? There's a secret society that had something to do with it. Great. That's great. We can talk about that. But it has nothing to do with somebody actually learning how to process information. Because the new people that come in here and they're so against it, or even the sophists, the sophists wouldn't have anywhere to go if you're just telling them how to think about the situation, right? You're telling me that Coriolis exists. Okay, I want you to tell me how you think that is possible. And so when you walk through them with the steps and they're like trying to piece everything together, like nobody, I don't care what staunch glober comes in here, will ever point to the sky and say that they have a valid reason why they think the Earth's a globe. I've demonstrated to you guys a great way to do it, right? The celestial sphere, it shellacks them on two ways, on astronomy and celestial navigation. So it's the foundation for how they process how we can do celestial navigation or astronomy, how we visually see things in the sky. And if you haven't seen the celestial sphere, please look it up. It's for flat Earth. It's how we see the sky above us. And so this is all to deal with how they think the Earth's a globe. And it's important, right? And if you don't show them that, and if you don't tell them, look, you think that this can't be possible, but it is on a flat and stationary plane. So I'm going to show you. So please research celestial sphere. Look into it. What is it? It's a conceptual tool. It's not real. It's an imaginary globe. And by that, I mean it's a sphere of an infinite radius. Now, that's a paradox. And I've said it before. If you think a sphere is it's just flat Earth sometimes is like one of those things that where you don't need to be afraid of these terms. Just because it says sphere doesn't denote the actual thing that you think it means. And a sphere of infinite radius is not a sphere at all. Because think about it. How can you conceptualize free space, let's say on their end, if you were going to conceptualize free space on their end as a sphere of a known radius? If it's a known radius, then it would have specific dimensions, right? You'd be able to categorize it as a radius, diameter, circumference, consequent of it being a sphere. Now, if this sphere has no known radius infinitely, how are you going to categorize it as a sphere? It's not. It's a paradox. It doesn't work. It might appear as a dome of perspective, and that's what the celestial sphere is, but it in no way can actually form itself into a known sphere with two poles. And that's what they like to say. Well, it's got two poles. Really? Does it say that in the information that's given to us about a celestial sphere? Go look at it. We didn't come up with it. It's just the way people see in perspective. So from the sky to the ground, there is no terrestrial sphere. And when they refer to northern hemisphere, southern hemisphere, that has to do with the concept or the conceptual tool known as the celestial sphere, which has no known radius. Even the equator is having to deal with celestial sphere. All of that is celestial sphere, has nothing to do with the terrestrial sphere. Period. So they're trying to correlate that to the ground, and they can't do it. That's their issue, not ours. And I can take them through every single step where they can realize all along that they've been using this idea that they live on a terrestrial sphere is incorrect. It never is. It's always celestial sphere, always. So they're referring to a sphere of an unknown radius, which means it's infinite. It doesn't have a known radius. And it says so in the explanation of what it is.
What is the radius of the celestial sphere?
Infinite. What number is infinite? What's the numeric value for infinite?
Well, it can be conceived as infinite. It doesn't always have to be infinite. And the
celestial
sphere.
Exactly, no, you're getting away from the point, which is look at go and pull up the information for celestial sphere and read it. Because the conceptual tool that is used for astronomy and navigation are the foundation for you thinking the Earth is a globe. No, because the celestial sphere has no known radius. It's infinite. What numeric value?
It has no purpose.
What numeric value is infinite?
It doesn't matter what numerical.
Yeah, it does. What numeric value?
Infinite doesn't have a numerical value, but
yeah,
when you're talking about the celestial sphere, no, it doesn't. What?
Yes, it does. Go look it up.
Do you know? So that's not what. That's
right, don't tell me that's not what it is. Go look it up.
That's not what mathematics. Infinite value.
Go look it up. Go look it up and come back and tell me what it is. I don't want to argue with somebody who doesn't know what celestial sphere is. If you're not telling me reading it from what it is, then you're not telling me what it is. Go and look at it. So if I hear anybody else that chimes in, if you're not telling me what it is, then you're not going to be able to speak.
I know what it is.
Go look at what it is.
It would be a celestial dome. There's no such thing as a celestial dome.
Yeah, you're breaking up and I can't hear you.
Alpha made a claim of something with an infinite radius, which is extraordinary, which requires extraordinary evidence to back it up.
So. All right, numbnuts, did you go read it? Because I'm going to mute you as well. Go read it and then come back and tell me. You know what? As a matter of fact, pull it up and then read it to me right now. Live in front of everybody. Man up. Do it.
From where, Alpha?
Type in celestial sphere in Google. Because you do that with everything else. Yeah? Pull it up and then read it. Read it for the class. Read what it says.
From where?
Google. I already told you.
So I can choose any source?
Google, and then the first source that comes up, read it.
Arbitrarily large radius. It's an abstract sphere that has an arbitrarily large radius.
Keep going.
All objects in the sky can be conceived as being projected upon the inner surface of the celestial sphere, which may be centered on Earth or the observer. If centered on the observer,
Stop. Concentric on Earth or the observer. This is crucial. Now, if you're concentric to the observer, then the observer is what's witnessing. What they're seeing is it's optical. It's not something they could measure. They're not measuring. They're not measuring this. They're not measuring the sphere. Do you understand?
Radius.
Yeah, because how could you measure something that is not able to be measured as a known sphere?
So retract your claim then about it being infinite.
It's not my claim, you moron.
You said it's infinitely large.
That's what they're telling you on the example.
No, that's what you're telling me, you liar.
Okay, you're calling me a fucking liar, you weasel? Go look at it right now.
Go look at what?
If I post a source, I'm gonna fucking ban you forever, dude. I'll be here every single time that you come in here. You calling me a liar, you're gonna be gone from this chat forever.
I just posted a NASA source, from NASA. So, and it's super easy to find in any site.
Well, he said the
Read it.
first source, and I chose the first source.
Trigonometry,
So
you're just talking right now.
he said find the first source, which is Wikipedia, and it
You're
didn't.
being dishonest, trigonometry.
No, he lied.
You're
He
being
said the first
you're
source was going to say
purposely
it, and it
being
didn't.
you're being deceptive right now. You know exactly what
I'm
he
not
meant.
being deceptive. He said it's infinite in radius, and I
It
went on the
is.
first source, which is what he told me, and it didn't say that. So
You were on the Wikipedia page. If you looked more into the Wikipedia page, you would see that it
Yeah,
said
it's on there.
infinite there.
can be
Eventually,
It does
considered
say
that
it.
was the first
infinite
few
radius, not
sentences of
measured
it.
infinite, not measured infinite. He said it is infinite in radius, which
Yeah,
implies it's
you're
been
2 seconds
infinite in
away from being
radius.
removed for good. And I'll
What?
be happy
Because you
to see you
lied,
gone.
Alpha?
I'll be happy to see you gone. You better pull it up and read it. You do have. I'm counting down. The seconds are on you, and you're never gonna return trigonometry.
Yeah,
This
because
is
I
it.
called you out for being a liar, Alpha. You're
Read it.
pathetic.
Read it.
Read what? The source that you told me to read?
Yeah, because continue where it says infinite.
The part where it says considered to be infinite in radius, not measured to be infinite in radius?
Yeah, Overlord
You
put it in
liar.
the chat.
You liar.
Overlord put it in the chat.
Yeah, liar.
You see, this is
You said
stinging
the
your pride
first.
because
You
you
said the
can't
first
take
source,
it, can you?
Alpha. You said the first source,
Yeah,
Alpha.
look at the first sources that AI pulled up.
What? No, you said my first source. The first thing that came up
Your
for me,
first
not for
source.
Alpha.
If you looked at the
Yeah,
if you
why
looked
are
at
you
the
lying, dude?
Wikipedia page, you would see it said it there.
Considered to be infinite, not measured to be infinite.
No one said measured.
Alpha made a claim of it being infinite, which implies that it needs to be measured, not considered to be infinite.
You think you can measure infinite, do you?
That's why Alpha made no sense when he said that it's infinite.
That's
No,
why
didn't
this
say it.
makes no sense. The celestial sphere, the way they describe it being a globe that's infinite, infinite radius. That's why it makes no
it's a
sense.
paradox.
Yeah. So how did you make the claim that it is infinite without saying considered infinite?
He was saying that the modern science says that the celestial sphere has an infinite radius.
Yep.
Yeah, considered and measured are different things.
No shit, and no one said measured.
Because we
I didn't say measured.
You said it has an infinite radius. You didn't say
Yeah,
considered.
I never said it was
Two
measured.
different things.
Never said it was measured.
Do you want to go back on the live stream and go through what he said? He didn't say measured, you fool.
I know he didn't say measured, but he said it
stop
is
saying it then.
radius. So he said
stop
it
saying
is infinite in radius, not considered. It's
He's
probably
just going on semantics to stop the conversation from going forward because he has nothing.
Yep.
Other than just a little bit of wordplay he's trying
Yo, what
to
predictions
do.
do you have for the stuff in the sky? Can you do
No,
anything?
you're shifting the goalpost.
No,
You're
you
shifting
can't.
the goalpost right now. No, you just shift the goalpost. You don't want to see what it says or AI
I
Overlord.
already
Put
read
it in the text.
Told me to read
what he
Alpha.
put in the text. Dude,
I
if you're
read
not
what you
reading
told
what
me
he
to
put in the
read.
text, you're being dishonest.
No, Alpha, I read what you told me to read. So you're being dishonest here by trying to shift to somebody else's.
Did you read the
thing you
rest
want
of
me
the
to read.
article? Because Teal also told you in the rest of the Wikipedia that you pulled up, it said infinite in there as well.
Considered to be infinite. All celestial objects seem equal far away as if fixed onto the inside of a sphere.
The ego's massive with this child.
Yeah,
all celestial objects seem equally far away.
Shut
as
up.
if
No one wants to listen to your ego, dude.
But unknown radius.
No one wants to listen to your ego fighting.
Unknown radius. So yeah, Alpha's a liar. Alpha's a
No,
liar.
he's not. No, he's not.
You're dishonest. Last time I had a conversation with you, you were talking about how the diameter doesn't have anything to do with angular resolution.
Angular size, Teal. You don't know the difference between the two because you just think you know everything.
No, like you don't understand what you're talking about. And now you're trying to go on about measurement, like measure to be. He never said measured.
I never said that either. Hold on. Hey, let AI come in because he's kind of low, so let him come through.
Yeah, if you have a center point and then you have radial spokes which are at a particular degree, any point along that spoke will remain at the same degree. So as long as you're using those degrees, the radius is inconsequential because it just expands because you're only talking about the degree. So that's why it says in the article it's arbitrary and considered to be infinite, because infinite is the only thing that really works, because it can be at any position along that radial spoke and you still have the same radials. I mean, so the idea that it's infinite is just a practical way to treat it. That's why it's called considered to be infinite. So the claim it is infinite is one way people say it, the claim considered to be as one way people say it, but it still results in the same thing.
Yeah, and the way that he was using it in his argument was purposely dishonest, trying to say that it's, we use it in a way that makes it a flat Earth with an infinite radius.
Yeah,
He was
because
trying
it's
to be dishonest.
free
Yeah.
free space. If you're in free space and it's concentric to the observer, then everywhere away from you it would be radial. It's
So I
not
should be
saying
able to.
listen. It's saying concentric to Earth or the observer. So if it's concentric to you, then every point away from you would be a radial, like spokes on a radius. But it's
Yeah.
not known, so there's no way that
Yeah,
you
and
can.
you could describe that as infinite or indefinite. Either term would be sufficient. You'd have the same result.
Yep.
Not going to concede. His ego's too big. You're not
My
going to
ego is too
concede.
big,
Sorry,
but I
Craig.
remember I have a video of you not
You're not
knowing
going to
which
concede
gas
it.
law it is, and then
Onto
lying about
something
gas
else.
laws. Do you want me to
Onto
post that
something
again?
else.
Yeah.
Onto something else.
Jedi. Yeah, Jedi.
No, we're not. We're not
You're an
moving.
idiot
We're not
too,
moving from. No,
remember?
we're not moving from. This isn't you trying to
Yeah.
get us on a gotcha. This isn't you trying to get us on a gotcha. This is you not facing the facts, which is the Earth is not a globe proxy by astronomy or celestial navigation.
Yeah. How
Because
is it not a globe?
I'm gonna mute you if you don't let me finish.
Try more alpha. Okay.
Oh my God, Trig.
So
seriously,
astronomy,
stinks.
astronomy and celestial navigation depend on the celestial sphere. That is what's the foundation for those two things. Now, when you look at the sky and you say, well, the sky tells us that the Earth's a globe, you're looking at the conceptual tool, right? That concept has been given to you so you can think about what the sky is mapped out as. So we all use that, us and you. So this is how we see the world around us. We see it in this way. So it looks this way to us, but it's not telling us that the ground you stand on has any correlation to that. So when you speak of northern hemisphere, southern hemisphere, equator, anything to do with the sky, movements in the sky, celestial navigation, all of it relies upon the conceptual tool of the celestial sphere. And you guys have been thinking that we're making things up, but this is the way it is for every observer. This is how we see the world around us. And there's no escaping. You can't get away from the fact that it's always been a conceptual tool. So yes, it does work for a flat and stationary Earth. That is the point.
Yep. So why can't I see Polaris lower in the lower latitudes if it's considered flat with an infinite radius? Why can't I see that?
You still don't understand perspective, do you?
Yeah, he
Do you
doesn't.
just say perspective and then think that fixes everything for your
Concentric to the observer. Concentric to you means that everything looks like it's a dome that you're seeing above your head. It even describes it in that way. It's a dome that you see. It's a transparent dome above you.
So I got a magic dome that follows me around, that projects stuff around me?
Yes, that's perspective, yes.
Wow.
It's called your dome of perspective.
And it follows me around and makes stuff disappear.
Yes,
because
it's
you're the one who has
concentric.
the
Bro, it says it's concentric to you.
Sorry, still talking. Yes, of course it follows you around because it's considered to the observer. It's from your point of view, so it follows you around because you're the observer. Fool.
Yep. So why do things get lower as I go further away from the?
You don't understand. You just answered your own question.
What do you mean?
If it follows you, that means that's how
why
you
does it
see
get
the
lower,
world.
not higher? Why does it get
Why
lower,
does
not higher?
What, when you move away from something, like when you look down the street at the streetlights on a known flat surface, the road, everything above your head, everything above your eye line with distance, if they're the same height, will converge downwards with distance. It's
So I
just
should be able to
very simple.
measure the angle and the baseline. So I should be able to measure the angle and the baseline and figure the height out. Yeah.
Egocentric little shit. Have you ever looked down the corridor and noticed how the ceiling appears to ramp downwards towards the midpoint of your view?
Yeah. So can I calculate the vanishing point or something?
Yes. So
can I calculate the vanishing? What's the vanishing point
formula? Yes, then, Trig.
It is a yes. What's the vanishing point
Thank
formula?
you. So now you understand, then, don't you? Now you understand.
So Polaris is a
things
physical.
Above your Trig.
Polaris is a physical object, which means I can triangulate.
He's in a spiral, Jedi. He's in a spiral.
I think he should maybe have a couple of minutes because he's not going to let anybody finish a point because he knows that he's being stupid. And maybe take a couple of minutes there, Trig. Maybe calm your ego down a little bit and listen to what's being said. You know that things above your eye line with distance will recede downwards towards the horizon. This can be demonstrated with a ceiling as you look down a corridor, or street lights that are above your head as you look down a street. Each street light with distance will go down towards the horizon. This is observable truth. You fool.
Yeah, I was mentioning that the celestial sphere is concentric to the observer, and that's what it says. So, backing up the very claim that perspective is how we see the world around us, which means that the celestial sphere and every description about it being a conceptual tool, because that's what it says when you first type it into Google. It says that about it. It's conceptual. It's not. It's an imaginary thing. It's not something real. You can't tangibly know the distance to the infinite, the radius, diameter, and circumference, because there's no way that you can tell what the size of it is. And this is important, right? For the guys who are making it seem like the Earth is a globe, they're trading that what they see from the sky in degrees. Like, of course, you see things that are further in your vision in lower degrees. You're trying to make that seem because you're on a ball, not because you're seeing the inside of a conceptual point. So the idea that you think that the dome of perspective is the actual sphere that you're standing on is they're conflating the two. That's why they are getting it wrong. That's why they look to the sky, because the sky is how we see concentric to us.
Yeah, so the stuff in the sky is infinitely far away, but if I go finitely far away, it'll change in position. How does that make sense?
Hold on, 2 seconds.
No.
2 seconds.
No,
Is
listen.
infinite real? Is infinite real?
Yeah,
I don't know. You made the claim. You made the claim that it was infinite in distance, right?
It's not my claim, you doofus.
So then just stop talking, because you make claims all the time without realizing, I guess.
Celestial dome. You've just asked me in the side chat what the height of Polaris is.
Yeah, trigonometry. You should be able to. What do you mean? You have a baseline and an angle.
That's lovely.
Yeah, so if it's used as a conceptual tool, and it's what it says it is in the description, I mean, you can look at Wikipedia, you can look at NASA. It doesn't really matter where you go. It's not going to give you a known radius. It's not going to tell you something that you can measure to, ever. So then, therefore, if you see things that are concentric to the observer, everything's going to look like a dome of perspective everywhere you go. So that doesn't mean that the ground that you're standing on is going to be a terrestrial sphere, ever. It just means that's how you see the sky. That's it. It's perspective.
So
Nothing
are they
more.
infinitely far away or finitely?
Nobody knows the distance to those things. That's why they've given the idea that it's infinite.
So then how do you know that they obey the laws of perspective if they're different than the objects here we have on
Because
Earth?
it's concentric to your vision. Your vision is what's making it look like a dome above your head. Your
But
vision.
you have to verify that those objects obey the laws of perspective, right?
They do.
How do you know that?
You don't have to know that they do.
are.
Because your vision, and listen, everything converges to the eye line. So everything that you see is converging in that way. The way that your vision works is making everything look like a dome above your head. Everything.
But you're gonna have to verify that they actually follow those.
I don't know what that means. That's a bunch of word salad. What do you mean I have to verify?
You don't know how far away they are, if it's finite or
You
infinite.
don't need to know how
Then
far away they are.
What do you mean?
It appears to you in your vision. It appears to you you're looking like inside of a sphere. That's what it looks like to you, because everything is concentric, like radial from you, like everything away from you. It would be like you're inside of a dome and you're the center of that, and you're the center of the sphere, with an unknown radius. So let's say you were to, if it was possible, you were to levitate in free space, right? Let's just say you're lifted off the ground, and if you were to draw points everywhere away from you, it would be a radius away from you. You'd be inside of a bubble. Let's say you'd be the center of that bubble. So everywhere away from you is concentric to you. You'd be the center of that. That's why it looks that way to you.
So
That's how your vision works,
finitely
and
far
everything
away.
away from you would be concentric to you, the observer.
Yeah, so infinitely or finitely far away. How do I know the difference?
Infinitely, because you can't measure. You cannot measure to those distances. I never even said that. I'm only reading you what the definition. So you guys that come in here and say, well, we in astronomy and celestial navigation, we depend on things being in degrees of angles in the sky. That's great. But nobody's saying that you can't use that on a flat and stationary plane. You guys are the only ones saying that. We're saying that's how your vision works. So you can use it. It's concentric to the observer, so it works.
It just
has
works.
nothing to do
Wow.
has nothing to do with the ground that you're standing on. Now, that being a sphere is something entirely different. Now you're going to have to know how the ground, the consequent of it being a geometric shape, is measured to be one. Because we're not saying that the celestial sphere is measured to be a sphere. Do you understand? That's the difference.
Pussy.
Yeah, so
the
you don't know how they
celestial sphere
operate
is the
or what they
ultimate thing
are,
that's
or if they're
undoing your
physical or not.
reality. It was the final step because you guys always like to look up every single time, and now the celestial sphere has got
always
you
flat
stymied
Earth, yeah.
because you can't describe how everything's concentric to the observer and how we see everything is the reason why you think the Earth is a globe.
Yeah,
You don't know what to do anymore. Now that you are pointing at the sky, you're pointing at the sky and you want it to be a globe so badly. Now I'm
It is a
showing you
globe, dude.
that even the sky doesn't help you.
Yeah, it is a globe.
sky
That's
doesn't
why you
help you,
can't
and
explain
they're
anything
even
about
telling you
anything in the
that.
sky. You just say,
They're
"Oh, it's
even telling you that.
perspective. It's perspective."
It is.
And then just says concentric circles and hope that
Dude,
I
you don't
short circuit
even
when you say that.
understand
You said
what
nothing
I
of
said to you
substance.
earlier, and you couldn't even concede to it because it's an observable reality. But you can't concede to it because the flat Earth is telling you so.
What do you
This
mean?
is
How do
deep
I know that those objects are physical or not, or that they're
No,
infinitely?
you don't need to be
infinitely far
concerned with
away?
that. Stop moving the goalposts. Stop
That's
moving the
not moving the
goalposts. You don't need to
goalpost.
be concerned with that. We're not. No one's even talking about that. We're
You don't
talking
need to.
about the
You can't tell me
realization.
what I need to be
The
concerned with or
realization.
can't be.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but that's the way this chat
Yeah,
goes.
that's not how that
We lay
works.
out the foundation for you to understand that we're not going to move from the point just because you're saying so. Your little Gish Gallop weasel tactics aren't going to work. You need to understand that the celestial sphere
because
that
you
we
can't
told
answer
you.
the
Stop
questions.
talking through me. Stop
I'm
talking
gonna
through
keep
me.
talking through you, Alpha. Calling you
No, you're
bullshit,
not.
calling you a liar.
No, you're not. You're gonna let the conversation go, or you can take the crack in the door that I'm going to give you, and I'll fucking remove you.
This is the thing, and
just
I
like how
knew
you
this
don't know
was
what gas
people were going
laws
to
are,
get in their
Jedi.
feelings.
We'll get to that in a minute. We'll get to that in a minute when you start making concessions and you can prove that you're honest.
What do you mean? Alpha hasn't even conceded that about his bullshit claim of the infinite celestial sphere yet.
Oh, did he say it was measured? Did it, or is he citing NASA or Wikipedia?
He didn't make any citation. He asked me to cite it for him.
Oh, good, well done. So you found that AI cited it too.
No, he asked me to read the first citation.
Why are you still talking? Don't
So
understand. Can
he
you not
made-
let me
told
talk?
me to find the first thing I found on
little boy. Ego-driven little boy.
Yeah.
That's all
What?
we got.
Your
Are you
ego?
saying it's
think you
not
know
the
about gas laws,
consensus?
but you don't?
Trigonometry, are you saying it's not the consensus that the celestial sphere has an infinite radius?
Infinite. It's considered infinite, I guess, in some
Bingo.
instances.
Bingo. There it is.
There it is. Thank you. So
But it's
considered
arbitrarily
infinite.
large. In the first citation,
So
I
it is
in the first
considered
citation I
infinite
sent
then.
was arbitrarily large.
You can be honest. Is it considered infinite?
I already said it is considered infinite, but he's trying to make it the claim that it is infinite, not considered infinite.
Oh my god.
He didn't say considered infinite. He said it is.
Yeah,
infinite.
you could choose what you want to say. It either is infinite or considered infinite. It doesn't matter. It's not going to
It
change.
does, Alpha.
How does it help you if it's how does it help you if it's considered infinite? How?
Because then I can know if it's finite or infinite, right?
Yeah. How? Well, then tell me how it's finite. Tell me right now how it's finite.
Well, how could it be infinite to begin with?
I want to know how it's finite. If you think that considered infinite is helping you in some way, then tell me how it helps you.
Because there's a finite area in the sky. Would you agree?
No.
You would not agree that there's a finite area of view.
No. Tell me how it's finite. Tell me how the sky is finite. Tell me.
It's because there's a finite area.
Yeah, where's
considered infinite because it's considered infinite because it's not an actual fucking sphere.
Yeah.
It's not infinite. It's just considered infinite, and Alpha just wanted to pull some BS and say it was infinite and expect
for me. Oh my god!
No, it's because you guys use the celestial sphere as if it proves anything with the globe.
Yep.
And it doesn't.
And it doesn't.
By its own definition. By its own definition, it doesn't.
Yeah. Why does Polaris sink then, Teal?
Oh my god, are we going to go through this again? Are we going to
why
go
can't I
through this
calculate the height
again?
to it? If it's a triangle.
Dude, we're not getting the height. We're not using trigonometry. We're not going to
Really?
be doing this. Yeah, we're not going to be
Why?
doing this, dude.
Why not? Because it destroys your world,
you
Jedi?
move away, dude.
Because
as
it
you move
destroys your
away,
worldview,
as
Jedi.
No,
no,
it
not at
doesn't.
all.
Trigonometry. The what
Doesn't
you're
at all.
saying is ridiculous. It just shows you haven't looked into it or you're ignoring it.
What, you
Just
mean that
read
the
it
height of
now.
Polaris changes based on where you are as an observer? Yeah.
Yeah,
Height
you
of
know what?
Polaris. What?
If I were to take a picture
Sorry.
of
No.
my ceiling fan right now and I were to move back and I would keep my camera at the same exact level, it would be a little lower next time in the next picture.
But the calculated
just-
height would be the same, Teal.
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
but on the picture from how you're seeing
Trigonometrically.
it, just
No,
like
I'm
how
talking about
look
trigonometry,
how your
Teal. Something
eyes
that you
work,
never learned.
how your eyes work.
You
how
just
your
say
eyes
that, but you can't actually demonstrate. You're just like, it's
She
perspective.
just demonstrated, you utter
No,
fool.
you
Yeah.
look.
He just
You're
demonstrated what
admitting
degree
right
of
now you
angle.
don't know how. You're
Yeah,
admitting
he's
you don't know how perspective works.
yeah, he's
Yeah, you just
actually
say the
he
word
says
perspective and
yeah.
then
You know what?
think that
Hold
like
on, man. I'm gonna
washes
have to mute
everything
him because
away.
his dumbass doesn't know how to stop
All
talking.
you have is my perspective. My perspective.
What when we look at things,
All right.
we're
All
going
right.
to be
So
talking
she
about
just demonstrated.
perspective when we
He
look at
asked for a
things. Fucking
demonstration.
idiot.
He asked for a demonstration, and she gave him one. Where she took a picture of her ceiling fan. She moved back a little bit and looks at the ceiling fan in a degree of angle, moved lower in perspective. He asked for that specific thing and then proceeded to say she didn't give him a demonstration. That's exactly what she did to show the degree of angle. And then he said, well, you didn't measure to it. He keeps bringing measurement involved when we're only talking about the degree of angle of view. That's all we're saying. And he's not saying that. He's trying to, from when he says he asked for the demonstration, she provided that. Now he's asking for measurement. Do you see how weaselly he is? He doesn't come forth and say, that's a great demonstration of degree of angle. Thank you.
He
That's what we do.
He probably thinks that the height of streetlights is actually physically reducing when you look down the street and they appear to have gone downwards. That's what his basic claim is saying. He's got no idea. None whatsoever.
Nope. They wouldn't physically decrease if you're to do trigonometry on
No,
the
of
Jedi.
course. So why are you asking about the height of Polaris changing as you move away from it then?
Because the Earth isn't flat, Jedi.
No, not because the Earth isn't flat. We're talking about basic perspective because we're looking at things. So we're going to be talking about perspective. And you ask if the height of Polaris actually changes as you move away from being under it.
Well, it
You're
has
an
to.
idiot, dude. No,
has
it
to.
doesn't. Just like the streetlights.
If I have a baseline and an angle,
Just
Jedi,
like
that means I can calculate the height. Why can't I do trigonometry on them?
Do you think the ceiling is getting closer to the floor as you look down the corridor?
He's never done trigonometry, so he doesn't know
Do you
that
think
the heights
the
would maintain the
ceiling
same.
is getting closer to the floor as you look down the corridor?
Jedi, if you do the trig on it, they'll be the same height. They won't change.
Dude, I'm asking you a question.
Yeah, he doesn't know about trigonometry.
I'm asking you a
Flip this.
question.
Jedi doesn't know about trigonometry.
Dude, I'm asking you a question.
Learn some math, bro.
I'm asking you a question. Do you think the
Yeah,
ceiling
and I
is
already
getting
answered
closer?
it. Which is
Alright,
that you're an
fuck off
idiot.
then.
Yeah.
You're a wanker, dude. Is the ceiling getting closer to the floor as you look down the corridor? Is it? Are the street lights getting closer to the floor physically as you look down the street at each incremental light? I'm asking a question. Somebody fucking I'm here.
If I were to calculate the height to them, they wouldn't change. Yeah.
Awesome.
But with Polaris, they do. So how does that work?
Don't know. I'm asking you a simple question.
Yeah. So your pizza land doesn't work in reality, I guess.
Dude, why don't you consider perspective when measuring angles to Polaris? Why don't
Because
you
you
consider
just say a word and then think that washes everything away.
Because why isn't perspective considered by you when measuring elevation angles to stars? Why?
Well, see, I can say the same thing. Well, because perspective, Polaris should actually be pointing up. It should be
It's
going
an
up.
answer that an astronomer would be able to give me that you're not giving me.
Can you stop screaming?
Keep on
and be
saying
respectful for
perspective.
once.
So give me the astronomer's answer.
Be respectful.
Because Polaris is considered to be what?
Perspective? I don't know. That seems to be the answer that you just give. Just perspective.
You don't know what you're talking about, and you dare accuse people in here of not understanding trigonometry.
I wonder if it's
Yeah,
because
Jedi didn't know that if you
I wonder
calculate
if it's
the heights of those
considered.
light poles,
I
they'll stay the
wonder if
same.
those lights are considered infinite. I wonder if that's why.
Oh, they're infinitely far
Bingo!
away. If they're
Bingo!
infinitely far away, then why don't
Thank
they? Why
you.
did they still go down in
Thank
my
you.
point of view, Jedi?
Thank you.
So if they're
Because you've moved
infinitely
away
far
from
away,
being
then why did
under
they
them.
go
Do you
down?
think that because as you're directly underneath it, it's directly above your head, like a street light, like a star. And as you move away from that ground position of the street light and the star, it would appear to go down. Do you think that because it's infinite, it's going to stay at the same height in the sky, observably to you, so you'd never
Absolutely.
lose view of it? Are you a fool?
Absolutely.
Then you're a fool.
Demonstrate something being infinitely far away that I can.
How could I do that? Infinite's a conceptual, it's not physical.
So it doesn't follow your law of perspective BS because there's no such thing as an infinitely far away perspective magic that you're trying to come up with.
Not
Why
talking
can't I
about
see if it's infinitely far away, Jedi?
because it's gone downwards to the observer's point
Why
of
does
view.
it go
If
downwards?
we're trying, you're not going to like this word. It begins with P and ends in escape. Perspective.
It goes so infinitely far away. Things go down because of perspective. So when I get closer to them, why do they go up?
Same thing.
Perspective
You're
as well,
dumbass. He's a real dumbass. This guy.
Earlier I was gonna chant and cheer for him to be banned, but then I realized he's actually gonna create more flat earthers than Jedi because he's such a fucking idiot.
Yeah, his answer to everything is you don't know Trig. You don't know Trig. You don't know Trig. My
Why
lord,
doesn't
Trig.
perspective change the angular size between the stars?
Yeah,
Why
hold
doesn't
on.
perspective
Go ahead.
change the angular size of the
Hold on.
distance
Yeah, hold
between
on.
stars?
Hold on a second, guys. We got AI coming in.
So the problem is we got a category error. One is actual things that exist in reality, and the other is a conceptual model of an infinite celestial sphere. Okay? You can't see an infinite celestial sphere. You model it as such and you treat it as such in your model. Okay, so you can't say how come my conceptual model doesn't obey the laws of perspective. It's literally incoherent.
Why doesn't reality follow the laws of perspective like what the stars do? The distance, the angular size between stars, the distance between stars, it doesn't change as they lower. So the cause of them lowering is not perspective.
That depends.
Depends on what.
You're assuming that the angles that they're changing in your field of view are dramatic enough to their size and distance, right? So I'll ask you, at what size and distance would something be so close that you couldn't tell the difference?
That didn't make sense, dude. The only thing I'm presuming is stars lowering due to perspective on a flat Earth. If that's
Okay,
the
so you
case,
got a problem. You got a problem. You're pretending to know. You're pretending to know, right? Okay, you're pretending to know when I'm.
simple stuff.
Oh my goodness, dude. You done?
Act impatient because you can't.
Are you done?
Simple question, dude.
What's the question? I couldn't hear you because you were talking through me because I was talking through you because none of us would yield.
Stars doesn't change as stars lower towards the whatever you want to
What
call it.
What type of distance?
Holy crap! You don't understand it?
Okay, so let me school you. The angular separation in your field of view doesn't appear to change. That's not the distance between the stars, for goodness sakes.
Yeah, there's an apparent fixed position of stars.
All right, Callie, 1 second. I'm gonna show you something real quick.
Oh my goodness, dude.
I
But
demonstrated
look,
something.
the problem here is that the particulars matter. If someone says the distance between stars doesn't change, when they actually mean the angular separation in your field of view, those are two different things. So I mean, this dude's just boring, to be honest.
Let me just read the two snippets that I put into the text chat right now. The first snippet is on what celestial sphere is, a conceptual tool in astronomy and navigation to help visualize the positions of celestial objects in the sky. It's an imaginary sphere with an infinite radius that's concentric to Earth, with the Earth at its center or centered on the observer. The half of the sphere that's visible from the Earth is the sky overhead, while the other half is below the horizon. The celestial sphere can be thought of as a transparent dome with the Earth inside and the stars, planets, moon, and sun fixed to it. The celestial sphere is a coordinate system that uses a set of coordinates placed in the inside of the sphere to establish reference points and mark the positions of celestial bodies. The celestial equator divides the sphere into northern and southern hemispheres, and the horizon circle is divided into 360 degrees with 90 degrees between each of the 4 cardinal directions. The celestial sphere's equivalent of latitude is called declination, DEC, the acronym. Its equivalent of longitude is called right ascension, RA. The celestial sphere is useful for determining the rising and setting of points of celestial bodies and for locating stars and planets. However, it's important to note that there is no physical celestial sphere, and the stars are not all equidistant from Earth. For example, the stars that appear close together in the sky may be actually hundreds or thousands of light years apart. So there's ideas here that people have to conceptualize what we see in the sky. Now, real quick, the next snippet, it won't be too long, but the next one is the first thing that you put in when you put the celestial sphere in Google. The celestial sphere is a conceptual tool used in spherical astronomy to specify the position of an object in the sky without consideration of its linear distance from the observer. The celestial equator divides the celestial sphere into northern and southern hemispheres. And of course, in the bottom right-hand side, in astronomy and navigation, the celestial sphere is an abstract sphere that has an arbitrary large radius and is concentric to Earth. All objects in the sky can be conceived as being projected upon the inner surface of the celestial sphere, which may be centered on Earth or the observer. That's it. You guys are toast, man, when it comes to this. So that's all I wanted to say. I'm going to unmute these people because they're going to spiral after this.
Why don't the stars, the distance between the fixed positions of stars, why don't they change angular size if they're lowering due to perspective? You understand my question?
Did you hear what I read? Yes or no?
What you just read has literally no relevance to what he just said. So I don't.
Yeah.
I don't
Did
even
you
know
hear
why
what
you're
I just
bringing
read?
it up.
Yes or no?
I know what a celestial sphere is. I know
What
how
is it?
celestial navigation
What is
is
it?
done. That's what
What
you
is it?
described.
What is a celestial sphere? What I just read. What you understand, you could look up yourself too. What is it?
Jesus Christ, dude.
No,
Why
he's not
argue
going to
about
help
it if I
you.
didn't know what it was.
Tell me what it is. I want to know from your perspective what it is.
All the stars have a ground position. The GP of a star
All right.
is.
So if you heard what I read, then I want you to tell it to me because you heard what I read. Don't say something else. What is the celestial sphere, Callie?
You just want him to repeat
How did
verbatim what you
I
just
want
said?
him
Like,
to
that doesn't-
understand what it is, not what he thinks it is. What is it?
You're phony baloney.
That's your own. That's your answer? Is that all your answer? Anybody else want to talk about the celestial sphere? Because you guys have been pointing to the sky for years. Now I want you to know the sky isn't going to help you.
Well,
it's not going to help you.
Can you just
You know, you call it a
coordinate
celestial
system,
sphere. It's not
Alpha,
called
right?
a celestial dome, right? You know that,
Yes,
right?
I want your
You
writing
know, on
to
the
happen
opposite
now.
side, the other hemisphere, those are fixed positions relative to your whatever tropic you're in. So those positions are still plotted on a celestial sphere. So are you saying the stars go underneath a flat Earth?
Underneath the flat Earth. What are you talking about?
You don't understand it, or you're
Yeah,
a liar.
I do understand it, but they're not going underneath it. It is a conceptual tool, a concept. It is not fucking real. Do you understand what a concept is? Is a
Why do
concept
you
real?
keep bringing it up?
Hold on, Bird. I'm asking Kali a question. Is a
Yes.
concept real? Is a
Yes,
concept
when
real?
a star appears at your zenith, that's the GP of the star, the geographical position of it. Yeah, every star that you see in the night sky has a GP. Okay,
So-
those positions are fixed positions on a celestial sphere, not a celestial dome. There's 2 tropics.
Yeah.
Okay, so
but
when
we're
there's a
talking. What are
fixed
you
position
saying? GP,
that
the
means that
GP of a
there's
star,
another star
the
with a
GP
fixed
of a
position
star. Yeah, the
underneath
GP of a star is not what I'm talking about. The celestial sphere is what I'm talking about. So how do you know what it is?
Oh God!
It's
the celestial
something.
sphere is based
Yeah.
on the GPs of stars.
It's not based on the GP. It's based
Wow,
on how the
you
observer.
don't
It's
know what the
based,
celestial sphere is,
dude.
Cool.
I do. It's based on what the observer
No, you
sees.
don't.
Concentric.
It's based on the geographical
Listen,
position
you
of
don't want to just shut up. It's based on the observer. So the observer, everything being concentric to them, are going to see in a degree of angle. So the degree of angle is going to denote where they understand, like as they move towards or away from the thing that they're seeing in the sky, it's going to move in a degree of angle. So the star that they see that's moving above their head, and also when they change geographic locations, will change the degree of angle of the thing that they see in the sky, which means that the GP will change. So it has to deal with how they're seeing that thing in an angle of degrees. So the celestial sphere, when you see with your vision, you're going to see in perspective, and everything will look to you as in degree of angles away from you. But that doesn't mean that because you're saying that, well, 90 degree from the position to where that thing is denoting some type of spheroid. It's not denoting a spheroid. It's saying that concentric to you in a degree of angle, you're able to tell me where that star is, in relation to the ground. But the sphere itself, the celestial sphere, is only how you see, the perspective of you. You're seeing it concentric to you, the observer. That doesn't mean that it's an actual sphere. Yes, Daza, as much as you guys like to shake your head, you're going to writhe on this, because I'm going to take the celestial sphere and I'm going to keep bringing it up to you guys, because you guys don't know.
Can I explain?
No, because your explanation is going to lead to, well, the terrestrial sphere is the only reason why the Earth is viewed in angle of degrees to the things that we see in the sky. Yeah. There's nothing you can say, anything more. Yeah, you point to the sky, it's going to lead us to the celestial sphere. You point to the ground, you can't measure curvature.
So the important thing is that the one line in those things you read out, the key thing that takes away all of the conceptual part and makes it concrete, is the celestial sphere is a coordinate system. That is the key thing. It tells us the right ascension and declination.
Based on what? Coordinate system based on what?
The center of the Earth.
No. Dude, it told you concentric to you. Numbnuts, not the center of the Earth. Yeah. It could be considered.
So here's how it works. Alpha.
It could be. It works, right? Dude. Okay, no, it's not. You don't know how it works. It says so in the description. It's concentric to the Earth or the observer. You can visualize it as being concentric to you as well. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's concentric to the Earth.
You will mute people.
How fast? Yeah, because you are not giving me. I'm not listening to people that are concerned. So right now, people are not realizing that this is not an explanation for the globe. And if you're saying, yeah, the thing we need to focus on is a coordinate system, well, that coordinate system, this foundation, is based on perspective. It's not foundation based on something actual. It's a conceptual tool. It's a concept. Yeah, it's a concept.
No, so the angle's right.
Who cares? So is it based on a real radius? Is it based on a real radius?
Here's the mechanism. The celestial sphere is centered on the center of the Earth.
No.
And when you want to work out the GP, you rotate the sphere to the time and date.
That's incorrect. You didn't say you didn't say the caveat, which they even said it in the. Yeah, let's read it again, because I think you forget sometimes, and that's okay. People forget. So let's look at it, right? I'm going to post it once again. And let's read it together, Daza, because I think you're having a memory issue, all right? So I posted it once again. Let's look at it, right? The celestial sphere is a conceptual tool in astronomy and navigation. Why is it used for? Well, it says here, to help visualize the positions of celestial objects in the sky. It's an imaginary sphere, fuck's sake, with an infinite radius that's concentric to Earth, with the Earth at its center, or the caveat, centered on the observer. Why did they say that? That's weird. Why would they give a caveat? It could be the Earth or an observer, which you are being dishonest in not saying.
Some observers are on Earth. That's why they give the caveat.
Concentric to the Earth or the observer. So it's not just the Earth. And you guys want to say, well, it's just the Earth. It's only the Earth. No, it's not.
But if you're on the Earth, it would be concentric to Earth.
No.
So if you're not on Earth, it wouldn't be concentric to Earth.
You guys are losing ground. You're losing ground and you're circling the drain. You guys don't know how to deal with this, do you? Because this has nothing to do with the idea that it's only the Earth. And you guys like to say, what's to the center of the Earth? No, it's not. It's to the center of the observer that's seeing it.
Yeah, if the observer isn't on Earth.
That's
the
good.
important
Where does it say that?
No, No,
Does it
what
say
the
that?
fuck? It does not say that. You fucking moron.
What? You're not understanding this isn't really
Oh, yes, I am. You
Yeah,
guys
okay.
are losing. You guys like this, don't you?
Sure.
But Celestial Sphere is your undoing. You know that, right? It's your
No,
guys' undoing.
no, it's just a pigeon shitting on a chessboard. That's like what we're dealing with right now.
I haven't seen one of these people show a link to anything that's proving anything they're saying.
Yeah, they're
I mean, you're providing the links that don't agree with you, so I don't even have.
Well, then provide a link that just says what you're saying.
Yeah.
They don't agree with you. They don't. Dude, it's concentric to the observer. It's simple. It's a conceptual tool. You guys are writhing, and I love it because you don't have an answer to it. You start talking about measuring to it, and you get scalloping. You're changing the topic. You don't know what to do anymore because you would point to the sky and say, "Well, the Earth is a globe because you look at the sky. We got planets. We got stuff in there, and angle of degrees and the coordinate system. Yeah, all based on a conceptual tool." That's concentric to the observer.
The Earth is a globe because we have video.
Who the hell is that guy?
Oh, his name's Triangle.
I bet you he doesn't know what it is, what his name is. All right. I mean,
What?
Bird.
What the? What kind of insult was that? Honestly,
I'm going to unmute a whole bunch of people. All right. So
like I
the
would
topic-
like you.
Yeah,
Can
no,
I
we're not
ask
gonna
you a
like you to do
question?
nothing. So what we're gonna do right now is focus and laser focus on the idea that you guys have been pointing to the sky, and you guys don't know the fact that the thing that you think supports your case for the Earth being a globe, which is the
Are
sky.
you done with the gobbledygook, man?
No, I'm gonna cook you to infinity.
You're not
now.
done with the gobbledygook.
I'm going to cook you to infinity with the celestial sphere, and it's never gonna end. Every night, every day you come in here is going to be a nightmare because it's going to be me talking about the celestial sphere and how you used to say that in astronomy and celestial navigation that supports the Earth being a globe. Now I'm going to show you how it's a conceptual tool all along. It's never been the case that it supports you. It supports us. It's concentric to the observer, and it always will be. So your globe went bye-bye. Now you can't point to the sky or the ground because the ground you can't measure and the sky you don't know if it's an actual
Yeah, you wish
sphere or
because
not.
the sky proves the globe. You wish.
Yeah, and sorry, I'm taking that away from you now.
Why
It's
do the
done.
stars lower when we move away from the GP? Why does a star lower towards the horizon? What is the
Because
cause?
everything that you see in the sky is concentric to the observer. So an angle of degrees, everything's going to move away from you in an angle
Why?
of degrees away because that's a perspective. That's how your vision works.
So
That's how
perspective
you see
causes
things.
the stars to lower?
Yeah.
Does
So why
You
doesn't
can
the
do this.
distance
Do you
between
wear
stars change
glasses?
angular size?
Yeah. Hold on. Go ahead, Teal.
Do you wear glasses? Because you can look at your frames, and while you're backing up, you'll see that the things near your frames are going to lower in your vision. It's not because they're lowering in the sky; it's because of perspective. And I sent a
But
picture
that doesn't
earlier
really work
of
when you're
the
standing
ceiling
still,
fan.
does it? And you can still see the same effect.
Yeah, that's because they're moving. You
The
moron.
stars are moving.
You freaking
But we
moron.
are also moving.
Says you.
That's what you interjected to say. That's not the listen. The celestial sphere has nothing to do with that. That only has to deal with how you see things in the sky. So yeah, nice try. You guys are done. You don't understand how done you are, and this is all I need.
Okay.
I'm fueled
So-
up with the information that has been given by mainstream rhetoric. So now I'm
Sure.
going to show you guys that when you point to the sky, you're pointing, and when you talk about celestial navigation, we're going to go right back to the foundation, which is the celestial sphere, which doesn't help you in any way. It's going to take you down every time.
That's not the.
That's not
that-
what.
that's
It's
not
you
the
tripping
beginning
over the
point.
fact that you understand that you're going to be utterly demolished by the celestial sphere,
That's
concentric to
not-
the observer.
Okay, but that's not like the basis
What?
for.
Yes,
for,
it
like,
is.
a globe.
Yes,
no,
it
it's
freaking.
not.
Let's go again. Let's see, because I think you're losing your mind here. Because most of you guys are. All right, let's do it one more time for the gentleman because he doesn't know what's going on. I'm giving this evidence and I'm gonna keep posting it. So let's look at it again. I just posted it again. The celestial sphere, all right, is a conceptual tool used in, I don't know, it says astronomy and navigation to help visualize the positions of celestial objects in the sky. It's an imaginary sphere with an infinite radius, concentric to Earth,
with the Earth at its center or centered on the observer. The half of the sphere that's visible from the Earth is the sky overhead, while the other half is below the horizon. The celestial sphere can be thought of as a transparent dome with the Earth inside and the stars, planets, moon, and sun fixed to it. Right? The celestial sphere is a coordinate system that uses a set of coordinates placed on the inside of a sphere to establish reference points and mark the positions of celestial bodies. Marks the positions. Come on, guys. The celestial sphere equator divides the sphere into northern and southern hemispheres. The horizon cycle is divided into 360 degrees, with 90 degrees between each of the 4 cardinal directions. The celestial sphere's equivalent of latitude is called declination, or DEC. You've pretty much heard that term before. And its equivalent of longitude is called right ascension. All right. So the celestial sphere is useful for determining the rise and setting points of celestial bodies and for locating stars and planets. However, it's important to note that there is no celestial sphere physically. Huh, that's weird. Isn't that weird? You guys are toast, man. This is it. We've given you long enough to point to the sky. Now that you point to the sky, you're done there too. And all we got is people writhing in the chat. That's it. With no information to back it up. Teal has damaged. Look, and she's even posted a ceiling fan. I think she has it 8 minutes after the hour. And she just moved away from it. And look at how it moved in degrees of angle to her. And that's something that she
cropped
can.
the bottom out, but I didn't crop the top, by the way. So you could see how much room there is in the top, how it went lower in the picture.
Yep. And there it is.
So yeah, the observations are made from the surface of the Earth. These observations that they're then conceptualizing into a particular like viewpoint, right? Which is what you're talking about, the celestial sphere. But they can also, right, then conceptualize that when they took the observation, they weren't on the surface of the Earth. They were at the center of the Earth.
Yeah.
Doesn't
But they
perspective
weren't.
cause things to change angular size as they lower?
You're moving the goalposts. Love it. I love that you're moving it. Keep moving
You're
the
bitching
goalposts.
about my simple question.
No, because you're not going to move the goalposts. I'm going to roast you here. This is your undoing right here.
Address my question, dude.
No, I'm not going to address your red herring. I want to address the fact that you're not addressing the question, which is how are you taking a conceptual tool like the celestial sphere and then making a terrestrial sphere? That's what I want to know.
How does something lower due to perspective but doesn't change angular size?
No, we're not going to do that.
Answer my question, pussy.
No, we're not. We want you to answer the fact that you're making a terrestrial sphere out of the
you're
celestial
a fucking
sphere.
Clown. You're a fucking clown, bozo.
Yeah, you can say that all you want, but you're...
You can't answer such a simple question.
Yeah, because your red herrings aren't the point. The point is that conceptual tool
All this
is the point.
gobbledygook about celestial sphere, you can't answer my simple
Gobbledygook.
question.
You know what? What's worst is that I didn't come up with this. It was actually presented to you as the information.
The celestial sphere supports the globe model.
No, it doesn't. How? Show me how.
Because we use it in CellNav, and it presumes that the Earth is a sphere in the model.
Is it a conceptual
we use it to
tool?
find our distance.
Yeah. Is it a conceptual tool?
We use it to find distances and
Answer the
locations.
question. Is it a conceptual tool?
What are tools? What do you think a tool is?
My God.
Answer the question. Is it a conceptual tool?
You goofy.
Answer the question. Why are you not answering it?
You didn't answer my question, dipshit.
Why are you running away, Callie? Is it a conceptual tool?
I called you pussy first, nigga.
Is it a concept? Is it a conceptual
why
tool?
don't they change angular size in the sky?
Is it a conceptual tool?
Stupid ass, pussy ass nigga.
Yeah.
Right.
Is it a conceptual tool, Callie?
Alpha, he's breaking terms of surface. He really needs to watch his language. I'm going to give him one warning. He better adhere to that warning.
All right, tell
I'm
Alpha
gonna
to stop
lock
acting
him
like a
in the door.
clown and answer my question before I answer.
See you later. So I hadn't finished talking. Are you rude as well?
Don't be a pussy too.
Oh my God, man, your time is limited.
You can't answer.
You're
all
you need
clowns.
to address
You're
your
cowards.
attitude. Dude, I'm asking you just to address your attitude before I'm forced to remove you. Be mindful
Things
of your
don't
words.
change angular size in the